Well, how do you do? How do you do? It's nice to see you all. It's such a lovely day, you shouldn't have come. It's so pretty outside. Oh, getting low to Tony. Are we on television this morning?
Yes, we are, rather.
Put the camera on, Tony, will you?
Shall I model this little number I'm wearing?
You're getting married, aren't you?
Say, that's a surprise.
Doesn't he look cute? And look at the boys. Everybody, I don't know, since television, these fellas put a clean shirt on every day. Used to have one a week.
I like that electric blue you're wearing, Arthur.
You like it?
Mm-hmm. That's very nice.
I don't know how come, but I got a big red mark on it on this thing here. I forgot to take it off at the fire sale price. No, this, I don't know what you call this. What is that kind of stuff?
I can't.
Linen or something?
Looks like linen.
Huh? No, it ain't champagne. Something else. Somebody gave it to me. I was thinking.
It's awfully nice.
It's one of the things that was signed in the original contract, that I got Paley's old clothes as well as... Trouble with him is he's a little big for me. Well, this is the Star-Kissed Tuna Fish Hour, huh?
Yes, sir.
Tuesday, September the 9th. And I got a United Press report from Silver Springs, Florida, which says that a Mr. Ross Allen is recovering nicely in a local hospital, and I know you're all happy to hear that. He's the guy you know who was bitten yesterday while trying to milk a rattlesnake. I keep telling you people, buy it at a delicatessen like everybody else. Can you imagine trying to milk a rattlesnake? You ever see a man do that?
Yes. Very interesting.
It's amazing, you know, where this guy spends his time. Where did you see a man milking a rattlesnake?
Many years ago, sir, I did another program.
Oh.
And,
why didn't you tell me then? You have not told me all of your past.
I'm sorry, I haven't. There are some things
This was supposed to have been your first affair, yes.
Well, I will say this, in all honesty, it's the greatest affair I've ever had. It's a pleasure.
He means the money is very good, yes.
No, I mean the company, sir.
Did you see the picture in the paper yesterday? The little kid didn't want to go to school. Oh, gee, what's he suffering? I love the caption under it. The caption said that this kid here makes Johnny Ray look like he's in convulsions from laughing. Boy, here's the teacher trying to take him from his mother, and he don't want to go. Boy, that poor little kid is really broken-hearted, huh? Let's go! And I love the other picture they had of the other kid looking at him like this. Big dope, you. Poor little fella, that must be tough, you know? He didn't want to go. You suppose he's over it by now?
I imagine.
What would you do? Did you ever do that? You ever get so embarrassed when you go to see somebody and they have a little child and you want to make an impression on the folks, so you say, hello, little boy. He goes, You could throttle him, you know. Oh, boy. Especially in my early days when I was courting. Maybe it was the gal's little brother. See, I'm going to make a big hit with this kid. That was the end of that romance. Somewhere else. What can you do? Do you know how to overcome that?
Well, I would suggest a rather large all-day sucker.
Well, he was there the day before. That was No, I tell you seriously how I learned how to overcome that. Don't pay any attention to him. Do the same way with dogs. Somebody's got a dog, you know. Don't be a chump and go over and say, hello, little buddy. You're liable to come out with 3 fingers missing. You just stand there and don't pay any attention. Just say, oh, very nice dog. What a lovely child. And then pay no more attention. Pretty soon the kid's tugging around on you. You can't take that. I found out that little trick. I went to see a friend of mine once who had a dog, and I just instinctively didn't like that dog, and I knew he didn't like me. I could see the way he looked at me. So I paid him no mind at all. And then he invited me in the house, and I turned to walk in, and wham, he hit me right in the ankle here, this fella. He waited till I turned around. You know that place between your tendon and your bone where there's nothing much?
Yes, it's behind the Achilles tendon.
Closed in behind that. Ooh. I said, what a charming little dog. I said something to that effect. I've forgotten now what it was. It didn't mean quite that. Well, anyway, this being a starfish, I keep calling it starfish. It's star-kissed tuna. The greatest tuna you ever had in your life, chunk style, boy, oh boy. And I want you to meet 4 guys who, not too long ago, went out and caught themselves a tuna fish each. The Mariners. On a level, who was it caught the tuna?
Oh, I caught an albacore.
Well, that's a tuna.
In California.
That's a tuna. You rest of you fellas never caught one, huh?
Yeah. No, we haven't been that lucky yet.
You go for striped bass, don't you?
Yes. Going for striped bass.
Season is coming.
That's right. I'm going up the 19th. Martha's Vineyard. Nice tournament up there.
Do they have a tournament?
They have a tournament up there, yes, every year.
What do the bass do, Jim?
Well,
a bass tournament. Well, how do you fish for them? Off the shore or in a boat or what?
Well, you can fish off the shore or in the boat. You know, you move into the surf, you know.
It must be nice this time of
year.
year.
They have some wonderful places up there. Really, you should go up.
I heard one of the vice presidents this morning say I should go someplace. I guess.
Go get the bass, huh?
I like to go to Montauk Point and get in one of those fishing boats where they back the thing right up to where the surf breaks under the stern of the boat and cast in the surf.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where you catch them, you know, the riptide.
Yeah. Boy, and big ones, too.
Yeah.
Got one there last... Oh, yeah, got some 30 pounds, 32 pounds. Big ones.
I think the biggest one they caught up there is about 57 pounds.
Boy, that's a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish.
And it was caught, I understand, just a day before the tournament began.
And that won't count?
That wouldn't count. You know. That was a couple of 2 or 3 years ago.
I'd throw that son of a gun back with an anchor on it.
They could put you tried to do something.
Don't you remember last year, Arthur, I sent you a bass back from Massachusetts?
Oh, yes, of course, that's right.
The one that spoiled.
That's right. Well, that was not a freshwater bass, was it?
Yes, no, but saltwater bass.
It's a striped bass. If you guys don't hurry up, you're not going to get a song in here because I got to sell some tuna fish. How about this, Auf Wiedersehen, sweetheart? No, this is a new song, not the old one. This is a new way to say Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen, we'll meet again, sweetheart. This lovely day has gone away, but time has come to part. We'll kiss again, like this again. Oh,
Pretty. That's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good song. Great. Is it number one now, really? Well, what do you know? Well, let's face the facts, my dear. You can't pick up the paper anymore without... Gosh, you don't have to pick up a paper to know it. Everything is up. But there's one thing here that you perhaps didn't know. There's one protein-rich food that has not increased in price in 4 years. And that is star-kissed tuna fish. Very, very rich in protein. This is, I don't know how many different ways there are to serve it. We're going to have some for lunch this morning, I hope. Or Friday, huh? Why don't you get it out every day? You don't have to wait till Friday to eat fish. Having steaks, sandwiches, salads, casseroles, main dishes for man-sized dinners, and save a lot of money, and so tasty. And there are 3 different kinds of this stuff, you know. They got this fancy solid pack over here. This can here, fancy solid pack, and then they got the chunk style. This seems to be the perennial favorite. Everybody likes the chunk style tuna. And there are those who like this fancy white meat, and they have each kind for you. Under the star-kissed label, you cannot find any more flavorful tuna fish in the world than star-kissed. I wish that you would please get that name in your head, and when you go to buy tuna fish, don't just ask for tuna fish. Ask for star-kissed tuna, and you've got the best. They had certified taste tests from coast to coast, if these mean anything to you. America's homemakers and leading food experts voted star-kissed tuna the flavor winner 3-1. All over the country, over every other nationally advertised brand. So, please get acquainted with star-kissed tuna fish in either of the 3 packs, any of the 3 packs that you like best. Try them all. The solid pack, or the chunk style, or the fancy white meat. Star-kissed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
KOOK Billing.
Money, 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 money. Can you use any money today?
Are you wishing you had the money to take a real vacation? You'll have the money to do that and numerous other things when you see your financial friend, the local finance company. Confidential unsecured loans in any amount from $5 on up are granted with only your signature required. Make your vacation plans now. See the local finance company, 201 Stapleton Building, 1st Avenue North and Broadway.
Frigidaire, the only all-porcelain automatic washer, presents Arthur Godfrey Time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey Time with all the little Godfreys. And now, here's that man himself, Arthur Live Water Action Godfrey.
Wow. How did you describe me?
As live water action, sir.
There are no secrets from anybody. Well, let's have a look at the news. I see here that the Mrs. America contest was won by Mrs. Evelyn Joyce Schenk. Or is that Skink? S-C-H-E-N-K?
I imagine Skink, sir.
Skink? Isn't that the same name as that great name in show business?
Yes.
Skink. Well, anyway, she won it, and from the pictures, I would say it was no hasty decision. However, it seems that the winning was a little too much for Mrs. Skink, and when it was announced, she fainted and landed on the floor. That's a very human thing to do. You know, that sort of thing happened to our own Archie Breyer right here. Yeah. After his first concert, he played a trumpet solo. And as the last note died away, plunk. Archie keeled over. He never did find out who threw that rock to you. We've been receiving a lot of funny ads lately in the mail. People find these in the paper and send them to us, and they intrigue me. Always the personal columns always intrigue me. You have some funny ones in there. Remember the one last week? Dear John, I'm ready. Signed Mary. You saw it. Well, this one is Helen K. Wesso of Pekin, Illinois, sent me this one. Cut it out of the Pekin Times. It appeared on July 29th. She must have walked here with this letter. She says, I have a feeling the story behind this ad must be most intriguing, too. And this is what the ad says. It's in the Lost and Found column. Lost. Man's wedding ring in women's restroom at swimming pool. Now, you could figure out a lot of things about that. But it's probably very simple, huh? Those ads are interesting things to watch. The little troubles and tragedies in people's lives. They think they're so important at the time. Like John, I'm ready, signed Mary. Boy, what a moment that was, huh? I wonder what she was ready for. And in the paper today, I see a prominent TV engineer predicts they'll soon be broadcasting actual battles on television. That's just what we need, huh? Televising a battle someplace. Can't you see the picture on the screen? Some tremendous bomb explosion. And after the smoke clears away, the announcer breaks in and says, and speaking of blowing up, are you bothered with after-dinner stomach distress? Try Burpo's little stomach pills. Maybe, you know, that could be some good. Maybe if they televised some war, some battle someplace and got it so that everybody in the world could see it would stop the doggone stuff, huh? I don't know. There ought to be some way to stop them. Here's a little note from Mrs. Robert Heston of Riverside Drive, Huntington, West Virginia. She says, my 5-year-old daughter, Suzanne, came in from play one day and said, they have a new baby at Karen's house. I said, that's nice. Is it a little boy or a little girl? And she said, they don't know yet. It's still bald-headed. Mrs. J.S. Carlson of Rio, Illinois, sends me this. The guest to his host, who had just moved into a new house, says, well, old boy, how do you find it here? The guy says, upstairs, first door to the right. People are funnier than anything, I think. Tuesday, September 9th, Frigidaire automatic washer presents a guy who does his own laundry every morning, Frank Parker.
Morning.
Good morning. Did you rinse out a few things this morning?
Yes, I got up a little early and I put some things on the line. Such a nice day for it, don't you know?
Oh, it's beautiful
Yeah,
out there
I know,
today. That's quite beautiful. Did you ever hear the sad tale that he tells of getting up every morning and making his own breakfast? It's wonderful. It really makes my heart bleed when I hear about
Does it really?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were a bachelor? I mean, how did you...
I can't remember when that was. Let me see, when was I a bachelor? 15 years ago. That's a long time. I can't remember. I guess, I know what I did. I went to need it.
Well, you know, when I was married, I used to get up and make breakfast, too, so it didn't change my... it didn't make a bit of difference at all. I mean, not that I minded. I mean, after all, I think the husband should, once in a while, fix breakfast for his charming, lovely little wife.
That's going to get him married again. I do it every once in a while.
Sure. I bet you're a pretty good cook.
You asked Mary someday how I fixed her some fried chicken. I was going to be real hotshot. I rolled the chicken in some cracker crumbs and egg with a little cheese. thinking it would be good.
Yeah.
Ugh. Don't ever do it. It's terrible. I ate it, you know, saying, gee, isn't this wonderful? And they were all sitting around there.
I never use recipes when I cook. I just cook according to taste. I think that reading recipes sometimes gets confusing. I read a recipe that said a roll in flour. When I got up, I was really amazed.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's the guy you should label live water, actually.
That was cornmeal, not flour.
Never mind, Frank. You tried. And it killed 45 seconds, and I thanked you. Now we'll proceed to kill 2 more minutes musically. We'll be very happy. Well, you got a new song?
There's a song here that's caught on, and it's called I Went to Your Wedding. Very apropos. I went to your wedding, although I was dreading the thought of losing you. The organ was playing, my poor heart kept saying, your dreams are through. You came down the aisle wearing a smile, vision of loveliness. You uttered a sigh, then whispered goodbye, goodbye to my happiness. Your mother was crying, your father was crying, and I was crying too. The teardrops were falling because we were losing you.
Put a damper on the whole day, didn't it? Mother was crying. Father was crying. I was crying. What a joyous occasion. Everybody in his joint was crying. Why did they do that, Tony? Why do people cry at weddings?
Well, this is a psychological reaction, Arthur. Particularly on the part of the parents. I think mainly the mother feels that she's losing her daughter. The father suffers a very strong attachment between his father and daughter. I imagine, although not too many men cry, I imagine there's a great feeling of loss. But many times when people are happy, they cry. This is a complete release of emotion. On the other hand, I think if parents would look forward to gaining a son-in-law, instead of losing a daughter, this might change the entire complexion, don't you think? Maybe that's why they're crying, seeing this fellow, well...
I still don't know why they cry. Look, I got a washing machine that's sold here. Frigidaire automatic washer. Do you know anything about it, Tony?
Quite a bit, sir.
Is there anything you don't know quite a bit about? Well, come over here and have a look at it, will you? Exclusive live water action gets rid of deep down dirt. The pulsator goes up and down, and keeps sending hot, sudsy currents of water through clothes again and again. Oh, brother. How does that work?
Well, the water agitator down here can't be seen, unfortunately, by our audience in the studio or the people on the television and the receiving set. We don't have a film to describe it.
Oh, we should.
But it really agitates the water constantly. And all that sudsy water goes through every piece of laundry in that washer. Only
nothing like having your water agitated constantly.
That's a real live water action.
The only washer with a lifetime porcelain finish inside and out. Acids, grease, stains, and so forth wiped clean with a cloth. No worries about rust or rust spots. Porcelain just won't rust. It stays new looking for years. And the thing is completely automatic. This is the thing about it that I love, because it takes all the work out of it for you. You don't even have to get your hands wet in this machine. Not even get your hands wet. You drop the wash in and the soap or the detergent or whatever you use, set the selecto dial that Tony's got in his hand there, and relax. The washer does all the work, washes the clothes, rinses them in fresh water, and then spins them drier than any other washer, some dry enough to iron right away. Then the Frigidaire washer even cleans itself and shuts off automatically. Boy, what else can you do, huh? The Frigidaire washer, buy one of these for your gal. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is KOOK in Billings, 970 on your radio dial. The biggest little electric range in the world, Frigidaire Thrifty 30. Oven large enough to bake 6 pies at once. See it at the Hart Albin Company today. $219.75. Small down payment, 24 months to pay.
.30 on this Tuesday morning, and time to bring you now some recorded music by some of your favorite artists, some old, some new, all recorded for you on the record party this morning. And we'll review the Pioneer League scores. There was only one score, by the way, yesterday. And we'll check the forecast for eastern Montana. But first, the music, and in the spotlight this morning, Dinah Shore to sing on the Victor label, Why Should I Believe in Love?
should I believe in love I've never known? Those kisses, caresses that I'd like to call my own. So why shouldn't I sigh? Shouldn't I? When I'm so
Dinah Shore singing Why Should I Believe in Love. That tune, by the way, was from the movie Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek. In the Pioneer League last night, only one game was scheduled, a make-up game with Idaho Falls and Great Falls. Idaho Falls won that one from Great Falls 5-1, and behind the 7-hit pitching of Earl Escalante. And by winning, the Russets hung on to a thread of hope to tie Pocatello for the league pennant. The Russets tangle with the league-leading Bannocks tonight and Wednesday night in the last two games of the season for both clubs. If Idaho Falls can sweep that series, the Russets will end the seasons in a tie for the flag. And Pocatello now leads by 2 full games. In the event of a tie, there will be a playoff of 3 games before the beginning of the Shaughnessy playoff. Well, right now the time is 25 minutes before 9 o'clock, around 65 degrees this morning. And continuing the record party with Giselle McKenzie on the Capitol label to sing Lafayette.
Information, please. Presented each week at this time by Canada Dry, famous the world over for its fine beverages. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts and enjoy a glass of refreshing Canada Dry ginger ale. Every week at this time, Information, please, directs the toughest questions at the toughest experts we can secure. Here's how it goes. For every question we use, whether or not it's answered correctly, the sender gets $5. And if your question stumps our board of experts, you not only get $10 more, but in addition you receive a complete 24-volume set of the current Encyclopedia Britannica. Mind you, this is only if your question stumps our board of experts. Our editorial staff may reword your question a trifle. Don't worry about it. Whenever there is a duplication of questions, Information, please, uses the one that was received first. All questions become the property of Information, please, and should be addressed to Canada Dry, 1 Pershing Square, New York City. And now, may I present our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody works hard on this program because, as you know, it's completely unprepared and unrehearsed. The 4 experts who do not work hard tonight are, first, the eminent sports maestro, Mr. John Kieran, the verse writer and column conductor for the New York Post, Franklin P. Adams, Jan Struther, the author of the best-selling book, Mrs. Miniver, and the famous American novelist, Louis Bromfield, author of The Rains Came, Night in Bombay, and many other distinguished works of fiction. Now remember, listeners, for each question that's missed, Canada Dry rings up $10, and that's paid out to the sender, plus 24 volumes of the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now we'll start with a question so easy that I'm ashamed to direct it at these 4 distinguished intellects. This comes from Mrs. Watt Richardson of Breedsville, North Carolina, and will take you back to Mother Goose. What Mother Goose character did the following things? There are 4 of them. Get all 4. What Mother Goose character jumped over the candlestick? Oh, that's so easy. Mr. Bromfield.
Jack.
Jack.
J.B. Nimble.
Middle initial B?
Jack B. Nimble.
Jack B. Nimble, of the famous Nimble family, yes. His brother being named?
J.B. Quick.
That's right, Quick and Nimble, yes. What Mother Goose character thought he was a good boy? Thought he was a good boy. Mr. Adams.
L.J. Horner.
L.J. Horner. How do you address these people when you write them, Mr. Adams?
L.J. Horner, Esquire.
Oh, yeah. What Mother Goose character loves plum cake and sugar candy? Loves plum cake and sugar candy. This has got them down. Mr. Kieran.
Handy Pandy Jack a Dandy. Love plum cake and sugar candy.
Yes, you are practically right. Handy Pandy is not right. Andy Spandy is right. Andy Spandy. I'll take Andy Spandy, Mr. Kieran. What Mother Goose character sat among the cinders? Sat among the cinders, Miss Struther.
Little Polly Flinders.
Yes. Will you give us the next line?
Little Polly Flinders sat among the cinders, warming her pretty little toes.
Yes.
Her mother came and caught her and smacked her naughty daughter
Yes.
for spoiling her nice new clothes.
That's very nice. Thank you very much, Miss Brother. That was just to get them started. Now, the next question from H. Kelly of Indianapolis. Each of the following men, there are going to be 4 of them, came to an unhappy ending. Do you recall the circumstances in which each met his end? Get 3 out of 4. The first is Ivar Kreuger, K-R-E-U-G-R, Mr. Bromfield. How's Ivar Kreuger?
He was a great Swedish swindler and capitalist who controlled the match industry.
Yes.
And who brought down in his fall a great many financial houses in Europe and America.
That's exactly right, Mr. Bromfield. Thank you. Now, the second would be Marinus van der Lubbe. Marinus van der Lubbe. Mr. Bromfield specializes in unhappy endings.
Van der Lubbe was the half-witted Dutch boy who was made the scapegoat in the trial for the burning of the Reichstag.
Yes, that's right.
And was beheaded by the Germans.
Yes.
Although he was so half-witted, he didn't know whether he'd burned the Reichstag or not.
Yes. That gives us 2 unhappy endings. The next is Jean-Louis Barthou. How did he meet his end? Under what circumstances? Barthou, B-A-R-T-H-O-U. Mr. Bromfield, you are ever reliable. Mr. Bromfield.
A morgue expert. Barthou was foreign minister of France, and he was shot at the same time Alexander of Serbia was assassinated in Marseille.
Gosh, you're marvelous at this sort of thing.
I was there when it happened.
Very good. Maybe we can catch you on this one. Arthur Flegenheimer. Arthur Flegenheimer. Mr. Adams.
He was shot.
He was.
Otherwise known as Dutch Schultz.
Otherwise known as Dutch Schultz, or D. Schultz, as you would put it. Shot about when and where, would you say?
About 12:30.
By gollies, I think you're right, Mr. Adams. It was 12:30. He was shot in a tavern in New Jersey, October 23rd, 1935. Gives us 4 unhappy endings out of 4 unhappy endings, and sends us on to a question coming from Annette Hardeman of Douglaston, Long Island. Quote 4 lines of poetry, Miss Strother and gentlemen, that mention 4 different kinds of tree, and you may not repeat the same tree. Mr. Kieran.
The moan of doves in immemorial elms and murmur of innumerable bees.
That's a beautiful line. It's from what?
Tennyson.
From Tennyson, yes. That gives us an elm tree. Miss Strother.
Hearts of oak are our ships, hearts of oak are our men.
Good. And who wrote it? You don't know? I don't know either.
Terrible.
I don't know either. We're
I
perfectly...
connected with Dibdin, but I think he wrote the tune.
I don't know. Mr. Kieran, would you know?
No, I don't know.
All right. That gives us Hearts of Oak. Mr. Bromfield.
Under the spreading chestnuts.
Very good. Very good. We're very glad to accept that, Mr. Bromfield. That gives us 3. Mr. Kieran?
Murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss like druids of eld and so forth. Longfellow.
That gives
Evangeline.
us 4 or 5. That's right. There's a famous song that you like to sing, Mr. Adams. It has two trees in it. Sweet Adeline, for you I pine. It gives us 7. August Gold of Brooklyn, New York, sends this one in. Name 3 different species of animals which have taken their names from islands adjacent to the coast of the British Isles. And name the islands from which the name was taken. Miss Strother.
Manx cat.
Manx cats, yes. From the Isle of?
Man.
Of Man. Plural being?
Mangees, I should think.
I have no idea. What do they call inhabitants of the Isle of Man?
Manxmen.
Manxmen. Mr. Adams.
Shetland.
Shetland. From what island?
Shetland Islands.
Neatly put. That gives us 2. Mr. Kieran.
Jersey cows.
Jersey cows, yes. The Jersey Islands are to be found where?
In the English Channel.
Yes, they're part of the Channel Islands. Mr. Bromfield, do you have another in mind?
Guernsey cows.
Yes, that's right. That's all right. Mr. Adams often picks things up from Mr. Kieran that way. Miss Strother.
Skye terrier.
Ah, that's a very good one. Where does the...
In the Hebrides.
In the Hebrides. Is it
Isle
part of a group
Skye.
of islands?
Yes. Over the sea, too.
The Inner Hebrides. That's right. Well, we have at least 4. D. Mitchell of Louisville, Kentucky sends this one in. This will test your knowledge of the derivation of words, Miss Strother and gentlemen. From what languages are the following words derived? Get 3 out of 4. Now, all of these words belong to the same category, one might say. The words are wine, whiskey, brandy, and gin. From what language is the word wine derived, Mr. Adams?
Latin.
Latin. And the Latin word would be what, would you say?
Venus.
Venum, yes. Whiskey. Whiskey, Mr. Bromfield.
I think that was Gaelic.
Yes, it is. Can you give us the Gaelic? How is your Gaelic this evening, Mr. Bromfield?
I have no knowledge of it.
USQUEBAUGH.
That's very good. What a lot of vowels you can get in one word, Mr. Adams. Yes, what does it mean, Miss Brother?
It means the water with fire in it.
No, not quite.
Usk is water.
Yes, and Bioch, or however that's pronounced. Mr. Kieran, do you know what that means?
No,
It means life. Water of life.
Very good name.
Eau de vie.
Yes, it's exactly the same. The spirit that giveth life. The word brandy would be derived from what language? Brandy? Because you rarely worry about where these things come from in the way of their derivations. Brandy, how about a guess, gentlemen?
French.
No.
Well, that's wrong, Mr. Adams.
It sounds more like
I think it's a made-up word.
I beg pardon, Mr.
Sounds more Teutonic.
It does. It is a Teutonic language, and the language is Danish. Comes from a word brandevin, from branden, to burn, and vin, wine. It's a burnt wine. The German is brandwein, Mr. Bromfield, is it not?
Yeah.
Well, that gives us
a
one
battle
wrong.
like that.
That's true.
Battle of Brandywine.
That's right.
Sure.
Probably got its name. It was in the
Yes,
Pennsylvania
it is.
Dutch country. That's
It's the
probably where
same.
it got its
That's
name.
right. Now, how about gin? Miss Brother.
Gin comes from Geneva in Switzerland.
Some gin comes from Geneva.
No, but
Geneva
the word gin. Oh,
The
no,
word
it doesn't.
gin?
It comes from juniper.
It comes from juniper.
It comes from juniper.
You can make the derivation a little clearer if you give me the French for juniper. Mr. Kieran.
Genièvre.
That's right, Genièvre. It also, some people say it comes from the Middle English, Dnieper, which is not a bad piece of Middle English, Mr. Adams, is it? Now that I
That's
throw
an
it
elegant
directly
piece
at
of
you.
Middle English.
That gives us 3 out of 4. Can't seem to stump them tonight.
The cashier's register is not doing very good business.
No. We'll have to see if we can get $10 out of you.
Don't trifle with your luck.
Mrs. T.O. Varga of Brooklyn, New York, sends this one in. This is a very interesting question, I think. It's about some famous pairs of lovers. They generally come in pairs. Which one died first, the he or the she of each of these pairs? Get 3 out of 4.
Zip goes $10.
Yeah. You don't feel yourself competent, Mr. Adams, on this question? Now, the first pair is Romeo and Juliet. Who died first, he or she? Mr. Kieran.
He died first.
He died first. The circumstances being?
That he thought that she was dead, so he committed suicide, and then she awaked from the coma in which she had been carefully wrapped, and finding him dead, she killed us.
Providing us with the 5th act. Very good. Now, the second pair of lovers, Tristan and Isolde, or often known as Tristan und Isolde. Mr. Bromfield.
Tristan died first, and Isolde threw herself on his body and died of grief immediately afterwards.
Don't laugh, Mr. Bromfield.
I was thinking about the opera singers and how they look.
Right.
Horrible thought.
Now, the third pair of lovers, Antony and Cleopatra. Did he or she die first? Miss Strother.
Antony died first.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why?
Well, I guess he was bumped off.
Oh, well, it's very similar to the Romeo and Juliet situation, I think.
Yes,
Mr. Kieran, isn't that the case? Didn't he believe that Cleopatra was dead in the play?
He believes she was, and then she, of course, put the asp on herself and was stung to death.
That's right. Now, the fourth pair of famous lovers is Frankie and Johnny. He or she died first. Miss Strother, you don't know anything about Frankie and Johnny, do you?
I certainly do.
Well, you've been improving your time while you were in this country.
Not at all. I've had the Frank Comet record of that for years.
Oh, have you really? It's a very good record, too. Which died first, Frankie or Johnny?
Oh, no, isn't that awful?
Well,
the man, anyway, and I can't remember which was which.
Ah, that is practically the
Johnny
No,
died.
she didn't. She
Beg
whipped
pardon?
out little 94. Yes.
Johnny died first.
Johnny died first, as Mr.
that's
Adams
right.
tells us.
The women always survived in these.
Yes.
I guess that's a slice of life.
Ladies last, don't they? Let's see.
It was Hero and Leander they forgot all about.
I'm sorry we don't have that on the card, Mr. Brownfield. Well, the first half of our program has come to an end, and we have to admit that we have parted with absolutely nothing so far. Shall we make way for Mr. Milton Cross?
Many years ago, the workers in silver and other precious metals in the Guild Hall began marking their articles as proof of their genuineness of excellence. Thus, any evidence of sterling quality or true worth became known as the hallmark. And today we might say that Canada Dry has a hallmark of its own. This hallmark is the silver label on the bottle of sparkling Canada Dry water. This label has fully as much meaning as the hallmarks of the silver workers. It is visible assurance that the club soda contained in the bottle has been prepared by skilled craftsmen. These chemists create sparkling water from a definite formula worked out over a long period of time. That's why you'll never find a club soda to match Canada Dry water in its ability to make your favorite drink taste better and stay lively longer. So next time you buy a club soda, be sure to get the one bearing the Canada Dry hallmark, the silver label that says, a delightful table water, a marvelous mixer, sparkling Canada Dry water.
Mr. Cross, your discourse was clocked in exactly 64 seconds. Now, I'm determined to get $10 out of these people this evening. Mary Humphrey of Detroit, Michigan, sends this one in. Name 3 women of fiction who did the proposing. Who did the proposing. The proposal, I believe, is of marriage. There's nothing on the card to indicate the contrary. Mr. Kieran?
Priscilla Alden.
Priscilla Alden. Who is she? Oh, what?
She was the one who spoke up and said, why don't you speak for yourself, John, when John Alden came a-wooing for Miles Standish?
100%. Thank you, Mr. Kieran. That gives us 1 woman of fiction who did the proposing. Have to get 2 more. Mr.
Fiction makes it harder.
Yeah.
Mr. Bromfield, I'm a little surprised that you can't supply us with 1 or 2.
I never read novels.
Do you read any of your own?
Not of my own, even.
Oh, you should read them. They have many merits. In The Rains Came, Mr. Bromfield, is there not a character named Edwina?
Yes.
Does she not do the proposing?
Yes, I believe she does.
Now, Mr. Bromfield, as long as we have you flat on your back, did you not write a novel called Night in Bombay?
Yes.
Did you not have a character named Carol in Night in Bombay? Yes. Does she not do the proposing?
Yes.
Why, Mr. Bromfield?
Where were you on the night of May 4th?
We still have to get 2 more. I can't supply all these. I believe in Lawrence Houseman's play, immortalized by Helen Hayes, Victoria Regina does the proposing. Do you remember that, Miss Struther? Did you?
Yes, I think I do now you mention it.
Yes, that's right. And
escaped me.
Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, a little book that turned out here a couple of years ago, does the proposing, too. Well, apparently we lose $10 in a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica to Miss Mary Humphrey, who sent in a very good question. And H.R. Butts of Winnetka, Illinois, sends this one in. It's a single-part question. Now, as you all know, the British Navy is called the Royal Navy. The British Air Force is called the Royal Air Force. But the British Army is never called the Royal Army. Why?
I know, but isn't it called...
Mr. Bromfield.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Isn't it called His Majesty's Army?
Don't think so. Mr. Kieran.
Well, the British Navy and the British Air Force is right from the British Isles itself, whereas the British Army is composed in the field of units from all the other colonies.
Yes.
That's the one reason for
That's
it.
certainly true, but I don't believe that would necessarily be a reason why it may not be called the Royal Army. Well, Miss Struther might be the only one that we might possibly expect to know this. It's a part of English history that I imagine one learns in the English schools. Miss Struther, shall I tell you the reason?
Yes, I'm very sorry. I know I ought to know it.
Oh, not necessarily. A lot of things we don't know about our own history that we should know. Well, in 1689, there was a Bill of Rights imposed by the Lords and Commoners. That was during the reign of William and Mary. And that provided that the King of England could never have an army during peace times without the consent of Parliament. And that custom has continued. The prohibition against calling the British Army the Royal Army is continued even during war times. And every year, solemnly, Parliament reenacts that law. Now, is that clear?
It's extremely interesting.
It is interesting.
Very gratifying, but I didn't
And
know
it will prove even more interesting to Mr. Butts, who gets $10 on a set of Encyclopedia Britannica.
And living in Detroit probably needs it today.
It's very possible.
Oh.
See what you can do with this one. I'm going to ask you to get 3 out of 4 on this. Robert Hardy of Massena, New York, sends this one in. It's about Rebecca. Identify the following heroines of literature. They're all named Rebecca. The first Rebecca was tried for witchcraft. Who was she? The first Rebecca, Mr. Bromfield?
Ivanhoe.
The Rebecca in Ivanhoe by?
Walter Scott.
Yes, we're very precise on this program,
Walter
Mr. Bromfield.
Scott.
Now, the next Rebecca left a legacy of hate. A legacy of hate.
We present the most lovable, genuine family on the air, the Goldbergs, brought to you daily except Saturdays and Sundays, this time, this station. But first, I'd like to talk just a minute to those of you who still scrub and boil your soap. I'd like to ask, why do you still scrub and boil? Is it because you're afraid soaps that soak dirt loose, that wash without scrubbing and boiling, in other words, are hard on colors and on hands? If that's the reason, and there's no denying it's been a mighty good reason in the past, here's news. Oxidol, the no-scrub, no-boil laundry soap made by Procter & Gamble, is safe for every washable color and fabric. It's a soaking soap and an efficient one. Yes, so efficient, in fact, that after 15 minutes soaking, even the dirtiest spots come clean with a few quick runs. But the big point is, with this extraordinary soaking efficiency, Oxidol combines safety. If that's hard to believe, if perhaps you've had unfortunate experiences with old-style soaking soaps, let me explain what Oxidol is, and you'll understand. To begin with, it's an improved soaking soap, surprisingly new and different. A new formula is used in making it, a formula that takes mild, gentle soap and makes it so efficient you needn't scrub or boil at all, yet keeps it safe. That's been proved by dozens of tests. For instance, delicate cotton prints of every shade were washed in Oxidol 100 consecutive times. Far more tubbings than the average print gets. Yet, there was no perceptible sign of fading. And that, you'll admit, is about as convincing a test of safety as you could possibly ask for. I might add also that Good Housekeeping Institute put Oxidol to further tests for safety and gave it their official seal of approval. So why continue to scrub and boil now that there's a soap that safely soaks dirt loose? Remember, too, that Oxidol safety for colors means safety for your hands. You'll never get that rough, red wash tub look from using Oxidol. Plan to use it Monday. Don't scrub, don't boil, and when you're through, get a real thrill from your washing. Every piece of sparkling snowy white, or as bright and clear in color as before it was washed. Now, ready for the Goldbergs. When the Goldbergs learned Joyce, their bewildering and uninvited young visitor from nowhere, had been writing letters to a senator in Washington, they agreed the girl must be the senator's daughter, that the mystery of her past was finally solved. So yesterday, when young Sammy Goldberg was caught in a lie as a result of his interest in Joyce, Jake at once instructed Molly to write the senator, telling him to call for his daughter. But did she write? Here are Molly and Jake now. Sammy and Joyce and Rosalie, an unwelcome third, we're afraid, are out on a hayride.
Why don't you go to bed, Jake, dear? You're snoozing off.
I'm not snoozing. I'll wait till they come back. How long do hayrides last?
Children didn't start out too late.
Don't make no excuses. I said no hayrides.
All right. So if I said yes, so what?
Because, Molly, this must be nibbled in the bud. If you don't see what I see, then you should begin to use your eyes. All right. I'm glad you wrote to her father last night. And no doubt it will all soon come to a close. And the sooner the better. Did you, put a special delivery stamp on the letter?
Special delivery? Yeah. No.
Why?
Because, I will, Jake.
You will? What do you mean you will?
I mean, I will when I mail it.
You mean that you didn't mail it yet?
No,
You what? You're starting again, Molly, huh?
I'm not starting, Jake, darling. I'm not starting.
Where is the letter?
I have it.
Let me see it.
Why not? Why shouldn't I let you see it? Why not? Put it here. Why shouldn't I let you see it? Why not?
If you weren't going to mail it, why did you write it?
Who said I wasn't going to mail the letter? Here, Jake, please.
Get my specs.
I'll read it.
But every syllable I want to hear.
Why not?
If you don't know your own son, I do. There's too much mystery, too much romance, too much beauty surrounding this girl. I know your son because I know myself.
All right. So you want to listen?
To every voice.
Well, The salutation I started, let me see it. Take the lamp. To your honor, Senator.
That's correct.
And, Jake, then I put, dear Mr. Brandon.
Correct. You see, Molly? You see? Environment isn't everything. You see? A girl brought up with no doubt a golden spoon in her mouth. The daughter of a senator. And still?
Still what, Jake?
To leave her home. To knock around to,
You want to listen, baby?
What then am I waiting for?
Your dear honor.
That I heard already.
Yes. Dear Mr. Brandon, about 2 weeks ago, your daughter Joyce was found in my barn in the hayloft. I made it clear. I would have let you know sooner, but up till yesterday, we did not know who or what or from where she was. The reason being that your daughter spoke very little.
Correct.
Very little, yeah. What have I got here? What have I got?
Can't read your own writing?
I cannot read 1 minute. Oh. Only accidentally did we learn that you are her father. And we are hastening to tell you where your daughter is. And we would appreciate it if you would forget and forgive her, no matter what it was that caused the unfriendliness. After all, in life...
Without philosophizing, Molly. Leave out the Shakespeare.
Should I scratch it out?
Don't scratch. Leave it. How will it look? Go on.
All right. After all, Mr. Brandon, your child is a wonderful child. In the little time she has been here with us, we have learned to love her.
You, not me. Maybe your son, who is out hay riding with her.
Who should I say then?
Go on.
In the short time that we have known her, that she has been here, we have learned to love her. We have learned to love her very much.
Rosie, go over there, will you? Once you sit here, go over and ask Mike's cousin to sing something, and you drive the team while he sings.
Well, if you want to get rid of me, why don't you say so? Do you want my coat, Joyce? No, thank you.
Well, Rosie?
All right, I'm going. Wait a minute. Oh, gosh.
Comfortable, sir? You want my coat?
No. Steady. The moon makes the fields look like they were covered with milk.
Yeah. Spilled all over.
Sammy, where are we going?
I don't know. Somewhere, I guess. What's the difference?
Oh, darling, what's the difference? As long as I'm with you, Sammy. Sammy, darling, I love being with you. I'm so happy when I'm with you. Maybe it's because I'm not afraid when I'm with you.
Maybe it's because I'm happy when I'm with you.
Are you, Sammy?
Yes. What are you thinking of, George?
Oh, nothing.
Well, then, why are you so still?
Maybe, darling, because the night's so still. So clear and so lovely. Please talk to me, darling.
Gee, George, I can't talk. You talk to me. George, darling. One of your letters here from you?
I have that, sir.
Did you sign it?
Yes.
Give it to me.
I'll mail it in the morning, Jeff.
I'll mail it. And then I'll be sure it's mailed.
So Jake's going to mail the letter personally. Well, that won't mean the end of this affair by any means, for what Jake doesn't know is that his letter will result in more excitement, more complications than he bargained for. Be sure to tune in Monday to hear what they are. And in the meantime, why not make up your mind to try Oxidol way of washing, of merely soaking the clothes instead of scrubbing and boiling them. If you hesitate because you don't believe the result will be what you want, if you think the clothes won't come white enough, remember one trial will tell the story. So make the test Monday. Soak your clothes in Oxidol's rich, active suds just 15 minutes. Then examine every piece as carefully as you wish. And if you're not satisfied with the results, if you don't find your wash as beautifully white as you've always wanted it, take back the unused Oxidol to your dealer. He'll give you your money back in full. There'll be no argument. Your decision in the matter will be final. We make this offer because we know Oxidol is its own best advertising. That if we can get you to try it just once, the results will speak for themselves. So pick up a box of Oxidol today. The name is spelled Oxydol. It's the box with the orange and blue circle. Be sure to use it Monday. And don't fail to hear the Goldbergs Monday. The effect of the letter Jake sends to the senator is something you can't afford to miss. Until Monday, this same time, same station, this is Ray Saunders wishing you a pleasant weekend for the makers of Oxidol.
And now, the romance of Helen Trent. The romance of Helen Trent. The real-life drama of Helen Trent, who, when life mocks her, breaks her hopes, dashes her against the rocks of despair, fights back bravely, successfully, to prove what so many women long to prove in their own lives, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over. That romance can begin at 35. Seeking to reestablish herself in the confidence of the Hollywood Motion Picture Studios, Helen is designing the costumes for a forthcoming Broadway show, and she is sharing her penthouse with Julie Downing, who is to play the ingenue lead in the show. Recently, Michael Fallon, the eminent portrait painter with whom Julie is in love, returned from Ireland. But Michael has brought about a dangerous situation now, for from the first moment he met Helen, he has been secretly more interested in her than in Julie, although Julie, blissfully unaware of this as yet, is happy in what she believes to be the security of Michael's affection. It is mid-afternoon today, as we look in on Helen's living room, where we find her talking with songwriter Ken McKenzie. Listen.
You know, Ken, today almost called for a celebration.
Yeah, how's that, Helen?
This morning I finished my very last costume design. No more drawing.
Well.
No more long hours of being buried in my den in there. From now on, all I have to do is work down to the theater with the costumes themselves.
Well, good for you, neighbor. I know that's a load off your mind.
It is. I feel like heaving one enormous sigh of relief.
I'll bet. Hey, you know, Steve's tickled to death with your costumes, Helen. Yesterday, down at his office, he launched into a long epic of praise about you. Used all the adjectives. You should have heard him.
I'm glad he's pleased. I feel like I've done a good job, Ken. I certainly hope I have.
Mm-hmm. So you're going over to Philadelphia for the opening of the show?
Oh, you bet I am. I'll be right there. And then on opening night here in New York, I'll entertain some people at the theater. Meg and David Willoughby and Alice Carroll and Dr. Norris.
Mm-hmm.
Has to do with opening up Brown, you know.
Oh, yes, by all means.
Ken, I've got a sure hunch about that team called Julie you've written for the show.
Yeah? What's the sure hunch?
Oh, the way everybody down at the theater sings it and hums it all the time, the way they all love it. Ken, that song's going to sweep this country. Like Music Goes Round and Round did, or some of the other songs have just been terrifically popular hits.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be my most famous acquaintance before long, Mr. McKenzie. You know that?
I don't know, Helen.
Well, you are.
You know, I kind of regret calling that song Julie. Wish I'd have made it Susie or most anything else.
Now, why?
Oh, I got ribbed about it pretty much. Well, not that I mind, of course, but by the way, I met Steve Fallon yesterday.
Did you?
Finally. He and Julie were walking up 44th Street, and I ran into them.
How did you like Michael, Ken?
Well, if Julie's picked him, I guess he's okay. Hey, look, what goes on, Helen?
What do you mean?
Something about Julie. She's going around in a perpetual glow. For a while after Michael got here, I knew darn well something was wrong, but here lately, Julie's beamingly, blissfully happy. Why the sudden change?
Well, I don't know, Ken. I guess she's just awfully happy for general reasons.
Mm-hmm.
She and Michael seem to...
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi, yourself.
What are y'all doing? Michael's downstairs in the car, and we're going on a picnic. I just ran up to get some things, and I'm in sort of a hurry. Excuse me if I sort of dash in and out.
Steve wants you to phone in, Julie.
Oh, thanks, Helen. I'll call him later. Well, hello, Miss Anthony.
Oh, hello, Julie. Just sitting here sewing in your room for a while. You know, I think this is the coolest sun in the place this afternoon.
Well, help yourself, Miss Anthony. I've just come in to get a scarf to tie around my hair and get Michael's camera. Oh, I won't be here for dinner tonight, Miss Anthony.
You won't be?
Mm-mm. Michael and I have had the bright idea of a picnic. You know the place about an hour's drive up the Hudson where we can have a little trout season all to ourselves with waterfalls and big rocks to sit on, and he can sketch and I can read, and then we'll have supper. Doesn't it sound marvelous?
Oh, that's fine. Don't you want Lucinda to fix you up some sandwiches?
Oh, no, thanks, darling. Michael had a place downtown fixed up some stuff. And where the dickens did I put my blue scarf? Oh, I think it's in the closet.
Julie, I haven't seen you for the past few days, and I haven't laid eyes on Michael.
I'll tell you a secret, Miss Anthony. Michael and I are... Well, you see, we were away from each other so long while he was over in Ireland that now that we're together again, Michael says he wants to sort of... Well, we make a world that doesn't have anybody in it but us.
Oh, I see.
We're having such fun being alone and running away from everybody and spending every minute we can together for a while. Oh, it's so grand. Really, I'm so happy. Michael and I have sort of... Well, everything's lovely, Miss Anthony.
Oh, that's mighty fine, Julie.
Oh, the camera. Well, I'll see you tonight. We have to hurry now before the afternoon gets away from us. Have a good time, Julie. Oh, thanks.
You're the hurriedest girl I've ever seen, Julie.
Oh, we've got to drive way up to Haverstraw, Ken, or someplace Michael knows. Oh, Helen, I'm not going to bother to call Steve. I don't think it's important. Well, just as you say, Julie. How'd you like Michael when you met him yesterday, Ken?
I always applaud your taste in everything, Julie. You know that.
I want you to like Michael. He likes you. Well, I'll see you all later. Have fun. I will, then. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Julie. You know, Helen, one of these days I'll finally get over that with just went out the door. And it may be one of these days soon, too.
Well, Ken,
So, I don't know how to tell things to you, Helen. I never tell anybody else. I never even tell myself that Julie matters a dime to me. Then I come over here and get to talking with you. Out it all comes.
Maybe that's good for you.
What kind of dope am I, anyway, that I can't get the fact through my thick skull that it's hopeless that Julie will ever belong to me? You know, when you can't accept a fact as obvious as that, you're just a little bit crazy. I wish Julie'd go on and marry Fallon. Maybe when I read it in the paper, I'll finally catch on.
Too bad, Ken.
No, it's not too bad, Helen. It's too stupid. It's my own fault if I can't make my feelings for Julie go away. Gosh, Helen, I want Julie to be happy with Michael Fallon or anybody else. But sitting around watching it is... I don't know. I sort of feel like removing the source of irritation and getting out of town for a while. Maybe I'll take a vacation.
I'm sorry about you and Julie, Ken.
Oh, heck, don't be sorry, Helen. I've been asking for this for the last 6 years. I'm not a very bright lad, you know. Well, I guess I'll get on over home. I'm expecting some people to drop in. Helen, if you feel like coming over later on, I'll be looking for you.
Well, thanks, Ken. I'd like to.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Ken.
Did I hear Ken go, Helen?
Uh-huh. He just left, Agatha.
Certainly it's nice to have Julie happy all the time, isn't it? And not unhappy like she was when Michael first came.
Those two are really staying to themselves. I haven't seen Michael for 3 or 4 days. He never comes into the theater or up here to the apartment. He always waits in the car, and he and Julie rush off somewhere.
Well, when people are in love, they do go to extremes. I guess Julie was wrong about thinking Michael's feelings for her had changed, Helen. Everything certainly seems to be perfect now between the two of them.
Julie wasn't wrong, Agatha.
What?
I say, Julie wasn't wrong about thinking Michael's feeling for her had changed. It has changed.
What do you mean, Helen?
I guess I might as well tell you, dear. I don't know why I haven't before. But Michael told me himself that he doesn't love Julie anymore.
He told you?
Yes. The other night out on the terrace, he asked me if he could see something of me and keep it a secret from Julie.
Helen, he didn't.
Yes, he did. His whole attitude toward Julie was one of anything but love. Said a lot of stuff about being fascinated and intrigued by me and about Julie having no right to possess him and all that.
Helen.
And in addition, he was so conceited as to think that I was attracted to him and that I would willingly cooperate in seeing him behind Julie's back.
Well, of all things.
Completely shocked by it, and I told Michael so. Then he confided in me that he used to love Julie, but he just doesn't anymore. He doesn't know how to get out of it, and he doesn't want to hurt her.
Why doesn't he love Julie anymore, Helen?
Just said the thrill is sort of gone.
Oh, why on earth is he paying her all this attention lately?
He said that he realized he owes Julie something. That he owes her an effort to try to make the thrill come back. So apparently this world for two they're making is an attempt on Michael's part to be alone with Julie a lot and try to see if he can feel the same about her again. That's the way I figure it out.
Oh, and Julie's so happy, Helen. Why, she thinks that Michael adores her, and that's why he wants to be with her all the time. You suppose he will get back to loving her like he used to again?
I don't suppose, Agatha. I know. And the answer is no. Just as Ken said a minute ago, he can't make his feeling for Julie go away. Michael can't make his come back.
But Julie's so happy, Helen. Maybe Michael will fall in love with her again.
Oh, I do hope so.
I can't even hope, Agatha. I know there's heartbreak ahead for Julie. And I'm a little afraid there's trouble ahead for me.
What is happening to farm prices? Is this just a readjustment, or what is it? Are we headed for a farm depression? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the National Grange, represented here by Albert Goss. Our other guests, Representative Harold D. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, and Donald Sawtell of the United States Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. And now, Mr. Brinkley.
In the last few weeks, we've all seen some rather sharp and rather sudden breaks in the prices of several farm commodities. Our question today is, what does it all mean? Is this going to be a permanent slump in farm prices, or it is a temporary fluctuation, or what is it? We may not find the answers today, but we will hear some expert opinions. To start getting expert opinions, I'm going to call first on Mr. Goss of the National Grange to tell us briefly what he feels about it. Are we headed for a farm depression, Mr. Goss?
Well, we may be headed for a farm depression, and we may not. If we handle the problem intelligently, I think a farm depression and a general depression can be avoided. If we don't handle it well, I think we will land in a farm depression before too many years.
Mr. Sawtell of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
In a general way, I think that business interests of the country would agree with Mr. Goss. We have recognized for a long time that agriculture was developing very large productive capacity and might have, in the near future, very large surpluses, which would have price-depressing effects. So we would agree, I believe, with Mr. Goss, that we have a problem here which we have got to face and has got to be handled very carefully in order for us to avoid serious economic trouble.
Thank you. And now Mr. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee.
Well, I think that the situation definitely challenges the finest virtues of our patriotism, and at the same time, it challenges our intelligence. And just as Mr. Goss has said, if we handle the situation intelligently, and I think we will, I see no need for a depression on the farm or otherwise. And in that connection, I would just like to observe that at the moment, domestic and foreign demands upon the products of our fields and our factories are greater at the moment than at any other time in all history. And certainly we should devise some method of distribution which will enable us to meet those unprecedented demands.
Well, Mr. Goss, to get a little more light on this question we're to talk about today, maybe you could look backward for us for a moment and tell us this. Is there any repetition now of the economic patterns we had the last time we had a real farm depression?
Yes, I think there are a great many similarities. As a matter of fact, we're in a period of reconstruction. It's not a normal period. We are, as a nation, catching up with all the backlog of demand over a good many years. Not only are we catching up with a backlog of demand domestically, but we're supplying Europe a tremendous amount of material, both farm products and industrial products. And that was what we were doing to a less extent, of course, after 1920. And when that demand ceased, when we stopped furnishing credit to Europe, when we stopped sending goods to Europe, and all that demand, all that production was dumped back on the market, we went into a depression. Now, that follows every war. And just as sure as we're sitting here, we're going to have to do something to keep up the market for what we are producing, or we've got to reduce production. Now, if we produce production, that means laying men off of jobs. It means curtailing the production of wealth, and it starts the decline. The problem America faces is how are we going to keep up consumption? How are we going to get a distribution of income so that we do keep up with consumption? In other words, how are we going to raise our standards of living so that we can absorb all this excess production and all of us keep busy in industry and on the farm? So far as the farm picture is concerned, it's quite similar to what it was in 1920. We are producing tremendous crops. Our markets are in Europe, and when those markets are turned back at us, we've got to see that something is done to prevent the prices going down to destructive levels.
Mr. Cooley, does it look that way to you?
Well, I agree with Mr. Goss that the situation looks somewhat like it did after the First World War, but the fact remains that after the First World War, this nation sought to isolate itself from the rest of the world. We pulled our ships of commerce from the sea. We lifted trade barriers and high tariff walls around about our country, and we sought to live in great abundance here in America, only to find that we could not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, as we had attempted to do. Now, I think that in this enlightened day, with that experience so fresh in our minds, that we will not again attempt to lift trade barriers and high tariffs and place restrictions and limitations upon world trade. I think we realize now that we must trade with the world if we want to prosper here in America.
Mr. Saltell, can you comment on that?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Goss has presented the picture pretty well. So far as the main facts are concerned, I think that we are perhaps facing a little different situation in some respects from what we were 20 or 30 years ago. I think we can't think that it's entirely a matter of getting over the effects of the war. I think if we're going to face this situation of the very large productive capacity of agriculture, we've got to recognize that the world is undergoing some very fundamental changes. We can see, as we look around the world, a tremendous increase in industrialization in a great many countries. Some countries are finding increasing difficulties in carrying on the export trade with other countries, exporting their products in order that they may buy raw materials. I'm just wondering if we haven't got to look ahead to the time perhaps when many countries, perhaps ourselves included, will begin to experience some difficulty in finding markets abroad for the tremendous productive capacity we have for certain agricultural products. We'll have to adjust our internal balance in some way so that we can use our productive capacity in the ways and for the products that we need without creating tremendous price-depressing surpluses which burden our whole economy.
I agree with Mr. Saltell. We've got to have some adjustments in our production. And I agree with Mr. Cooley. We've got to expand and trade with the world. But we must face the fact that the world hasn't got today very much to pay us for anything which we export. That's the reason we're in the Marshall Plan. We're trying to build the productive capacity of the rest of the world so they can produce enough to trade with us. And that's part of the problem of our whole economy, which will vitally affect the problem of agriculture.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Goss, that the financial instability of the nations of the world and the exchange problems challenge us at the moment. At the same time, the fact remains that we will not have to create markets abroad. Markets already exist. The fact of the business is people of the world are dying now of starvation. And here we are discussing in Washington the great problem of agricultural abundance. And I hope you'll pardon me for just reading a little clipping from the Washington Post of less than a year ago from Shanghai, China, April the 8th. Bodies of 405 Chinese infants were found on Shanghai streets in the first week of April. Most of them were victims of measles. Bodies of 26 adults were found. The total of disease, starvation, and cold totals 7,307 for the first 3 months of the year. 6,957 of the victims were children. Now, as long as people are starving to death in such tremendous numbers, it seems to me that the intelligent people of the world should be able to find some method of distribution that would enable the starving peoples of other lands to use the products of our fields. And I believe that in the months and years to come, we will be able to solve this problem of world distribution of the great surpluses produced in this country.
Well, doesn't that come right down to the question of what can they pay us with? We've got surplus wheat, we've got surplus cotton, we've got surplus in food production we're supplying a large part of the world with now. It's done on credit now. Someday those bills have got to be paid. Now, what can they ship in here? That seems to me to be the real problem. We in agriculture feel that inasmuch as we have the surplus food, it ought to be more in the nature of raw materials or manufactured goods than shipping in farm products, which would only serve to augment the problem we got. And isn't that the real problem? What can they ship?
That is the real problem. I don't know what they can ship to us from these different countries of the world, but certainly they are producing something that could be used in lifting the standard of living of the peoples of the world. This business of money exchange is something that I don't know anything at all about, but I do know that it's a very complex problem, and it's one which must be solved. Now, I know that back in the days of Hitler, he went on some sort of a barter system. You remember that? Well, the fact is, we wouldn't want to go on a barter system all out, because the fact remains that we have a great storehouse of gold. And certainly we are not hoping that we'll abandon the gold standard and go on a commodity exchange basis. But it seems to me...
You're not in favor of that?
Of abandoning the gold?
And getting onto a commodity basis?
No, I don't think we could afford to do it. Not in our present situation. Ultimately, we might come to some sort of a commodity dollar, but at the moment, I don't see how we very well could afford to do it.
Well, money is one of the means that we've got to use for making this exchange. But after all, the net thing we've got to accomplish is exchange goods, because money comes from the from the production of goods. And we've got to be able to take something in here beside gold. There isn't enough gold to pay for this, and we've got to be able to take some real goods in exchange for the real goods we ship out. And I don't think we've been doing enough study as to what we can take in.
No, I agree with you. I think that we should devote serious consideration to the commodities that can be brought into this country without breaking down our own economy. I agree with you that we ought not to import agricultural commodities into this country when we have an abundant supply of the particular commodities involved. But we must purchase either raw materials, minerals, or chemicals, or something that we don't have here.
And some manufactured goods, too.
Certainly.
But I think that it's largely in strategic materials and raw materials. We've depleted a lot of our strategic materials here to help win the war, and it would seem that the natural flow would be to replenish that to keep up our balance. I'd like to hear what Mr. Sawtell has to say with that. That seems to come directly in the line of commerce.
Mr. Sawtell?
Well, that happens to be a little outside of my line because it's not agricultural problem. The Chamber of Commerce has been for a number of years in favor of the reciprocal trade program. However, we do have one qualifying factor in there. We believe that in carrying out this reciprocal trade program, there should be a reasonable protection afforded for agriculture and for other industries. We don't believe that we can afford to compete with our agricultural producers by importing raw materials from abroad. We question whether we can afford to compete with our own labor in our factories and industries by importing products from abroad that we can produce perfectly well here. So it's a problem. We're in favor of principle. We're in favor of the practice of it, just so far as it can be done without causing injury to our agricultural and industrial economy.
Well, the fact is that we want to export these agricultural surpluses. American industry wants to export the surplus in the industrial output. But as Mr. Goss mentioned a moment ago, we've got to devote more time and attention to what are we able to import so as to enable these people to have dollars to purchase the things that we want to sell to the world.
I don't think we would disagree with that point, except that our domestic market is, I think, the best market we have for agricultural commodities. And we certainly wouldn't want to damage the domestic market for agricultural products by importing products from abroad and cutting down our own domestic industries.
Here's another question, gentlemen, having to do with our original basic question today about the economic status of our farmers right now. Are they not in pretty good shape, Mr. Goss? Maybe you can tell us about this in terms of debt, mortgages, farm ownership and such.
Well, one of the most encouraging things we have to consider in discussing whether we're going to have a farm depression is the fact that our farmers are in better shape. Our debt is about half or what it was 10 to 15 years ago, and we got more machinery, we got more equipment, we got more money in the bank, we got more savings. We're in a far better shape to meet an emergency. But we were in pretty good shape 25, 30 years ago, too. And when we had these surpluses dumped back on us, and they were allowed to kick the bottom out of the price structure, we soon used up all of our savings, and we soon went into debt. We lived off of our fat to the tune that we lost $25 billion in farm wealth in 8 years.
Well, Mr. Goss, you do agree that our greatest problem at the moment is one of distribution. We are no longer faced with the problem of production. The American farmer has demonstrated that in war and in peace, that production is no longer a problem to us.
That's right.
Do you agree, then, that our problem really is one of distribution?
Distribution at a level which will enable us to keep up a good production. Yes, at a price level which will enable us to do it.
I agree with that.
And I know we appreciate the starving people in China and India, and we've got to find some way so that we can use what we're producing to help them. And that means takes us back into the import problem which we were discussing.
And we can't depend on the Marshall Plan or any other program of international relief. Those people must produce something that they can send to us in exchange for what we're sending to them.
Yes, and the Marshall Plan basically has as its purpose enabling them to create wealth to exchange with us. They were all shot to pieces. They got to have a start, and that's what the Marshall Plan is doing. But I think on top of that, we've got to have some safeguards. When our crash came in 1920, the prices went out from under everything without any floors or any protection whatever. And we've got to, I think we've learned the lesson on that one, that we can't let prices drop to any such destructive levels merely because suddenly a surplus hit the market all at once.
Well, along that line, Mr. Goss, during the last year, hasn't the government been supporting farm prices at 90% of parity, I believe?
Yes, 92.5 as far as cotton is concerned, and there have been a good many commodities that have been supported at 90% of parity. And that's been a safeguard for the American people. Because if farmers realized, if they recognized the danger of having these prices fall out from under us all at once, they wouldn't have produced this great, the record crops, which have kept prices down where they were and have given us plentiful food to eat. And that's a principle we must protect above all
Goss,
things.
if I may interrupt you, I'm glad you made that point, because I'm very much afraid that the workers in the city feel that these support programs are entirely for the benefit of the farmer. Whereas, as a matter of fact, as you say, they have a dual purpose, that of encouraging the farmer to produce so that the city man may have an abundance from which to purchase at a reasonable price. The support program only affects the farmer when the price goes below 90% of parity. And certainly no one in the city or elsewhere has a right to expect the farmer to produce on any basis that's unfair. And it seems to me that the support program is something in which the city housewife should be interested, because it does assure her an abundance from which to purchase.
There has been an awful lot of misrepresentation of the support program. They've called it subsidies, and they've said that it was responsible for holding the prices up. As a matter of fact, it is more responsible for holding prices level than any other one factor.
Well, how many farm crops, are being sold at a loss right now? Are there a great many?
Potatoes, one.
Well, I think the worst crop that's hit is citrus and fruit. That's been terrible. There hasn't been any support price, and the farmers the farmers of California got less than 10 cents a box for their oranges on the tree and their grapefruit last year. I don't know whether that would follow the whole year, but for a considerable portion. Freight rates have gone up, marketing costs have gone up, and it just took all of the margin out.
10 cents a box. What would a normal price be, Mr. Goss?
Well, I don't know that I could say normal, but net on the tree, they should get somewhere 60 cents to $1 a box, I should think. Because, mind you, 10 cents a box, they had to pay all their production costs out of that water and all the cost of raising it. Just an impossible situation. There have been some tremendous losses in grapefruit.
Well, Mr. Cooley, I believe next week, is it Wednesday? You begin hearings on several farm matters, bills. What's that all about?
Well, what we're starting on the 23rd, a subcommittee which I appointed some time ago, headed by Mr. Stephen Pace of Georgia, will start hearings on the aching bill, which was enacted in the last hours of the 80th Congress. And in making a study of that bill, and it will be a very detailed and line-by-line study, we will discuss the support programs, the parity formulas, and the situations in which the producers of all the various agricultural commodities find themselves at the moment. And of course, that brings up the question again of support programs, which have been discussed very much back during the campaign and since. We've heard a lot about flexible programs and fixed programs, and the entire agricultural picture will be surveyed by our committee, and a very careful study of the Aiken bill will be made. And everything indicates that substantial changes will be made in the Aiken bill.
What is the Aiken bill? Could you tell us briefly what it is? Some of us, I imagine, don't know.
Well, the fact is, I don't know what it is. It was unfortunately, it never was read in our committee room. It never was discussed in the House Committee on Agriculture. We knew that there was such a bill pending in the Senate, and in the last hours of the 80th session, actually, I think about 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, just before the House adjourned, the bill was brought before the House and passed. It never was considered, and I wouldn't like to discuss it at the moment. That's the reason I appointed a subcommittee. I'm charging them with the responsibility of finding out what the Aiken bill really is. Maybe Mr. Goss knows a little more about it than I do.
Well, the Aiken bill was a bill for changing the parity formula and changing the method of price supports. It has some good points. It has some weak points in our judgment. And we're very glad that the House is taking it up. In fact, it was our understanding that being passed at that late hour, as Mr. Cooley has said, that everyone recognized it needed just the kind of overhauling you're prepared to give to it.
I think even the authors realize that because they suspended its operations, you remember.
Unfortunately, I think that the problem is resolving itself into a question of flexible supports or fixed supports. As a matter of fact, we think there's room for both of them if properly applied. And we think there's got to be a broader base than there is under the Aiken bill.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that you believe that we will have a combination of both flexible and fixed supports, because I think it's rather unfortunate that some of the farm organizations are quoted in the papers, and over the radio as being firmly and unalterably in favor of flexible support programs. And then the next thing you see in the paper is that Chairman Thomas of the Senate Committee and Chairman Cooley of the House Committee have come out for 90% fixed support programs, which makes it appear to the public that we are very much in a controversy. But the fact is, I believe that all of the thinking people realize, as you've just said, that we must have a combination of both.
Say, I'm glad of this chance to say one thing to you here right now, Mr. Cooley. You know, the trouble we've had in agriculture so far, we've been looking for some panacea, one thing that would cure all our ills. We followed the McNary-Hogan bill, and then we followed the debenture, and we've always been looking for one cure-all. I don't think any such thing is possible. We got to have a broad program, because the thing that'll help oranges won't necessarily help wheat, and the thing that'll help wheat won't help cotton. I'm awfully glad to hear what you said.
Mr. Sawtell, we haven't heard from you lately. How do you feel about this?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce has no very extensive policy with reference to these price supports, but its position in general is that it is inclined to favor rather lower price supports, which will leave an opportunity for a normal movement of market prices within reasonable limits, though we would not take the position that prices should be permitted in an emergency condition to fall to disastrous levels as they did in one other time. However, I think I ought to point out here that the Chamber of Commerce and the businessmen of the country are definitely concerned with the program that may be developed, because they are fearful that in some way there may be an undue development of governmental participation with reference to these support programs. We believe in the principle of private enterprise, and we believe in that both for industry and for agriculture. We feel that under that system we have had the greatest development of general welfare that the world has ever seen. We are fearful that if we have a system of price supports that is too high, it will lead to governmental control which will not be consistent with the democratic principles of government or with the principles of private enterprise.
Well, Mr. Sawtell, may I say that I agree that we cannot afford to have high support prices on any commodity unless the producers of that commodity are willing to try to keep production in line with reasonable demands.
Well,
Now, wherever we've undertaken to support unlimited production, we've always come to great grief, just as we have in potatoes and in other commodities in the past. But I'm in favor of fixed supports at a rather high level where the producers are willing to follow the advice of experts and try to keep production in line.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you, Mr. Cooley, emphasize the importance of the responsibility of the farmers, of their recognizing their responsibility.
That's about all the time we have, Mr. Sawtell. I'm sorry to interrupt. About the only summary we need today in regard to our original question, are we headed for a farm depression? The only summary we need is that we all agree we may or may not be, but we agree that with intelligent handling, it can be avoided. Our thanks for being with us today to all three of you. Here is John Batchelor.
This has been America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Printed copies of today's forum may be had without cost by writing to the National Grange, Washington 6, D.C.
Everybody loves the cheery whistle of a Bob White. And everybody loves the dazzling wash that...
Rinso whip, rinso whip.
Yes, Rinso White is what the little bird is telling about these days.
The little bird isn't the only one that raves about Rinso, though, Mr. Amici. Why, I read in an advertisement that Rinso was the only soap that was recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers.
What? Hadn't you ever tried Rinso before you read that?
Oh, goodness, of course I had. I've been using Rinso ever since I got my Speed Queen washer, and that was ages ago. I knew the Speed Queen people recommended Rinso, but I didn't know about the rest.
I see. Well, you'll be particularly interested in knowing that the Speed Queen manufacturers are just as anxious as ever for you to take that advice. For you see, there'll be no new Speed Queens for the duration because the washer industry is devoting its full time to the war effort. So continue to use Rinso regularly and have your Speed Queen checked regularly, too. And now, for Rinso's story of Big Sister. Did Drew Mason die of a heart attack, or was he murdered by Frank Wayne? Dr. Carville, who had distrusted Frank Wayne from the first day he came to Glen Falls, is convinced that Mason was murdered. Ruth Wayne, Big Sister, finds it impossible to believe that her brother-in-law is guilty. As our last chapter ended, Ruth, Frank, Diane, and Dr. Carville were in Dr. Carville's office waiting for the medical examiner's report on the cause of Mason's death, and we heard...
Going to be a bit embarrassing for you, isn't it, Dr. Carville, when the medical examiner calls and announces that Mason died of heart disease?
Embarrassing? Not at all. It's going to be a relief. Because I'm quite certain when the report comes through, they're going to hold you for murder.
Well, Dr. Carville, what are you waiting for? That's probably the medical examiner now. All right, pick up the phone. We'll find out whether I'm a murderer or you're a meddling old fool.
Frank, don't.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Carville. Yes, I'll hold on.
Well, what does he say, Doctor?
He's not on the phone yet.
Don't look worried, Ruth. Everything's going to be all right.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I understand. No, thanks. I don't think that will be necessary. Goodbye, Doctor, and thank you.
What did he say, Dad?
I don't understand it.
Dr. Carville.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Well, what was the report on Mr. Mason's death?
The medical examiner says death was caused by heart disease.
Well, it took you a long time to give us a simple message like that. But, of course, I can understand why it was so hard for you to tell us about it. Must be a rather deflating experience to play detective and then
We can do without your feeble attempts at sarcasm, Wayne.
Can you really? I'm waiting, Doctor.
Waiting for what?
Your apology. Well, Doctor?
I'll make no apology for anything I've said or done.
Oh, now, really, Dr. Carville?
That medical examiner's report isn't final by any means. His report will read heart disease, and I can't dispute that. But I'm still convinced that you had something to do with Mason's death. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Well, that's about the last straw. I've taken a great deal from you, Doctor, because you're a friend of Ruth's and also because you're an older man. I've tried to overlook it.
Frank.
But there is a limit, and I've passed it a long time ago.
Frank, please. I want to speak to Dr. Carvel for a few minutes. And then I want to speak to you. Will you wait outside? Please.
Ruth.
Please, Frank.
All right, Ruth. You won't be long, will you?
No, Frank, I won't.
Fine.
Dr. Carvel, don't you think you're carrying this too far?
I don't think he is, Ruth.
Please, Diane.
Dad has every reason for distrusting Frank Wayne.
Perhaps he did at one time, Diane, but after
Don't
all...
forget, 12 hours before he died, Mason came to Dad and told him he expected Wayne would try to kill him.
Yes, I know that, Diane. I don't even pretend to understand that part of it. But after all, the medical examiner says that Mason died of heart disease. How can your father still think Frank did it? It just doesn't make sense. Why, it's nothing but persecution.
Ruth,
Yes, Dr. Carvel.
you lost all faith in me, haven't you?
No, Dr. Carvel, of course not.
Ruth, believe me, you've got to trust me.
But you don't seem willing to trust anybody else.
I'm not willing to trust your brother-in-law.
Oh, I don't understand it. You're positively vindictive. At least that's the way it looks to me.
Ruth, will you give me a chance to talk to you?
No, Doctor. There's been altogether too much talking since I got off the train last night. I listened to so much talk, my head's spinning. Please excuse me.
Ruth, wait. Well, I didn't expect that.
She's not herself, Dad. She hasn't been herself since she came back from Washington. And Frank's playing some kind of a game with Ruth. I think you've got plenty of reason to be worried about her. Especially since she seems to have been taken in by him so completely. You know, Wayne's very clever. He's caught Ruth with her guard down.
Yes. Wayne's clever, all right. Much too clever.
Frank Wayne was waiting at the gate when Ruth came out.
Come, Ruth. I'll walk home with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Frank.
Oh, but I want to. Let's go.
All right.
Don't let this depress you too much. It doesn't bother me, really.
Can't understand, Dr. Carvel.
He isn't that important.
Oh, but he is, Frank. I mean, well, it just didn't like Dr. Carvel.
I knew he was a pretty stubborn old man, but I didn't realize just how stubborn he could be. He made a mistake, to put it as kindly as I know how, and instead of acknowledging it, instead of admitting that he was wrong, he's getting more bullheaded.
Frank, I'm sorry to keep asking questions like this, but... Well, why do you suppose Mason came to Dr. Carvel and told him what he did?
I don't know. Haven't the faintest idea.
Did he have any reason for hating you?
Why, no, Ruth, not that I know of. Why, we were friends. The reason he looked me up was because he was ill and broke. And he knew that I'd be glad to help him.
But, Frank, how do you explain it? Why would Mason do a thing like that?
I can't explain it. Unless, of course...
Yes?
No, never mind.
No, say it.
Well, I was going to say, unless Dr. Carvel distorted the things that Mason actually said.
Frank.
Maybe that isn't as far-fetched as you think.
Frank, I can understand you're being bitter towards Dr. Carvel. But I do know he's honest. There must be something bothering him.
Well, let's forget about him. And besides, whether he likes it or not, the Mason incident is closed. There's something else that I do want to talk to you about, Ruth. Much more important.
What's that, Frank?
You and Richard. Ruth, now that John is... Well, I mean to say not that we won't hear from him for some time.
Let's pray that isn't so.
Of course, of course. But for your sake, and for your son's sake, we've got to be realistic. Yeah, I can't do what John did. I'd like to serve, but the Army won't take me because of my health. And the least I can do is to take care of my brother's family.
Good of you to say that.
Oh, and I mean it, Ruth.
I know you do, Frank. And don't think I'm not grateful, but really, we're quite all right.
Well, if there's anything that you need, money, anything...
No, thank you, Frank. John Sowery is a captain in the medical corps. We'll go right on. And it's more than enough for our needs.
Well, will you promise me this? If ever you do need anything, you'll call on me.
But, Frank, All right, Frank. I promise.
That's the nicest thing I've heard in weeks. You don't know how much that means to me, Ruth.
Frank took Ruth to her front gate and then left. Walking home, there was a smile on Frank Wayne's face, a quiet, complacent smile. And now as Frank arrives home, he finds Bill, his Hindu servant, waiting for him at the door. Bill is nervous and uneasy.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Wayne.
What's the matter? Why are you so worried about this beautiful September morning?
Mr. Blackton, he telephoned. He said you asked him to call.
Blackton, oh yes, that's the undertaker from Somerville. Yes, I'll call him back in a little while. We've got to make arrangements for a decent burial for our friend Drew Mason. Sad duty, Bill, but then life is like that, isn't it? You got to bear up. Got to bear up. Now what's eating you?
What happened, Dr. Carver?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. The medical examiner called and said that Mason died of heart disease.
He said that?
That's right.
Mr. Wynn, I worried.
What are you worried about? Mason is dead. Your worry should be over.
But what if they find out how he died?
They did find out. He died of heart disease. I just finished telling you that. What's the matter? You skeptical, too?
You take gun from your desk. You go upstairs to Mr. Mason's room. I hear him scream.
That's right. You did, but you didn't hear the gun go off.
This big storm, this thunder. I not hear anything.
You didn't hear anything because the gun didn't go off. Before I could do anything, he very conveniently died of a heart attack, which I think was very decent of him, don't you? Well, stop staring at me that way. Say something.
You not shoot him.
Shoot at a corpse? Well, that'd be silly, wouldn't it? Wait a minute. Something just occurred to me. Now that Mason is dead, there's just one other person who knows anything at all about what happened to me in India. And that's you, Bill.
Ladies, make wash day easy as pie. Let new anti-sneeze Rinso do the hard work for you. You feel like singing when you see how fresh and clean Rinso gets your clothes. White things, snowy, washable colors, sassy and gay as garden pinks. Well, I'll just bet you anything you'll sing to yourself as you pin that Rinso clean, bright wash on the clothesline. So, lady, put a song in wash day. Get new anti-sneeze Rinso right away. Dr. Carville pays a call on Ruth, and for the first time in his life isn't certain that he's welcome. Tomorrow, in the story of Big Sister, be sure and listen to Big Sister tomorrow.
Program may be interrupted at any moment for important news. Here is Papa David.
Yesterday, we heard the news for which the entire world has been waiting. The day has come. D-Day. We are invading Europe. In your hearts and in mine, there ain't any doubt but what it's going to be successful. But in your heart, I know, like in mine, is one big prayer that the invasion will be successful quickly and our losses won't be too great. Would I be out of order at a time like this to suggest that right now we have a few seconds of silence so that we can all offer up such a prayer? Amen. And may it come soon when life is beautiful again.
Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith, drawn from life, written for you by Carl Bixby and Don Becker, and brought to you by the makers of Ivory Silk. If Stephen was bewildered at seeing Andrew Coleman in the slightly red bookshop, if he was dumbfounded on being offered a job with Coleman Limited, with no non-marriage restriction, if he was speechless at learning he was to leave at once for South America to contact Jasper Brown, thus representing Mr. Coleman and Chi-Chi's interests in the mining discoveries left to her by the man she believes was her father, well, you should see him now, as Chi-Chi adds,
if Stephen can get ready to leave for South America in 3 or 4 days, so can I. Mr. Coleman, please get 2 seats for South America. 1 for Stephen, and 1 for Stephen's wife.
It's later in the evening of what probably has been the most eventful day in the life of Chi-Chi, Stephen, or Papa David. Delighted by Andrew Coleman's offer and Chi-Chi's unexpected decision, Stephen left the bookshop with Mr. Coleman for further discussion of Charles Conrad's discoveries. Chi-Chi was too excited to eat a bite of supper, spending most of her time calling helter-skelter in an attempt to make a few definite plans for her sudden wedding. Now Chi-Chi is still on the telephone, this time talking to Dr. Markham's wife and former nurse assistant, Louise, who broke the monotony of Chi-Chi's calling by managing to squeeze in a call to her. Papa David is seated in his great old chair nearby, exhausted by the excitement and strain of the day.
Gosh, Louise, I'm awfully sorry you've been trying so long to get me. I've been doing a little telephoning myself.
You can say that again.
When Doctor came home and told me about Stephen's wonderful chance to go to South America and settle up your father's estate, I was so excited I could hardly talk. And then when he topped it off with the announcement that you and Stephen were going to be married right away and you were going there together, well, that was just too much. I had to call you.
And don't you think I did right saying I'd have to go along with him?
Being a woman, would Mrs. Markham say no, even if she disagreed?
Absolutely, Chi-Chi. I would have disappointed in you if you hadn't.
After all, if the mines are as valuable as Mr. Coleman says they are, and they need those chemicals for the war, and if I own them like Stephen and Dr. Markham think I do, then they ought to want me to go along, oughtn't they?
Why, of course. And at the same time, think what a wonderful honeymoon it'll be for you and Stephen.
I get goose pimples even thinking about it.
Leighton, how often do I have to tell you that when you're talking on the telephone while I'm listening, kindly give out with an occasional hint what's being said on the other end?
I had a hunch that something exciting like this would happen once you and Stephen made up your minds.
Yeah. I can't ever do anything simple and quiet, can I? I always got to get tangled up in a 3-ring circus.
But you always manage to work it out. By the way, have you decided where you'll be married?
Oh, not positively.
What ain't positively, Chicha?
I thought perhaps you'd have the ceremony in the bookshop, as Doctor and I did.
Well, that's what I always thought I'd like to do. I love that.
What was it you always thought you'd like to do?
Please, Papa David, I can't hear.
Okay.
Now, look, Chi-Chi, I'm planning to come down to the bookshop tomorrow.
Oh, gee, Louise, I'd love to see you.
I've waited for this marriage between you and Stephen for a long time, and you're not going to deprive me of being a part of it. Incidentally, don't worry about a wedding dress. I've got one for you.
Oh, well, that's awful sweet of you, but I sort of... Well, Ben Levy said he could get me one at a discount.
Look out, he ain't marking it up first.
I know ordinarily you'd want to select it yourself, but I've got your wedding dress. I've already ripped a few of the seams, and I'll be down in the morning to see what alterations I have to make on it.
Well, what's it like?
Leighton, this one-sided cryptic conversation of yours sounds deliberate.
Can you tell me what it's like? I mean, I sort of had one picked out I saw in a magazine, and...
Well, at the time I packed up for Stephen, when he broke up his apartment uptown, there were several things he asked me to keep for him because he didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah, I remember.
Among them was the dress Stephen's mother wore when she got married.
Oh, Louise. Honest?
And it's perfectly lovely. I know it'll please him so much.
Oh, gee, that's too sweet for anything.
Stephen's mother must have been a tiny woman like you, Chi-Chi. I don't think I'll have to make many alterations.
Chi-Chi, what is it Mrs. Markham is doing that's so sweet that it's bringing tears to your eyes? What wouldn't I give for an extension telephone?
You better decide right away where you'll hold the wedding ceremony and the reception afterwards.
Oh, my gosh, the wedding and the reception. We could let that go, couldn't we? The reception, I mean?
Why is it women always think they know everything about weddings?
Chi-Chi, I wouldn't think of letting you get married and not have a reception. And as many trimmings as we can muster up in such a short time. You leave everything to me. And Chi-Chi, believe me, I'm so happy for you and Stephen.
Well, I can't tell you how sweet I think you are and how happy you've made me.
If you're so happy, why are you crying?
And I'll see you tomorrow, Chi-Chi, and we'll start making plans.
All right, Louise. Thanks.
All the happiness in the world, Chi-Chi. Congratulate Stephen for me. God bless you both. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Papa Dave. People are so sweet. They're so sweet sometimes. It hurts. Look, Papa Dave, I got to decide something quick, and I think I'd like you to help me decide it, huh?
Well, before I give out with what are unnecessary masculine opinions or advice, kindly give me the vital statistics pertaining to that feminine phone conversation, which by me on this end didn't make sense.
Oh, Louise Markham and I were just talking, Papa David.
Well, that, of course, is an astonishing revelation.
Well, she's just happy and excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick and going to South America. You wouldn't understand because it was all just woman stuff. Oh, gosh, Papa David, getting married is so exciting. It means a lot more than I thought it did. Sort of like the feeling you get on Christmas Eve. What's so darn nice about it is everybody else seems to feel the same way. It's contagious like the measles.
Yeah. Leighton, all the world loves a lover.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Anyway, Louise Markham is almost as excited about it as I am.
So now, tell me first the surprise she had for you that made you cry.
I positively, absolutely will not tell you yet. It's a secret.
Ah, I see.
Oh, I'm so happy, Papa David.
If that's Ben Levy wanting a pinochle game with me, I ain't in the mood.
All right, I'll tell him. Hello?
Is this Chi-Chi talking?
Oh, Joey.
Joey is growing up just like his uncle Ben Levy. Leighton, tell Joey to tell his uncle Ben Levy that Mr. David Solomon thanks him kindly, but tonight my mind ain't on pinochle.
All right. Joey, Papa David just said he didn't feel very much like playing pinochle with your Uncle Ben tonight.
Oh, I didn't call about pinochle.
Oh.
Uncle Ben has just heard that you and Stephen Hamilton are going to get married right away.
Yeah, well, that's right, Joey.
Yeah, well, Uncle Ben said he figured you'd be sort of pushed for time. So for a wedding present at absolutely no cost to you, he will send out wedding invitations if you will kindly give me the details.
Huh? Well, wedding invitations?
Now, sister, don't buy anything from Ben Levy over the telephone. Look first at the merchandise.
Uncle Ben even gave me a nickel to call you up with right away just so you wouldn't have to worry about that part of the big doings. I hope you invite me to your wedding, Chi-Chi.
Oh, I will, Joey, and guys, thank your Uncle Ben for me. That's awful sweet of him.
And what is it Ben Levy is doing that's so sweet yet?
Oh, that's all right. Uncle Ben's real excited over the news. So am I. Goodbye, Chi-Chi, and congratulations.
Well, thanks. Goodbye, Joey. Papa David, what do you think? Ben Levy wants to send out our wedding invitations for us. Now, isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
What Joey said. He said even Ben's excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick.
Ben Levy is so excited about the wedding, he wants to give away something free?
Oh, you were right, Papa David. All the world does love a lover. Even Ben Levy. And you know something? I got a feeling that hurried up like it's going to be, Stephen and I are going to have a swell wedding. May not be big and fancy, but I bet it's going to be awful sweet.
Well, Leighton, all I got to say is if Ben Levy is calling and without any argument even is making an offer to send out invitations free of charge, You can be expecting the president to be calling up any minute asking kindly if he can do something to help, too. When Ben Weaver does a thing like that, he ain't excited. He's hysterical.
Poor Papa David seems to think he's being left out of Chi-Chi's wedding preparations. Like all persons of their type, Jasper Brown and Al Douglas have been encircled by their own underhanded cleverness, and may soon find themselves, as Maud Kellogg did, crushed to defeat by those who believe steadfastly in the truth that life can be.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn, brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us the latest world news. But first, let me tell you about a traffic accident that happened in Los Angeles. It wasn't a collision of two automobiles. No, there was only one car involved. But it had the complete misfortune of colliding with, of all things, an Army tank, and a huge 16-ton tank at that. Offhand, it would seem like a rather uneven match, and it was. Here's the way the police tell the story in very short form. Estimated damage to automobile, $800. Estimated damage to tank, $2. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
Well, Bern, the air war is leading the list again today. Huge formations of American bombers blasted southern Germany this morning. Few details are available yet, but our Air Force headquarters describes the attack as very strong, and that usually means just what it says, a near-record attack. Last night, the British set a new bombing record, sending more than 1,000 four-engine bombers to dump well over 3,000 tons of explosives on German targets. It was the biggest raid of the war. The industrial city of Stuttgart received the heaviest end of the attack, 2,800 tons of bombs shattering its war plants and transportation facilities. 40 British bombers were lost, less than 4% of the total force participating. British planes based in Italy flew out over the Balkans during the night to attack the Bulgarian capital of Sofia. And on the ground in Italy, a savage battle is raging in the blackened ruins of Cassino. Allied forces are progressing slowly both in the town and in the hills outside. But fanatical bands of German gunners who crept back into the bomb-devastated town during the night are fighting back with everything available. There is also heavy fighting on the Anzio beachhead, with our troops on the attack. In Russia, the Red Army is sweeping across the Buk River on a 60-mile front and has driven to within 28 miles of the Nestor River and the old Romanian border. To the south, other Russian forces have split the pocket where several German divisions are trapped and are mopping them up. Still other Soviet columns are closing in on the port of Nikolaev from three sides. In the diplomatic field, the latest development concerning Finland's precarious situation is a report that the Finns have not yet definitely rejected the newest Russian armistice offer. In Washington this morning, President Roosevelt put new pressure on the Finns to withdraw from their partnership with Germany. Mr. Roosevelt said, "I think I can speak for all Americans when I say that we sincerely hope Finland will now take the opportunity to disassociate herself from Germany." On the Pacific fighting fronts, American troops on Bougainville have smashed a heavy Japanese counterattack in 6 days of fierce, close-quarters fighting in which at least 1,200 Japs were killed. And the Pacific Air War roars on relentlessly. New attacks are reported on Wewak, Rabaul, Kavieng, and other points in the southwest, as well as 6 different enemy bases in the central Pacific. In England, by the way, there's a certain American regiment described as the scrappiest of all. It's commanded by a colonel from Texas. This officer devised a new insignia for his helmet, and it was quickly copied by everyone else in the outfit. The insignia is formed with 3 A's and an O with a line drawn through the middle. The colonel says, "That's my brand. Anything, anytime, anywhere, bar nothing." And that's the top of today's World News. Say, didn't I see you out on South Shore Drive yesterday afternoon, Bern?
Yes, Durward. I was on my way to a tea party.
Oh, well, did you collect any new recipes?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't. We got to talking about Crisco's pastry method and never did seem to get off the subject. Honestly, friends, you would have laughed. Everybody was telling about all the bad luck they'd ever had making pie crust. For instance, when special guests were coming for dinner.
And oh, the embarrassment of it when the pie for dessert had a tough and soggy crust.
That's it, exactly. Oh, we could laugh yesterday because with Crisco and the pastry method, you don't have to worry about things like that anymore. But it wasn't funny when it used to happen. Have you tried this pastry method of Crisco's yet, friends? It's right on the Crisco label. And it's really wonderful. Every single time you make a pie, you can count on perfect results. A crust that's so tender and flaky that it's the best part of the pie. Success like that sounds almost too good to be true, doesn't it? But that's what's so amazing about this Crisco pastry method. Why, even if you're a beginner, you can turn out pie crusts that do you proud every time. Golden brown, tender, flaky as can be.
And digestible, too. And that's something else you can count on when pie crust is made with pure, all-vegetable Crisco.
Oh, my, yes. Why, Crisco pastry sets right with the whole family, the youngsters included.
Say, how about seeing what a really swell pie maker you can be?
Just try Crisco and the Crisco pastry method. Every one of your pies will be a hit. Every crust, tender and flaky.
Well, Bern, what's next?
Well, first, Durward, I'd like to tell a little story that proves again that every cloud has a silver lining. Gertrude Lawrence, the noted British actress, tells a story in the April issue of The Woman magazine. One day last summer, while Miss Lawrence was touring American Army camps on Cape Cod with her bookmobile, she met a corporal who seemed very sad indeed. In fact, he said he wanted a book to take his mind off his troubles. Well, he looked so downcast that Miss Lawrence started questioning him. And she soon found out that the young soldier was about to get a medical discharge from the Army. But, and this is what seemed to be troubling him most, his job at home had been filled by a young woman. He didn't want to see her lose her position, and at the same time, he really needed his job back. Don't worry, soldier, Miss Lawrence assured him. Remember, every cloud has a silver lining. A few months passed, and one afternoon in New York, a young man and a young woman saw Miss Lawrence and stopped her. The actress had to look carefully before she recognized him as the unhappy soldier she'd seen on Cape Cod. His face was just covered with smiles now, and he looked proudly at the young woman who held his arm. Miss Lawrence, he said, I'd like you to meet my wife. She's the girl who had my job, and now I've got 'em both.
Well, his cloud certainly did have a silver lining. Say, Bern, you know, every year along about March 15th, any number of income tax stories start popping up. And, of course, this year is no exception. I think one of the best comes from Milwaukee. Young man went to the tax collector's office yesterday, and he asked for an extension of time in which to pay his tax. Well, naturally, the collector wanted to know why. Well, it's this way, the fellow said. I sent my wife up here with $150 to pay our taxes, and, well, I haven't seen her since.
Oh, Durward. Well, you know, aside from being income tax time, this is also springtime, and it's leap year. And all in all, it's having an effect on our War Department. Until last July, the girls serving in the WAC were allowed to marry, but they couldn't wear wedding gowns and veils unless the commanding officer gave permission. Well, that wasn't so bad, though, for not many of the officers refused permission. Then, in the middle of last summer, the War Department issued a strict order that from then on, WACs, Army nurses, and other uniformed women in the Army would wear only uniforms. So that meant getting married in uniform, too. Well, naturally, those Army girls who were planning to be married in the fall were disappointed when the new order was issued. But being good sports, they just sort of gritted their teeth and said, well, an order is an order. And if we get married, we'll be married in uniform. They didn't think much of the idea, though, because at the same time, spars, marines, and waves were permitted to pick out pretty clothes for their marriage ceremonies, and never a commanding officer said no. Then suddenly the Army relented. Maybe it's spring, maybe it's the fact that this is leap year. Anyway, a new order has come from the War Department, and today the WACs are free to choose a trousseau as traditionally satin and lacy as they want. In fact, even a WAC who's to be a bridesmaid can come out of uniform into a marriage mode of the moment if she wants to, all of which makes everybody concerned very happy. And now let me tell you the happy outcome of an adventure two young boys had in California not long ago. The boys lived in Bell Gardens, California. One was named Lawrence Sliger, and the other Lawrence Giovanoni, and both were nicknamed Larry. Well, the boys were strolling through the countryside near the town one day, just meandering about as young boys do. After a while, they reached the Rio Hondo River, which had recently overflowed its banks, and it was nice and cool and inviting. So the two Larrys took off their shoes and socks and went wading along the river's edge through the shallow pools left by the ebbing floodwaters. Oh, it was a wonderful feeling walking along, splashing through the water and feeling the wet sand ooze through their toes. Suddenly one of the boys grabbed the other and exclaimed, Look at that fish. And sure enough, there was a fish in one of the isolated pools of water. And what a fish it was. A nice, shiny trout over 2 feet long. Well, in a split second, both boys had lunged at the fish and caught him with their bare hands. Boy, what a fine dinner he'll make, one of them said with enthusiasm. But no sooner had he said it when he remembered something about a fishing law which stated that trout were not to be caught out of season. Say, what do you think we ought to do? He asked his friend. I don't know, replied the second Larry, and then he added, maybe we'd better ask Mr. Mahaffey. That was Joe Mahaffey he was thinking about, the local game warden. Well, that's what they did. When Mr. Mahaffey saw the fish and heard the boy's story of how they caught it, he became very official. He reared back a little bit, cleared his throat a couple of times, and then said in a dignified tone, Boys, I can see no violation of the law here. It is pretty clear that you fellows were just rescuing this trout from a river which no longer had enough water for his navigation purposes. You may keep the fish. And they did. And broiled trout never tasted more delicious. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Selective Service Director Hershey has sent a letter to all local draft boards asking them to increase the induction of fathers and to draft all men who are needlessly deferred in industry. General Hershey says those 2 steps must be taken in order to meet draft quotas on schedule.
Well, solving the manpower problem is one of the hardest jobs our leaders have, all right.
That's right, Byrne. And another tough job is to wipe out the black market. And today the United States Secret Service has announced that it is going to get into the fight. Secret Service agents have teamed up with the OPA and are going to track down the gangsters who are counterfeiting gasoline ration stamps.
That's certainly good news.
Byrne, what would you think if you saw an auto racing down a dirt road in a rainstorm, splashing through puddles, and raising clouds of dust?
What? I'd think I was dreaming.
Well, such a feat apparently is within the realm of possibility. A new chemical compound has been discovered, and it actually waterproofs dirt. It's called Stabinol, and reports say that airfields and dirt roads treated with it will not turn into mud after heavy rains.
Well, that sounds remarkable, Durward. That new chemical certainly ought to help win the war.
Yes, and here's a way that women can help. A Chicago salvage official suggests that those old love letters stored up in the attic should be unwrapped from their lavender and lace and turned into the wastepaper drive. It's estimated that on an average, each woman has 5 such love letters, and 1,000 of them would weigh on the average 20 pounds. Now, Bernadine,
You know, these days everybody is so busy that sometimes you hardly have time to shop for a meal, let alone prepare one.
Well, Crisco's a blessing when you're caught in a tight spot like that.
That's just what I was going to say.
Good.
In about 2 shakes, Crisco turns icebox dibs and dabs into a meal that tempts even the most finicky appetite. When you have a little leftover meat, does anything taste better than one of Crisco's meat hashes? It's so crusty and brown when it comes on the table. And tastes good? Oh, just watch the family clean up their plates. And do you know you can count on everything you fry in Crisco being digestible? That's such a reassuring feeling when you have a family to cook for.
Oh, golly, Crisco fried foods set so light even the youngsters can enjoy them. You see, Crisco is digestible itself. Yes, it's pure and all vegetable, and just the finest quality shortening you can use, no matter what you cook. Remember that, won't you? With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durward, what's our last story?
It comes from CBS correspondent Charles Shaw. He reported from London today that the new German raids on England are giving the British another chance to show their sense of humor. He says one club displays this sign, and it says, in case of an alert, business will continue as usual. In case of a direct hit, no drinks will be served. Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. This is Sandy Becker. Here's something many folks could probably say about their experiences with Alka-Seltzer.
Well, actually, there isn't too much to say. It's just that I had a headache last night.
And I had him take a glass of Alka-Seltzer.
In almost no time, my headache was gone.
Well, I think that's wonderful.
It is wonderful, friends, the way Alka-Seltzer relieves a headache so fast. But that's not surprising because tests prove the system absorbs more pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. And here's something you might not have known. Alka-Seltzer is so gentle-acting, it actually soothes and settles your stomach while it speeds away your headache. No wonder so many people say there's nothing quite like Alka-Seltzer.
Like I said before, you should try Alka-Seltzer.
It relieves a headache fast.
And now, Hilltop House.
Is that you, Eleanor? Come on in, dear. Well, hi. You want something special?
No. Can I just sit here and watch you get dressed? I'd love to.
And I'd love to have you sit here. I knew my Hilltop girls and boys were finding every possible excuse to be with me. They were looking forward to my wedding day with great excitement, but it would be a day of sadness, too. I'd no longer be at the orphanage to share their fun and talk over their problems. They were getting accustomed to the new head matron, niece of our orphanage board chairman, Mr. Frank Claver. It was a time of change for these children to whom life had already brought cruel changes. So I gave many hours to them, trying to help them through the fear that was only natural in a time of changes. 10-year-old Eleanor was the shyest of all the little girls, and she was the third one to come in and watch me dress for the dinner party.
I won't be in your way if I sit over here?
Well, that's too far away, honey. Come on. Over here on the bed, dear. Now, What's your opinion on these earrings? You think they're too large for me?
Oh, no. I think they're just super.
Which would be better with the dress, these or these?
Well, try both of them on, and then I'll be able to tell you better. Oh, you're putting one kind on this ear and the other on that one.
Who knows? Maybe I'll go to the party wearing one of each. They would set a new style.
Oh, Miss Julie, you're always such a lot of fun. And Miss Gladys is... Oh, well, nothing. Hannah says she's sweet. And...
She is.
Well, she keeps thinking my name is Ellen. Every time I have to tell her it's Eleanor, and she says, "Of course, dear, of course." And it's 2 minutes after that she's calling me Ellen again.
Well, honey, this is sort of a difficult time for her, getting adjusted to a new job and all of you children, and she's probably too nervous to concentrate on everything. She'll learn your names before long, honey.
I suppose so. But she isn't pretty like you.
Well, I just hope all of you grow to love her, and then you'll think she's pretty, too. Now, which earring is better, dear? The rhinestone or the pearl?
They're both so pretty. I guess I like the rhinestone better, because it's sparkly.
You're sure you don't want me to wear one of each?
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, you want to dare me? It'd be different. My ears would start plenty of table talk.
You better not do it, because it would be too different.
Guess so.
Who's coming to the party?
Well, this is the family dinner. Nina and Jeff and Reed and me. Next week's the big buffet supper for all of our close friends and some of the doctors at Jeff's hospital.
Are you just having dinner? Is that all?
Well, after dinner, we'll drive over to the country club for dancing. And what are your plans for the evening, Miss Eleanor?
Ooh, I don't have any plans.
You're staying at home?
Oh, no. I'm going to stay with Cindy and Mary Ann, because Mr. and Mrs. Abbott are going to the early movie. I like to go there. They always get ice cream when they come home. My favorite this week is pistachio.
Oh, it's delish.
It's going to be lonesome when you're not here anymore.
Oh, I don't think it will be, dear. Just different. And remember, I'm going to invite you to come to visit me after I get back from the honeymoon. And don't worry, honey. Well, I'll get together with all of you real often.
Will you invite the whole gang?
Well, maybe 2 or 3 at a time. Once in a while, the whole gang.
Well, that's something to look forward to. Hannah says we should be thankful you aren't getting married to a husband who lives in some other town.
That's right.
It is going to be different.
Yes, Eleanor. Things keep changing, and that's part of life, honey. We have to get used to the changes and try to make ourselves as happy as we can.
I wish nothing had to change.
Sometimes I feel that way, dear, too, but we do learn how to accept the changes, and it doesn't mean things are going to be worse. Sometimes changes are for the better.
Oh, yes. Hannah says it'll be better for you to be married, so all of us want you to be. We don't mind that. We're just sorry you can't get married and stay here, too.
I know it's hard for you to imagine Hilltop without me, dear, and it's making you a little afraid, but Mrs. Clabber is very kind. And once you get used to her, you'll find Hilltop hasn't changed so much. It would be a mistake to be unhappy because you're getting a new head matron. That isn't giving her a fair chance. Now, is it?
Well, I'll try to like her, honestly. But it won't be the same, because we liked you first.
Dr. Browning. Oh, yes. Yes. Well, no. I'd say about every 2 hours. That's fine. And let me know how you feel in the morning. All right, goodbye.
Jeff?
Yes, Nina?
Are you in your office?
Yes, I am. I'm all dressed, and I want to look up a letter.
Will you zip me off? It's in the back.
What would you do if I weren't around?
Struggle?
And hope you wouldn't dislocate your shoulder. Yeah. What kind of style is this with a long run of zipper?
Don't criticize before you see. It's a sheath dress. And it's stunning if you've got the figure for it.
Which you have.
Thank you.
All right, hold your breath. Here we go. It's too small.
How can it be? I haven't had dinner yet.
You should have bought a bigger size. This won't go any further.
Oh, you just locked the zipper. Of course it will. Well, raise up the catch and pull.
Well, this time I'm holding my breath. Yeah, we made it.
How do you like the dress?
Nice shape.
You'll whistle some more when you get the bill.
Yeah, hardly wait.
Oh, it'll surprise you, because it doesn't cost as much as you think.
Well, that's a novelty.
Jeff, aren't you going to tell me what was in the letter from Dr. Bernays?
Nothing that requires discussion with you, my wifey, dear.
But it is about Reed.
So?
Well, I'm going to be his cousin-in-law, and I'm an interested party, not just the doctor's wife.
I'm not in the habit of discussing medical cases, and I see no reason to make an exception here.
You wouldn't make it so hush-hush if the letter had good news.
Yes, I would, Nina. There's nothing to discuss.
But if it's good news, why can't I read the letter?
Because I delight in frustrating snoops.
Oh, all right.
Nina, you've got to learn that a doctor's business is very private. Your company's here.
Oh, Julie's coming alone. Reed had something to take care of before he could get over.
I wish there were good news in this letter. Dear Dr. Browning, it'll be another week before certain tests are completed, and I can send you a conclusive report on your patient, Reed Nixon. But the indications are...
Just a minute, honey. Well, I hope you're more successful in getting something out of them than I am.
Hello there, Julie.
Hi. Oh, when you're through gabbing, come out and taste my new sauce for the shrimp.
Be delighted to.
Not you. You can starve till dinner.
She's mad at me because she's not a doctor, and therefore I refuse to consult her professionally.
Oh, consult her about what?
Everything. Nina likes to feel she's right in the middle of life. Oh, Julie, I've got a letter here that'll interest you.
Oh, have you heard from Dr. Bernays?
Do you remember when Mary Ann had that rash which looked like measles but didn't behave like measles?
Oh, have you got a report on that from the laboratory?
Yes. Here's the letter. You read it while I get this telephone call. Dr. Browning? Yes? Yes.
But this is from Why, it's about Reed.
No, don't read that, Julie. I handed you the wrong letter. Give it back, please. Here's the letter about Mary Ann.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Hilltop House. In the good old summertime, the man of the house often spends his Saturday mornings out on the golf course, and as he comes home in the afternoon, we hear his first words.
Oh, my aching back.
I thought you'd be aching all over when you came back. The Alka-Seltzer is on the kitchen table, waiting for you.
Now, there's a smart wife, because she knows that Alka-Seltzer relieves muscular aches and pains in a hurry. You see, Alka-Seltzer contains sodium acetyl salicylate, one of the most helpful pain relievers known. And equally important, tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. It's pleasant to take, too. A tangy, sparkling solution that's really refreshing.
Thanks for the Alka-Seltzer, honey. That should do the trick.
It really will, friends. Gentle, speedy Alka-Seltzer is first aid for muscular aches and pains. And now we'll return to our story for a moment. Julie was worried. Jeff seemed to be alarmed when he accidentally handed her the letter from Dr. Bernays. And it was about Reed.
Jeff didn't want me to see the letter from Dr. Bernays. But why? Unless there's something he doesn't want me to know. But why should he keep it from me? If it concerns Reed, it concerns me, too.
Be sure to tune in on Monday to another exciting episode of Hilltop House. Hilltop House is written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone and is directed by Jack Rubin. Julie is played by Jan Miner. Robert Haig is Dr. Jeff, and Nina is played by Janice Gilbert. Remember this name, friends, Miles Nervine. Yes, Miles Nervine, to save you from those annoying nights when you feel too much on edge to get to sleep. Now, the beautiful thing about Miles Nervine is that it relaxes you and lets you sleep. It doesn't put you to sleep. That's why you don't feel so let down the next day. Miles Nervine is easy to buy and pleasant to take. So ask for it at any drugstore, effervescent tablets, or liquid. Follow the label, avoid excessive use. Yes, remember this name, Miles Nervine, to let you relax and get the restful sleep you need. Get Miles Nervine today. Listen to Hilltop House on Monday and every day, Monday through Friday. Sandy Becker speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is Orson Welles. I've spoken these words before, but not on the radio. To be born free is to be born in debt. To live in freedom without fighting slavery is to profiteer. By plane last night, I flew over some parts of our republic where American citizenship is a luxury beyond the means of the majority. I rode comfortably in my plane above a sovereign state or two where fellow countrymen of ours can't vote without the privilege of cash. I bought my breakfast this morning where Negroes may not come except to serve their white brothers. And there I overheard a member of some master race or other tell those who listened that something must be done to suppress the Jews. I have met Southerners who expect and fear a Negro insurrection. I see no purpose in withholding this from general discussion. There may be those within that outcast 10% of the American people who someday will strike back at their oppressors. But to put down that mob, a mob would rise. I'd like to ask, please, who will put down that mob? The scaly dinosaurs of reaction, if indeed they notice what I'm speaking here, will say in their newspapers that I'm a communist. Communist, no otherwise. I'm an overpaid movie producer with pleasant reasons to rejoice, and I do, in the wholesome practicability of the profit system. But surely my right to having more than enough is canceled if I don't use that more to help those who have less. My subject today is the question of moral indebtedness. So I'd like to acknowledge here the debt that goes with ownership. I believe, and this has very much to do with my own notion of freedom, I believe I owe the very profit I make to the people I make it from. If this is radicalism, it comes automatically to most of us in show business, it being generally agreed that any public man owes his position to the public. That's what I mean when I say I'm your obedient servant. It's a debt payable in service and the highest efforts of the debtor. The extension of this moral argument insists that no man owns anything outright since he owns it rent-free. A wedding never bought a wife. And the devotion of his child is no man's for the mere begetting. We must each day earn what we own. A healthy man owes to the sick all that he can do for them. An educated man owes to the ignorant all that he can do for them. A free man owes to the world's slaves all that he can do for them. And what is to be done is more, much more than good works, Christmas baskets, bonuses and tips, and bread and circuses. There is only one thing to be done with slaves. Free them. If we can't die in behalf of progress, we can live for it. Progress, we Americans take to mean a fuller realization of democracy. The measure of progress, as we understand it, is the measure of equality enjoyed by all men. We can do something about that. The way our fighting brothers and sisters looked at it, some of them dead as I speak these words, the way they looked at it, we're lucky. And they're right, we're lucky to be alive, but only if our lives make life itself worth dying for. We must be worthy of our luck or we are damned. Our lives were spared, but this is merely the silliest of accidents, unless we put the gift of life to the hard employments of justice. If we waste that gift, we won't have anywhere to hide from the indignation of history. I want to say this. The morality of the auction block is out of date. There is no room in the American century for Jim Crow. The times urge new militancy upon the democratic attitude. Tomorrow's democracy discriminates against discrimination. Its charter won't include the freedom to end freedom. What is described as a feeling against some races can't be further respected. Feeling is a ninnyish, mincing way of saying something ugly. But the word is good enough for race hate when we add that it's a feeling of guilt. Race hate isn't human nature. Race hate is the abandonment of human nature. But this is true. We hate whom we hurt, and we mistrust whom we betray. There are minority problems simply because minority races are often wronged. Race hate, distilled from the suspicions of ignorance, takes its welcome from the impotent and the godless, comforting these with hellish parodies of what they've lost. Arrogance to take the place of pride. Contempt to occupy the spirit emptied of the love of man. There are alibis for the phenomena, excuses, economic and social, but the brutal fact is simply this. Where the racist lie is acceptable, there is corruption. Where there is hate, there is shame. The human soul receives race hate only in the sickness of guilt. The Indian, the red Indian, is on our American conscience. The Negro is on our conscience. The Chinese and the Mexican American are on our conscience. The Jew is on the conscience of Europe. But our neglect gives us communion in that guilt, so that there dances even here the lunatic specter of anti-Semitism. This is deplored, but it must be fought, and the fight must be won. The race haters must be stopped. The lynchings must be stopped. No matter who's going to be governor of Georgia, the murders in Monroe must be avenged. Gene Talmadge may call it foreign meddling, but the governor-elect who, you remember, campaigned on the Bilbo platform of race hate needs to be told that all the states in the Union and all the people in them are concerned, immediately, personally concerned, when a mob forms in the sovereign privacy of Georgia. The mob said it was taking care of things in its own way. Well, then, we're going to have to take care of the mob in our own way. Those who take the law into their own hands are going to learn about some laws. We'll tie their hands. We'll write those laws and we'll enforce them. To do him justice, old Gene went and issued himself a statement. After the killings in Monroe were public knowledge, he said the killings were regrettable. But old Gene's made it plenty clear. He doesn't figure any foreigner's got the right to poke around and ask embarrassing questions. I am sending old Gene a copy of the Don sermon on the tolling bell, but I don't suppose you'll get the point. The point is, of course, that no man, even Gene Talmadge, is an island entire of itself. The point, of course, is that even Georgia is a piece of the continent, the American continent. If a clod be washed away by the sea, or if a colored man and his wife are murdered on a dusty country road, America is the less. And then there's the soldier in the hospital. The blind soldier. The soldier says he was blinded. And the mayor and the chief of police in the place where the soldier says it happened are most indignant with me for repeating what he said and swore to. The Times the other day was full of their official protests, sent under seal all the way up to New York City from within the inviolable borders of Aiken County in South Carolina. My investigators are still hard at work on the case. If the soldier was wrong about the place, I'm going to do something about it. But if he isn't wrong about his eyes, he lost them, I'm going to do something about that. All the affidavits from all the policemen in the world won't protest his eyes back in his head. Somebody who called himself an officer of the law beat that boy with a stick until he lost his sight. Now that somebody is nobody. He's vanished. He's never been heard of. He hasn't any name. Well, he's going to be heard of. The blind soldier has my promise of that. That somebody is going to be named. Editorials and lots of newspapers and lots of people are writing me to demand to know what business it is of mine. God judge me if it isn't the most pressing business I have. The blind soldier fought for me in this war. The least I can do now is fight for him. I have eyes. He hasn't. I have a voice on the radio. He hasn't. I was born
a white man. And until a colored man is a full citizen like me, I haven't the leisure to enjoy the freedom that colored man risked his life to maintain for me. I don't own what I have until he owns an equal share of it. Until somebody beats me and blinds me, I am in his debt. And so I come to this microphone not as a radio dramatist, although it pays better, not as a commentator, although it's safer to be simply that. I come in that boy's name and in the name of all who in this land of ours have no voice of their own. I come with a call for action. This is a time for it. I call for action against the cause of riots. I know that to some ears even the word action has a revolutionary twang, and it won't surprise me if I'm accused in some quarters of inciting to riot. Well, I'm very interested in riots. I'm very interested in avoiding them. And so I call for action against the cause of riots. Law is the best action, the most decisive. I call for laws, then, prohibiting what moral judgment already counts as lawlessness. American law forbids a man the right to take away another's right. It must be law that groups of men can't use the machinery of our republic to limit the rights of other groups. That the vote, for instance, can't be used to take away the vote. It's in the people's power to see to it that what makes lynchings and starts wars is dealt with, not by well-wishers, but by policemen. And I mean good policemen. Oh, for several generations, maybe there'll be men who can't be weaned away from the fascist vices of race hate. So we should deny such men responsibility in public affairs exactly as we deny responsibility to the wretched victims of the drug habit. There are laws against peddling dope. There can be laws against peddling race hate. That every man has a right to his own opinion is an American boast, but race hate is not an opinion, it's a phobia. It isn't a viewpoint. Race hate is a disease. In a people's world, the incurable racist has no rights. He must be deprived of influence in a people's government. He must be segregated, as he himself would segregate the colored and Semitic peoples, as we now segregate the leprous and the insane. Anything very big is very simple. If there's a big race question, there's a big answer to it, and a big answer is simple, like the word no. This is my proposition, that the sin of race hate be solemnly declared a crime. What makes this difficult is the conservative fear of raising issues. Well, let's admit that this fear is often no more sinister than an honest dread of going to the dentist, but let's respect the effectiveness of reactionary manipulations of that fear, which is the fear of anarchy and revolution. It is put to wicked use against the same general welfare conservative opinion seeks to protect. Forced to acknowledge Hitler's enmity, conservatives are loath to admit that even as he surrendered in Europe, he succeeded in America. Let conservatives evaluate the impudent candor of fascism in Argentina today, and be reminded that the heroic survival of our liberty is no proof of its immortality. Our liberty has every day to be safe from marauders whose greed is for all things possessed by the people. Care of these possessions is the hope of life on this planet. They are living things. They grow, these fair possessions of democracy. And nothing but death can stop that growth. Let the yearners for the past, the willfully childish, learn now the facts of life. The first of which is the fact of that growth. In our hemisphere, the growing has begun, but only just begun. America can write her name across this century, and so she will if we, the people, brown and black and red, rise now to the great occasion of our brotherhood. It will take courage. It calls for the doing of great deeds, which means the dreaming of great dreams. Giving the world back to its inhabitants is too big a job for the merely practical. The architects of freedom are always capable of hope. The lawmakers of true democracy are true believers. They believe quite simply in the people, in all of them. Only the devout deserve the trust of government, for only the devout can face the unimaginable vistas of man's destiny. God grant them steadfast hope and the rest of us enduring patience. For we must not expect from any leadership a shiny, ready-made millennium in our time. No one of us will live to see a blameless peace. We strive and pray and die for what will be here when we're gone. Our children's children are the ancestors of a free people. We send our greetings ahead of us to them. To history yet unmade, our greetings. To the generations sleeping in our loins. Be of good heart. The fight is worth it. That just about means that my time is up. When my time's up, it's time for me to say goodbye and to invite you, please, to join me at the same time, at the same station, next week. Until then, thanking you for your attention. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Leo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reeser. Pete Reeser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. And these men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the All-Star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Litweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughn, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughn would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' ninth-inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughn of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. That's right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter, and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Grounds since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters, Ray Starr, and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 and 2/3 innings, allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters, playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reeser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of 267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughn hitting at 262. Pete Reeser will bring into the ball game an average of 361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at 301. Mel Ott hitting at 261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at 344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at 286. Eddie Miller batting at 270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit. Walker Cooper 4. Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. In the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for the defensive propensities, Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughn 23, Pete Reeser 38, Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44, and Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate. Walker Cooper 26, Eddie Miller 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, they have accounted in runs batted in this year a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the 2 teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my 2 colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have 2 evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just one day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at Big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hits safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short. And Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games. And one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here's the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, that's Tebbets, Tebbetts, will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were 3 late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubbell of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, Ballanfant of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, Barlick of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back at the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as the left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the mark is around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo DeRocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our mutual broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network. How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first 3 innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle 3, and I'll describe the last 3. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here is the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our mutual broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now. And here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. In the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow, but because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland ball club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau will start at short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMars, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in that American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight, is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Houston, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been 2 changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was 1 substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game. The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field. And I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first 3 innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughn is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game by a score of 1-0. Portsider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at the ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball the count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mellott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike the count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches, there's a foul ball down the third baseline, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughn. Vaughn is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There is one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit. Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reiser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take 2. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike 1 called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced 2 men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball 1. Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, Jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1 ball the count. Here it is. Strike called. A good strike. Through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. 1 man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball 2, strike 1. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. But he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters, certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughn. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out, and Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughn did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughn would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York, Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers, is up. He is the first baseman. He bats one below the cleanup slot, has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third, 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handled curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop, the outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field, a long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in, his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of .347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American Leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. 2 mighty home runs, 1 to left by Boudreau, 1 to right with 1 on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an All-Star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss. At a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American Leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of .347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American Leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late, on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander, on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reiser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left. Walker Cooper of the Cardinals, back of the plate. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop. And Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of .263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first. Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curveball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughn is up.
Archie has a batting average of .270. He bats left-handed. 1 on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball 1. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau. 1 out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughan lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughan ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reeser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of .361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball 1, close to the head. Pete went down, now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a second ball. The American Leaguers have a lead of 3 runs to nothing on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughan smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reeser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning, and there's a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there'll be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the 2 men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy. Defensively, the National Leaguers have Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right, an infield of Mize, Brown, Miller, and Vaughn, and the Cooper brothers of the battery. Ken Keltner of Cleveland is up. He has an average of .285, and he bats right. He opens the second inning for the American Leaguers. Cooper pitches. Ball 1. The first pitch was just about hip high, and it missed the outside corner. The score, American Leaguers 3, National Leaguers nothing. The outfield is a shade to the left. Third baseman Archie Vaughan is playing close to the bag. Miller is deep at short. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, slowly topped towards Miller, who charges it. Makes a quick throw to first baseman John Mize for the out. That was an easy chance. And the Boston Braves shortstop, who has gone through 39 errorless games and has come within 25 or 30 chances of Leo Durocher's all-time National League defensive record, made an easy play. 1 man out, and here is Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher of the Detroit Tigers. He has a batting average of .244. He has 9 doubles so far this year. He is a straightaway hitter. They play him slightly to the left. A crossfire pitch is wide. Ball 1. 1 man out in the first half of the second inning. The outfield slightly to the left. Miller playing back on the grass. Jimmy Brown, too, on the right side of second base is deep. And the third baseman and first baseman are playing fairly close. Right fielder Mel Ott is not deep. Cooper winds up. Delivers. Strike called. A sidearm fastball. The crowd likes the colorful way that Ballantyne has been calling them, because his voice has penetrated to every nook and cranny of the historic Polo Grounds. 1-1 the count, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League at bat in the first of the second with a 3-0 lead over their National League brethren. Here it is. A swing and a miss. And Tebbetts very nearly lost his balance and sat right down into the dirt. 1-2. If there is any one mark of distinction that Bertie wears more than any other, it is his aggressiveness. He is reminiscent of the great Mickey Cochran. He is a fire eater, and he fights for what he believes to be the right. 1-2. 1 man out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is Cooper's second strikeout. He got Gordon to end the first half of the first inning. And here's Spud Chandler, the Yankee pitcher, coming up. he worked as recently as last Friday night when he defeated the Boston Red Sox in the opening tilt of that crucial three-game series at Fenway Park. The first 5 hits were doubles, 2 of them by Williams and 2 by Dorr, but thereafter he settled down to coast in with a 5-3 lead. The fact that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Boston in that series enabled them to stretch their American League lead to 4 games. Spud has a batting average of 147, 2 men out and none on. A half swing, called a ball when the pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Spud has a season's pitching record of 9-2. He and his teammate Hank Baroe of the Yankees are tops in the American League, just as Larry French is in the National League. Cooper pitches. Ball 2. That pitch was low and outside. Spud steps out of the batter's box. As pitchers hit, he's capable of pulling it a long way. The infield is back slightly on the left, and Mize is playing in just a few feet back at first base. Cooper gets his sign from his brother Walker. He delivers. Ball 3, low. Chandler was well up front that time. He had his bat in bunt position, never used it, and the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. The American Leaguers are trying to make it 7 out of 10 in this All-Star Classic tonight. Cooper gets set, and it's a perfect strike. Chandler was set to take it, and he did. Not even an effort to swing. 3-1 the count. The National Leaguers are in the home team's dugout to the right, and just below us, in the dugout occupied by the New York Yankees, when they play in the Polo Grounds and World Series, are the American Leaguers. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and then Chandler did go down on one knee and was quick to get back up again. Cooper had himself in a 3-0 hole. Then he pitched a good called strike and got Chandler on a clean swing and a miss. 3-2. 2 men out and no one on. The windup. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right center field. Center fielder Reeser is over, waiting. And he takes it going away for the 3rd and final out in the first half of the 2nd inning. That is Pete's first chance. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, going into the last half of the 2nd inning with the National Leaguers slated to come to the plate, the totals are American Leaguers 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. The National Leaguers no runs, no hits, and no errors. We pause now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The last half of the 2nd inning coming up with Big Johnny Mize, the New York Giant first baseman, his manager and right fielder Mellott, and left fielder Ducky Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers slated to bat in that order. If you're one of our most recent listeners and tuned in late, in the very first inning, Boudreau led off with a home run on the 2nd pitch to put the American League ahead 1-0. Henrik doubled to right center, moved up on DiMaggio's infield out after Williams had flied out, and York hit a home run into the right field stands just inside the pole to make it 3-0. Chandler faces Mize. It's a strike. A fast one right down the middle to Big John. He represents most of the Giant power, the power the Cardinals lost in their trade. He has an average of .292 and 14 home runs. There's a foul ball way over to the right, up against one of the box seats, and there goes Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh to recover it. Strike 2. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. That's the American League battery. In left field, Williams of Boston, DiMaggio and Henrik of the Yanks in center and right. The infield, York of Detroit, Gordon of New York, Boudreau and Keltner of Cleveland at first, second, short, and third. The count is 2 strikes on Johnny Mize. Here's the pitch. Too close. John simply stepped back almost imperceptibly to get out of the way of it. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and center fielder DiMaggio is playing deep. Chandler winds up, delivers. A curveball missed the outside corner. John followed it with his eye until the last possible break. The count is 2-2. The National Leaguers are trailing, no runs to 3 in the last half of the 2nd inning. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and his American League teammates are off to a flying start as a result of that power that they have been talking so much about. The windup, the pitch. There goes a ground ball, hit towards Rudy York. York spears it. Chandler covers, takes it in time for a beautiful piece of teamwork. That was a fine play, both by York and Chandler, who was able to go all the way from the mound to first to cover in time for the out. Mellott is up, and this, of course, is the Polo Grounds in the shadow of Coogan's Bluff, and Little Mel is one of the most beloved baseball players John McGraw ever had. He succeeded to the mantle of the famous Little Napoleon. He bats left-handed, has a batting average of .269, which is well below par for him. He has 12 home runs, however, and 10 doubles this year. 1 out, none on. Strike called. Chandler threw a fairly slow curveball over the outside. It had a nice break, just about waist high. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League ahead, 3-0. There goes a high foul ball, and it's going out of the field of play, up on top of the press coop, and then it rolled down over the top. The count is strike 2. That play made by Rudy York on Mize was great, but it would not have been possible had it not been for the quick reflex action of Spud Chandler, who went very quickly from the mound to first base to cover, a distance of about 65 feet. 2 strikes, 1 man out, nobody on. The National Leaguers are striving desperately to get those 3 runs back. Chandler so far has been effective, and he has had fine support. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When Little Mel first reported to John McGraw down in the Louisiana training camp of the New York Giants, you may recall he was a catcher. But after 1 or 2 days back of the mound, back of the plate, McGraw decided to make him a fielder. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Mel still has that characteristic of his batting stance. He cocks that right foot well up into the air and lets go with it just as he swings with that lethal left-handed power of his. 2-2, 1 man out. Nobody on for the National Leaguers in the last half of the second. Spud Chandler gets his sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He takes a deep windup. Pitches inside. That one very nearly hit Mel. 3-2. He had to spin back out of the way of it. Plate umpire Lee Ballanfant goes through his whisk broom act. Now he puts the brush back into his pocket. He is trying to tell somebody in the dugout that last was a foul ball and the count should be 2-2. That's right. I assumed that the ball nearly hit Mel, but it ticked his bat on the way by. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and he is called out. He stands there as if he does not believe it. It's a called 3rd strike. A curveball that broke just about chest high. Apparently it caught the inside corner, and Mel stood there incredulously, finally went back to the dugout and made way for Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn. That is the first strikeout for Spud Chandler, and he crossed up Mel out with a superb curveball. 2 men out, Medwick up with a batting average of .344. He's runner-up to Reeser in the National League batting department. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball hit to Rudy York. York takes it. There goes Chandler to cover quickly. He steps on the bag. Medwick is out. And that is a 1-2-3 inning. In 2 frames, Spud Chandler of the New York Yankees has faced only 6 of his National League brethren. Oddly enough, out of the 3 plays that have not involved a double play on the part of the American League defense, it has been York to Chandler twice, with Mize and Medwick being the victims. In 2 innings, the National Leaguers have no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. They have had only 1 base runner, and he was short-lived. Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but Vaughn whacked into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play. Morton Cooper is going to pitch in the first half of the 3rd inning as well. And again, he will face Lou Boudreau. That home run of Lou's must have climaxed a boyhood dream, because what red-blooded American youngster doesn't have some childlike vision that one day he will step up to the plate in an all-star game or a World Series classic and boom one of the enemy pitches far away into the bleachers for 4 bases. It was the first run Lou had driven in an all-star game. It was also his first home run. Rudy York's first home run was a freak as far as Rudy is concerned, because he hit it as a left-hander might, just down the right field line, a well-timed blow that went into the stands. Boudreau has 1 hit for a total of 4 bases. Morton Cooper pitches. There goes a high fly ball to straight center field. Reeser is coming in fast. Second baseman Brown going out. Reeser takes it for the out. 1 man out, nobody on. Tommy Henrik comes up. Henrik got 2 bases on a ball that stopped rolling when it got out into short right center field. Both Reeser and Ott had to converge on it. Tommy collected his 18th double of the year, but 17 of them count in regulation American League games. 1 out and none on. He bats left. There goes a high pop-up. Jimmy Brown is running in to the right side of second base. He follows it, and he takes it for the 2nd out. Morton Cooper has really buckled down. He has now retired 6 consecutive American League batters after that savage 3-run explosion in the top of the 1st. 2 men out and Ted Williams up. Ted lifted a high fly ball to left fielder Joe Medwick about 360 feet out his first time up, with Henrik on second base. Henrik was stranded, moved to third, and then scored on York's homer. Ted gets set. Here it is. Strike called. That pitch was right through the heart of the plate. It split that 17-inch platter just below the buckle, and the count is strike one. 2 men out. Ted has 18 home runs, 13 doubles, 4 triples this year, and has driven in 80 runs. 2 men out and none on. Here's the pitch. There goes a drive safely into right field for a solid base hit, and the kid pulls up at first with a single. Hit number 4 for the American League. Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe grounded out in the first inning to third baseman Archie Vaughn of the National Leaguers. The fact that a few boos greet him as he goes to the plate is really a tribute to his popularity, because no player has ever really achieved greatness until some of the boys sit back and give him the old Bronx cheer. It's music to the ears of most of them. 2 men out, Williams on first. DiMaggio, a right-hand batter, the outfield deep to the left. There's a high pop-up to the right. Back of the plate comes Walker Cooper waiting for it, and he takes it for the third out in the top of the third inning. A high foul fly on the first pitch with Williams breaking for second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. In the event you tuned in late, the American League's 3 runs came right off the reel. They exploded like gunpowder. Lou Boudreau took a ball. Then the next pitch was in there, and he promptly lost it in the left field stands at around the 400 mark. It was a tremendous wallop, and he put every ounce of his right-handed power behind it to drive in his first all-star game run and send the American Leaguers away to a flying 1-0 start. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. He held second as Medwick took Ted Williams' long fly ball in left center field. Henrik moved to third as Archie Vaughn threw out Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York holed a long right-handed home run just inside the right field stands, the spot into which Mel Ott normally deposits those long round trippers of his. Willard Marshall is going to bat for Cooper, Mort Cooper. The first man up in the last half of the third inning will be Walker Cooper. His brother will not come to the plate. It will be Walker Cooper, Eddie Miller, and Will Marshall of the New York Giants. He is the sensational rookie outfielder of this year, whom the Giants purchased from one of the Southern clubs on a look basis. There's the long throw from catcher Bertie Tebbetts down to second baseman Flash Gordon of the Yankees. Third baseman Ken Keltner is waiting for Spud Chandler to look up before he returns the pitch to him. In 2 innings, Spud has faced 6 men. He hit Brown in the back in the first inning to give the National Leaguers their only base runner. Now, with a more or less decisive 3-0 lead, he faces Walker Cooper, whose season's average is .284. Walker bats right. Foul tip into the dirt, out of the reach of Bertie Tebbetts. Walker has 4 home runs so far this year, 8 doubles and 2 triples. Oddly enough, he was the pitcher and Morton was the catcher when the Cooper brothers broke in. Mort decided he would infinitely prefer to throw at his brother. So today he is the outstanding pitcher of the National League, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. 1 strike, no balls, none out and none on in the last of the third. Chandler delivers. There's a drive that goes savagely to Gordon's right into center field for a hit. The first National League hit of the night. It came on the second pitch. After a foul strike, Walker Cooper smashed a savage grounder about 15 feet to the right of Joe Gordon. And there is no longer a no-hitter in prospect for the American League twirler. Eddie Miller is up. Eddie has a batting average of .268. He's the shortstop of the Boston Braves, is having his greatest year. He has a record of 39 errorless games. His batting record includes 4 home runs, 19 doubles, and he's well up among the major league leaders in stolen bases. Walker Cooper on first, none out. Here's the pitch. There's a foul ball drifting back into the stands for a strike. 1 strike, no balls. Nobody out in the last half of the third inning. How long Spud Chandler is going to pitch remains to be seen. There has been no warm-up activity in the American League bullpen, but Johnny Vandermeer and Bucky Walters have been warming up alternately. It now is Vandermeer in the National League bullpen out in right field. 1 strike. Chandler stretches, pitches. There's a ground foul to the left, and the count is strike 2. That hit the box in which the venerable Connie Mack of the Philadelphia A's is seated, one of the greatest figures in baseball. 2 strikes the count. Back of home plate crouches Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. The infield is slightly to the left. It's set up in a possible double play formation. And Spud Chandler is undoubtedly trying to keep the ball low on Eddie Miller to make him hit it into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Miller went after a chest-high curveball, missed it cleanly, and then he asked the plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, to check it and look it over. and Ballantyne is going to throw it out. That is Chandler's second strikeout. And here is Willard Marshall of the New York Giants. He is one of the New York Giant outfielders. He has a batting average so far this season of 251. Miller was the first out in the last half of the third inning. He went down swinging. Walker Cooper is on first, and left-handed Will Marshall is batting for Morton Cooper, the St. Louis Cardinal pitcher who started for the National Leaguers. The American Leaguers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch by Chandler, low and outside for a ball. Here is another first, by the way. Walker Cooper got the first National League hit. Willard Marshall is the first pinch hitter of the evening. Chandler stretches, pitches, a slow ball is topped to the right of the mound. Chandler picks it up, throws to Boudreau for a force out at second. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice. Marshall grounded one right back to Chandler, who quickly went to his left to break it down. He wheeled and threw to shortstop Lou Boudreau to force Walker Cooper, but Marshall reached first base on the fielder's choice. Boudreau was unable to get out of the way of Walker Cooper, who came in spikes flying in an effort to make his relay in time for the twin kill. 2 men out. Will Marshall of the Giants is on first base, and Jimmy Brown, the St. Louis Cardinal third baseman, and the second baseman in the All-Star Classic tonight, is up. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He bats left-handed. In the dirt, ball one. Jimmy bats both left and right. But the fact that Spud Chandler throws from the right side makes Jimmy turn around on the left side. He is a switch hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Marshall on first. Chandler delivers. There's a ground ball hit right to Joe Gordon. Gordon bobbles it, recovers it, and throws to first for the out, and the first 3 innings are over. Gordon bobbled the ball, but recovered in plenty of time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. So here are the 3-inning totals. For the American Leaguers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. For the National Leaguers, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And now for the play-by-play report of the next 3 innings. Here is Mel Allen of WOR, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a new pitcher for the National Leaguers as we get ready to go into the 4th inning of this 10th annual All-Star game, and it's going to be Johnny Vandermeer. Morton Cooper, who started for the National Leaguers, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1 man, and allowed 3 runs, all of which came in the first inning when manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians led off with a home run. Tommy Henrich followed with a double, and then after Cooper had retired Williams and DiMaggio, Rudy York hit a home run into the right field stand, scoring Henrich ahead of him to give the American Leaguers their 3 runs and their current 3-0 lead as we prepare to go into the first half of the 4th inning. And Johnny Vandermeer has appeared in 15 games so far this season for the Cincinnati Reds. He's won 8 and lost 6. He has pitched 121 and 1/3 innings, during which time he has allowed 90 hits, walked 46 men, and struck out 75. This is not Vandermeer's first appearance in an All-Star game. Here's the announcement. Back in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer appeared in an All-Star game and got credit for 1 of the 3 games which the National Leaguers have won from the American League teams. He pitched 3 innings in 1938 in the All-Star game, allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1 to get credit for the win. Incidentally, Dizzy Dean and Paul Derringer are the other 2 pitchers who boast wins over the American Leaguers. Dean's came in 1936 in the 4th game of the All-Star Classic. Final score was 4-3. Paul Derringer got credit for the win for the National League in 1940. That was the year the National Leaguers shut out the American Leaguers 4-0, the only shutout game in the history of the All-Star Classic. Along with Derringer, Walters, White, French, and Hubble combined to hurl that shutout. Rudy York leads off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 4th inning, with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. York hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrich aboard. Bats right-handed. Vandermeer into the windup. In comes the pitch. York takes a very high one way over the head of Morton Cooper. Had there been anyone on, it would have been a wild pitch. Ball 1. A very high pitch way over the head of both York and Morton Cooper. Vandermeer goes to the rosin bag, get a better grip on that ball. Outfield plays York. Just a bit toward left and center and left, straight away and right. Vandermeer ready. Into his windup. In comes the pitch to York. He takes a high one for ball 2. 2-0 to count on York. On deck is Joe Gordon. Then will come Kenny Keltner. Vandermeer looks in and gets a sign from Morton Cooper. Art Fletcher is coaching at third base. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first. Vandermeer ready with a 2-0 pitch to York. York swings and misses. Strike 1. 2-1 to count on Rudy. The National League infield, Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown at second, Mize on first. In the outfield, Medrick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rudy York, leading off for the American League, first half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer throws. York takes another one high, very high for ball 3. We have a 3-1 count on the Detroit Tigers first baseman. He turns around and looks at Walker Cooper and umpire Lee Ballantyne working back to the plate and sort of smiles at them. Vandermeer adjusts his cap, stands up on the hill, looks in now to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Taking his time. Eyes all set for the 3-1 pitch. York digs in, cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Here it is. He takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. So we have a full count on Rudy York. 3-2. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Outfield back very deep for York. Archie Vaughn playing a deep third, close to the third base line. Mize a deep first, guarding the first base line. Here's the payoff pitch to York. Rudy swings, he misses. Strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Vandermeer. And the second American leaguer to have struck out this evening. The first one being Joe Gordon in the first inning, whom Morton Cooper struck out. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Has a batting average on the season of .347. That's right-handed. Gordon's all-star batting average is .125 up until tonight's game. Vandermeer throws. Gordon takes a slow pitch high for ball 1. Outfield pulled over toward left and deep in center and left, almost straight away and right. Playing for a pull hitter primarily. Vandermeer taking his time. 1 out, nobody on base. Johnny ready to work. Throws. Gordon takes it high for ball 2. 2-0 to count on the Yankees' second baseman, Joe Gordon. Joe steps out of the batter's box for a moment to get himself a little dirt in his hands. Now he moves back in hitting position, has a look at Bucky Harris coaching at first for the hitter take sign of the 2-0 pitch. Vandermeer ready to throw it. Goes into his windup. Gordon set at the plate. Here it comes. Joe swings, he misses. Strike 1. 2-1 the count. Gordon steps out of the batter's box now. Vandermeer goes back to the rosin bag. Crowd got a whale of a kick out of Joe Gordon's terrific cut at that pitch. 3-0 is the score in favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer rocks in the box as he goes into his windup. Here's his delivery. Gordon takes it. Strike 2, it's called. Sharp curve over the outside corner. Letter high. So it's 2-2 on Joe Gordon. Once again, Vandermeer to the rosin bag. The umpires back to the plate. Lee Ballantyne at first base. Ernie Stewart. Al Barlick on second. Bill McGowan at third. 1 away, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Gordon. Vandermeer looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Now he's ready to work. Gordon digs in, awaiting the pitch. In it comes. It's high. Ball 3, and we have a full count on Gordon. 3-2. Joe reaches down, get a little dirt. Wipes it on his hands, looks over at the National League bench. Some of the boys gave him a bit of a ride. He gets in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, feet pretty close together, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Vandermeer all set for the payoff pitch to Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Gordon takes it, and it's in there for called strike 3. And so Johnny Vandermeer strikes out the first 2 men he faces, Rudy York and Joe Gordon. And already buzzing in the minds of the fans here at the Polo Grounds tonight is that historic performance in an all-star game of Carl Hubbell. Remember that. He struck out those 5 men in a row. Here is Kenny Keltner stepping up, grounded out to short in the second inning. That's right-handed. First pitch is high outside for ball 1. Keltner hitting at .299 on the season. He was hitting at an even .500 up until tonight's game in all-star competition. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down at the end of the handle, extended in front of his body. Outfield pulled a little over toward the left. Vandermeer all set. Keltner digs in. In comes the pitch. Keltner swings and lifts a pop-up. Out toward short. Eddie Miller under it, waiting for it to come down. Still waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. Went way up there. Took a long time to come down. And so Johnny Vandermeer gets a nice hand as he moves off the mound to the National League bench. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for the American Leaguers in the fourth inning, and the score at the end of 3.5 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. Now we're going to pause for station identification.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Hello there once again, baseball fans. Mel Allen speaking to you from the Polo Grounds. This evening, the Mutual Broadcasting System is bringing you exclusively the play-by-play description of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. Bob Elson of Chicago and Jimmy Britt of Boston alongside bring you this play-by-play description. The game tonight is being played for the benefit of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, for the benefit of their Bat and Ball Fund, for the Army Emergency Relief Fund, and for the Navy Relief Society. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League as we come into the last half of the fourth inning. The American Leaguers striking swiftly, a home run by Lou Budrow and one by Rudy York with Tommy Henrik on, who had doubled in the first inning, giving the American Leaguers their 3 runs. Here's Archie Vaughn leading off for the National League in the last half of the fourth. He hit into a double play in the first inning. He hit 2 home runs last year in the All-Star game in Detroit. Spud Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to first. York grabs it. Chandler running over to first to throw. He steps on first just in time for the out ahead of Archie Vaughn. A very close play. Chandler's had quite a workout tonight in taking throws over to first from New York. That's the 3rd time tonight that he has made the put out at first base. Johnny Mize and Joe Medwick in the second inning each grounded to York, and Chandler covered on each play. 1 out. Here is Pete Reeser, the Brooklyn Dodger, stepping in, grounded out to Joe Gordon in the first inning. Bats left-handed, has an average on the season of .361. 3-0 favor of the American League, last half of the fourth. This year it's possible for the starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and it may be that Chandler will go that distance. We'll wait and see. First pitch into Reeser. Outside, ball 1. On deck is Johnny Mize. 3-0 favor of the American League, last half of the fourth. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks out in the outfield, playing Reeser almost straight away. Little activity in the American League bullpen right now. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up. Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch to Reeser. It's inside for ball 2. Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers is throwing, along with Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. Chandler throws. Reeser swings to lines one out. Gordon makes a great stop, picks it up, throws to first, and in time for the out, but then York drops the ball. And the decision is changed on the play, and safe at first is Pete Reeser. Joe Gordon went far to his right and back of second base, made a one-handed, glove-handed stop of Reeser's drive, picked the ball up after he had momentarily booted it, threw over to first, in time for the out, but York couldn't hold on to the ball, and the decision first was changed, and the official scorer has decided to give Pete Reeser credit for a base hit. A beautiful stop by Joe Gordon. And here is Johnny Mize stepping in. Mize grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning, his first time up. Mize bats left-handed. 1 out. Reeser on first. Chandler looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, takes a stretch. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. Mize takes it over the inside corner for called strike 1. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, coaching at third base. Frankie Frisch at first base. Outfield playing Mize deep. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Chandler ready. Reeser moves off first. The pitch to Mize. Mize swings and he misses. Strike 2. Kenny Keltner at third base. Lou Budrow at shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. Rudy York on first. The American League infield. Bertie Tebbets is catching. In the outfield, it's Williams in left. DiMaggio in center. Joe DiMaggio. And Tommy Henrik in right field. Spud Chandler stands ahead of Mize. Frankie Frisch hollers down to the plate to John. Be ready. Chandler ready to work. Looks over, throws. Mize swings and drives one going into deep right field. There goes Tommy Henrik racing way back, going back to the bullpen and makes the catch for the out. And Pete Reeser, who was all the way down to second, has to hustle to get back to first. Johnny Mize drove one into deep right field. A drive good for more than 400 feet. But Tommy Henrik raced way back to the National League bullpen, which is in deep right field, to make the catch for the out. It was so far out that Pete Reeser was on first, had time to go all the way down to second base and come back to first after the catch. 2 outs now. Had Mize been able to pull that one a little bit more, it would have been in the stands. 2 outs, and here's Mal Ott stepping in. Took a third call strike in the second inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Outside and low for ball 1. 3-0 to score in favor of the American League. Last half of the fourth inning. 2 men away. Pete Reeser on first base. defensive setup for Ott, almost the same as it was for Johnny Mize. Chandler blows on his pitching hand, bobs the ball around in his glove. Bertie Tebbets in the couch to give him the sign. Chandler takes a stretch. Reeser leads off first. In comes the pitch to Ott. It's in the dirt and gets away from Bertie Tebbets. There goes Pete Reeser down to second. Tebbets chasing the ball. Reeser takes a wide turn, but ducks back into second. And lining up in back of Kenny Keltner, who's there to cover third, is Chandler, Budrow, and Ted Williams. He had plenty of protection. Back of him on that play had Tebbets elected to throw the ball down to third. The official scorer has called that a passed ball. Charge to Bertie Tebbets, enabling Pete Reeser to go down to second base, and that puts him in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes on Mel Ott. Ottie has a look at Bill McKechnie coaching at third for the hit-or-take sign of this 2-0 pitch. 3-0 the score, favor the American League, last half of the fourth. And that's the first National Leaguer to have reached second base so far in the ball game. Chandler taking his time. Mel Ott stepping in there to hit. Chandler ready, takes a stretch, looks back at second, throws over the inside corner for call, strike one on Ottie. 2-1. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the last half of the fourth inning, 2 men out. Pete Reeser on second base. Out the batter with Joe Medrick on deck. Chandler takes a long, slow stretch, throws, Ott swings and drives it foul right at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Bertie Tebbets picks the ball up, hands it to Lee Ballanfant. Lee rubs the cover up a little bit and hands it back to Tebbets, who in turn tosses it out to Spud Chandler. Little activity still going on in the American League bullpen. Al Benton, a right-hander, and Ed Smith, a left-hander. Warming up. Benton of the Tigers, Smith of the White Sox. 2-2 the count on Mel Ott. Chandler taking his time, now he's ready. Into his stretch, Reeser leads off second. Here's the pitch to Ott. Mel swings and drives one, but curving foul. It's going foul up into the upper deck in right field. He pulled that one a little bit too much. Pulled it foul up over the scoreboard in right field and into the upper deck. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mel's been playing these polo grounds for many a year. Knows all of its little tricks. And many a ball he's pulled into those right field stands. He's hit 12 home runs on the season. Chandler ready. Here it is. Ott moves away from an inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on the Giant skipper. Mel Ott steps out of the batter's box, gets a little dirt on his hands. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks around the outfield once again. Pete Reeser standing just a few feet off second. Lou Budrow a deep short. Budrow starts moving in back of Reeser, trying to make Reeser duck back into second. Reeser doesn't pay him any attention. Chandler ready for the payoff pitch to Mel Ott. Here it is. Ott swings, sends a bounder out to second. Joe Gordon takes it on 2 hops, throws over to Rudy York in time for the out. And that's all for the National League in the last half of the fourth inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 4 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. As we go into the 5th inning, it'll be Bertie Tebbets, Spud Chandler, and Lou Budrow scheduled to hit in that order unless we have a pinch hitter possibly for Chandler. Activity still taking place in the American League bullpen. And that's all for Chandler. He just took his jacket, threw it over his arm, and is trotting out to the clubhouse. Listen to the applause. Spud Chandler, who started the game for the American League, thus worked 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits, issued no passes, and struck out 2 men. And should the American Leaguers maintain their current advantage, the victory will be credited to Spud Chandler in all probability. Bertie Tebbets will lead off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 5th inning. Tebbets struck out in the 2nd inning in his only appearance at the plate thus far. This is Bertie's first appearance in an all-star game. Bill Dickey, who was scheduled to catch for the American Leaguers, came up with a lame shoulder and was unable to participate. Tebbets digs in, right-handed batter. Outfield pulled over toward left. Johnny Vandermeer, left-hander, doing the pitching now for the National League. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings. Vandermeer into the windup, first pitch to Tebbets. Over the inside corner for call, strike one. Art Fletcher coaching at third. New York Yankee coach. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first base. Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics is going to bat for Spud Chandler. He's on deck. Vandermeer pitches. Tebbets takes it. Inside. Ball one. Almost had the inside corner, but not quite. Walker Cooper still doing the catching for the National League. National League wearing home uniforms. They're the home team today. 1-1 the count now on Bertie Tebbets. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the fifth inning. Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hander, ready, throws. Tebbets swings and fouls it off. Over the National League dugout, up into the upper deck. Strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Cooper rubbing up to cover the new ball he just got from umpire Lee Ballantyne. Tosses it out to Johnny Vandermeer. If custom is followed, as in past All-Star games, we will have a shift in the umpires at the end of this half inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bertie Tebbets. Johnny Vandermeer doing the pitching. All set to work on Tebbets. Into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets takes a high one for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Bertie. Al Benton is throwing in the bullpen for the American Leaguers and very likely will take to the mound as we come into the last half of the fifth inning. Time call for a moment. Tebbets stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in hitting position. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. In comes the pitch. Tebbets takes it. It's high for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Bucky Harris coaching at first points to first base as Tebbets looks down to him. In other words, meaning watch this one carefully. Get on base. Make it be in there, in other words. Vandermeer standing on the hill looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets lifts a high pop-up curving foul back at first. Johnny Mize going over, and Walker Cooper Mize under it and makes the catch for the out. Tebbets fouls out to Johnny Mize. And here's Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics coming up to bat for Spud Chandler. Johnson has an average on the season of .278. Here's the announcement. Johnson was on the All-Star squad for the American League in 1935 and 1938. Has been at bat 5 times and has failed to hit. Vandermeer into the windup, the first pitch to Johnson's. He starts to swing, checks it, but it's in there anyway for call strike 1. Outfield plays him toward left and center and left, almost right away and right. Johnson pulls that bat down to them. The handle cocks it high up over his right shoulder. Stands in fairly close to the plate. Feet slightly spread. Vandermeer set to throw. Does. Johnson swings and lines one out in the left field for a base hit. Joe Medrick goes over to field it. There's Johnson taking his turn. Medrick throws in to Jimmy Brown at second. The ball cut off by Eddie Miller. It's short. And on at first is Bob Johnson with a single to left. And that's his first hit in an All-Star game. His 6th time at bat. And that for the American Leaguers is their 5th hit of the evening. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, the first one off Johnny Vandermeer. Claude Passot is throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Passot, right-hander. Manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians steps in. A right-handed batter hit a home run in the first inning, fly to Reeser and center in the third. That 1 hit and 2 times at bat so far tonight. Stretched by Vandermeer. A look over at first. In comes the pitch. Budrow takes it. A little low. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Outfield shaded toward left for Budrow and center and left, straight away and right. Eddie Miller in about 3-4 paces at short. Same for Jimmy Brown at second in double play position. Vandermeer takes the stretch. In it comes. Pitch is swung on and fouled off by Lou Budrow, who took a couple of steps forward in the batter's box trying to drive the ball behind the runner into right field. 1-1 the count on Lou. Tom Henrik is on deck. 1 out. Bob Johnson on first base. Vandermeer just gone to the Rosenbag. Now steps back onto the hill. Looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Takes his stretch. Johnson leads off first. Mize on the bag with him. Here it is. Pitch is swung on, fouled off high to the right of the plate. Up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to count on Lou Budrow. A youthful skipper of the Cleveland Indians doing a grand job. for his American League entry. 1-2 on Lou. Johnny Vandermeer's taking his time. Guys all set to go. Johnny Mize on the bag at first with Bob Johnson, who takes a short lead. Vandermeer ready, takes a stretch. Looks over at first and throws. Budrow swings, sends one right back to the mound. Vandermeer takes it, throws to Eddie Miller, who falls down to the ground but holds on to the ball, keeps his foot on the bag in time for the out. Jimmy Brown was over too, and Bob Johnson sliding in upset Jimmy Brown, but Eddie Miller had his foot on the bag as he fell, taking the throw from Vandermeer for the forced play on Bob Johnson at second. No chance for a throw to first, attempting to double up Lou Budrow. So there are 2 outs. Budrow on first base, and the batter Tommy Henrik, who doubled in the first inning, scored a moment later ahead of Rudy York's home run to the right field stands. Henrik popped out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the third inning. Hits left-handed, stretched by Vandermeer. Budrow has the lead off first. In comes the pitch to Henrik. He swings, and he misses. Strike one. He tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Went around. Ted Williams is on deck. He'll hit next if Tommy Henrik gets on. This is Henrik's first appearance in an all-star game. Budrow moving off first. Vandermeer takes a stretch, looks at the runner, throws to Henrik, and it's in there for call strike 2. The nice curve over the inside corner, belt high. And so Vandermeer stands ahead of the hitter. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning of this 10th annual All-Star Classic. Vandermeer okays the sign. Budrow moves way off first. Johnny throws in to Henrik, who swings and lifts a foul up over our mutual booth, up into the upper deck, to the left of home plate. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Henrik chokes the bat just about an inch, stands deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate. Drives a long ball, good full hitter. Here it is. Henrik takes it, it's high for ball 1. Tommy can also punch him to left field pretty well, since the outfield plays him straight away. Johnny Mize on it first with Budrow. 2 men out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tommy Henrik, the batter. Vandermeer ready to work now. Takes his stretch. Budrow moving off first. Here it is. Henrik swings and he misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but he picks it up, tags out Tommy Henrik. Strikeout number 3 for Johnny Vandermeer. And that's all for the American League in the first half of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the National Leaguers, 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. And sudden onslaught by the American Leaguers in the first inning, which saw Lou Budrow lead off with a home run, Tommy Henrik double, and Rudy York follow with a home run, has given the American Leaguers their 3-0 lead. And so as we come into the last half of the 5th inning, we're going to have a new pitcher for the American Leaguers. Bud Chandler worked the first 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits in blanking the National League. And it's going to be Big Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers. Benton has been in 17 games so far this season for Del Baker. He's won 6 and lost 5. Has pitched 129 2/3 innings. Has allowed 111 hits, walked 40, struck out 58. And we're going to have a change in umpires, as we indicated to you a moment ago. That seems to be the tradition in all-star games. We'll watch and see just what the lineup is going to be in the way of umpires as we get ready for more action here in the last half of the 5th. The announcement over the public address system was concerning the coming into the game of Al Benton. Bill McGowan is going to work back to the plate now, and Lee Ballanfant's going to move down to third base. Al Barlick has moved over to first base, and Ernie Stewart of the American League will umpire at second base. So there's the new alignment of umpires. Lee Ballanfant of the National League, who started back at the plate and worked the first 4 1/2 innings, has gone down to third. Bill McGowan of the American League, who was at third, has come in back at the plate. Al Barlick, who started umpiring at second base of the National League, has moved over to first, and Ernie Stewart of the American League, who is umpiring at first, has moved over to second. Joe Medwick leads off for the National League as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. He'll be followed by Walker Cooper and then Eddie Miller. Medwick bats right-handed. Grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning. Benton into the windup, throws. First pitch is high for ball 1. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the last half. of the fifth inning. Bill McKechnie of Cincinnati still coaching at third. Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh at first. Benton throws. Medwick takes it. Strike one call. A fastball. Let her high. 1-1 the count on Joe. Playing great ball for the Brooklyn Dodgers this year. Benton looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Detroit battery right now. Benton ready, throws. Medwick swings and fouls it off. Back to the plate high. Up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joe Medwick. Al Benton has a new ball. Ready to work with it. Tebbetts into the crouch to give Al the sign. Great big fellow. Into his windup. Throws. Medwick ducks under a high pitch for ball 2. Ducky ducked under that one. 2-2 the count on Medwick. Joe stands in close to the plate. Benton ready. Throws overhand. There's a pitch swung on, and Keltner comes up with a great one-handed stop to throw to York in time for the out. Medwick drove one which appeared headed between Keltner and Budrow, but Keltner went to his left, came up with a one-handed, glove-handed pickup of his vicious bounder, and then threw over to York in time to retire Medwick and rob him of a base hit. Here's Walker Cooper stepping in. Cardinal catcher single to right in the third inning for the first National League hit of the night. They've only had 2. Bats right-handed. Al Benton ready for the first pitch. Here it is. High inside. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor of the American League. It's the last half of the fifth inning. Eddie Miller is on deck. Walker Cooper ready. Here it is. He doesn't mean to swing on that one, but does. The ball rolls down the third baseline. Tebbetts picks it up, throws over to first. In time for the out on a very nice play. Walker Cooper meant to check his swing. Couldn't. The ball hit the bat and rolled down the third baseline. Tebbetts raced out, grabbed it, wheeled around, threw over to York in time to retire Cooper for the second out. So there have been 2 swell defensive plays on the part of the American League here in the last half of the fifth inning to retire the first 2 men. Up now is Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves, who struck out in the third inning, up for his second time, bats right-handed. Al Benton rocks in the box, throws. Miller swings, hits this one, past the mound out to short. Budrow up with it. There's a throw to York in time for the out. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the fifth inning. Out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. At the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains 3-0 in favor of the American League. Going into the first half of the sixth inning, we'll have Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York coming up in that order for the American League. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, stops at the plate to talk to Bill McGowan for a moment. Ted Williams, who has a couple of bats, swinging them from shoulder to shoulder, kids around with Bill McKechnie as he moves over now to the National League bench. Art Fletcher, who's coaching at third for the American League, goes down to talk to Lee Ballanfant back at third base, while Johnny Vandermeer tosses a few in from the mound. For those of you who might have tuned in late and are wondering how the American League achieved their 3-0 advantage, we'll repeat that Lou Budrow, in the first inning, leadoff man for the American League, drove one up into the left field stands for a home run. Morton Cooper was pitching at the time. Tommy Henrik followed with a double to right, and then after Cooper had retired, Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, Rudy York drove one into the right field stands for a home run, scoring Henrik ahead of him. That's been all of the offensive fireworks so far in this game. Since that time, it's been quite a pitching duel. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, gave up 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer came into the 4th inning and has been pitching ever since. Struck out 3 men and has allowed only 1 hit. Ted Williams steps in. He flied to Medwick in left field in the first inning, single to right in the third. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat tonight. Vandermeer goes into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Williams. Ted takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Started to swing, checked his toe, and fell away from the plate. 1-1 the count on Ted. Outfield pulled a little bit toward right for him. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low as he starts into his windup, whips the left arm around. Williams takes a change of pace pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Joe DiMaggio on deck, down on one knee, to the left of the plate, watching the action. Vandermeer's working very slowly, no hurry. Now he's set for the 1-1 pitch into Williams. Williams ready. Here it is. Williams swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ted. Fans get a big kick Out of seeing fellows like Williams, DiMaggio, and other sluggers swing and miss. Vandermeer stands a bit ahead of Williams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's ready to work. Here it comes. Low outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Williams. Don't forget the second All-Star game to be played at Cleveland tomorrow night. Broadcast of which will come to you exclusively over the Mutual Network. 2-2 the count now on Ted Williams. Vandermeer taking his time, mops his brow. Looks in to get the sign from Cooper. Williams stands in Ted plate. Swinging the bat around. Vandermeer ready to work. Here it is. Williams moves away from a high inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on Ted, 3-2. And Vandermeer has gotten into this situation a number of hitters since he's been in the ball game. 3-2 situations. He hasn't suffered too much from it as yet, though. All set for the payoff pitch to Williams. Ted digs in. Vandermeer throws. Williams swings and drives a fly ball out into center field. Pete Reeser going back deep over toward right center. Under it waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the American League. First half of the 6th inning, 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. And here is Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, who grounded out to Archie Vaughn at third in the 1st inning and fouled out to walk Cooper back to the plate in the 3rd. Joe has had 4 hits and 27 times at bat in all-star competition, including 1 double and 1 home run. Vandermeer's first pitch to Joe. He swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. This is the 7th all-star game for DiMaggio. 1 out, nobody on. DiMaggio the hitter, Rudy York on deck. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it inside, ball 1, fast pitch. Almost got the inside corner, but not quite. One and 1 the count on Joe. Stands that plate with the bat cocked up over his right shoulder, wide open stance, feet spread very wide. Outfield pulled way over toward left and deep. Vandermeer throws. DiMaggio swings and drives this one on the ground, off the glove of Johnny Mize, out into right field. The ball deflects. Now out comes in to field it. DiMaggio holds on to first and is credited with a base hit. His 5th in all-star competition. It was a vicious bounder to the right of Johnny Mize. He got his glove on it, but couldn't hold on to it. Bounced off his glove into short right for a single. That's the 6th hit for the American Leaguers. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, who worked the first 3 innings. 2nd off Johnny Vandermeer, who came in the 4th and is now working his 3rd inning. Up at the plate steps Rudy York, who hit a home run in the 1st inning with Tommy Henrik aboard, and then struck out in the 4th inning, first time Vandermeer pitched against him. York struck his home run off Morton Cooper. Vandermeer's taking his time, out back of the hill, looking around at the outfield, hitching up his trousers. York digs in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, outfield shaded toward left. Joe DiMaggio takes the lead off first, Johnny Mize on the bag, Vandermeer into the stretch. 1 out. Look at the runner. Here's the pitch to York. He takes it and it's in there for a called strike. Went into a bunting motion that brought Archie Vaughn racing in from 3rd. Eddie Miller at short walks over near 2nd, hollers something over to Jimmy Brown to get the signal straight. Double play combination. DiMaggio moves off first again. Vandermeer into the stretch. York digs into the plate. Vandermeer throws. York swings and sends a ground ball down to Vaughn. Vaughn over to Jimmy Brown, who drops the ball. And all hands are safe. Rudy York grounded to Archie Vaughn, who threw over to Jimmy Brown. And Jimmy Brown dropped the ball. And it's an error charge to the Cardinal second baseman, enabling Joe DiMaggio to go safe at second. And York is safe at first, of course, on the fielder's choice, which resulted in an error. So the American Leaguers are threatening once again. Runners on first and second, 1 out. 3-0 the score. It's the first half of the 6th inning, and the batter is Joe Gordon, who struck out in the 1st inning, took a 3rd call strike in the 4th. In other words, he struck out twice in 2 appearances. DiMaggio leads off second. Rudy York moves off first. Vandermeer takes the stretch, looks back at second, then throws. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. Outfield over toward left for Gordon and deep. It's Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. The only changes we've had in the starting lineups have been in the department of pitching. In the infield, it's Vaughn at 3rd, Miller at short, Brown on 2nd, Mize on 1st. Vandermeer throws high. Ball 1 to Gordon. 1-1 the count. Kenny Keltner's on deck, 1 out. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the first half of the 6th inning. Joe DiMaggio on second base. Rudy York on first base. Johnny Mize playing it deep first. Not on the bag at all with York, who has a big lead off first. Slipping into second base was Eddie Miller trying to draw a throw from Vandermeer. But Vandermeer did not throw down. Joe DiMaggio ducked back into the bag. Miller goes back to a normal short position. Vandermeer takes a stretch, look back at second. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Gordon. Flash steps out of the batter's box, gets a handful of dirt. Looks around at Art Fletcher coaching at third. Then moves back in hitting position. Bucky Harris coaching at first. Is watching first base for Rudy York, who moves way off the bag. Johnny Mize playing it deep first. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. Strike 2. 2-2 the count on Gordon. Struck out twice already in his 2 previous appearances. There's no activity in either bullpen right now. Since the first inning, this game has settled down into a real pitching duel. This has been the first real offensive threat since the first inning, in which the American Leaguers got all 3 runs. Vandermeer ready. 2-2 pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper. But, of course, Gordon doesn't run at all. And that's the 3rd time in a row that Gordon has struck out. That's the 4th strikeout for Johnny Vandermeer. 2 outs. And here is Kenny Keltner stepping in. He grounded out to Eddie Miller in the 2nd inning and popped out to Miller at short in the 4th inning. And Joe Gordon, who's been burning up the American League all season, strikes out all 3 times he's been at the plate so far tonight. Vandermeer bearing down, trying to get out of the situation. DiMaggio on second. York on first. Runners lead off. 2 down. First half of the 6th inning. Keltner the batter. Right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. He swings and misses. Strike 1. On deck is Bertie Tibbetts. He'll hit next if Keltner gets on. Cleveland third baseman stands up at that plate. Deep in the batter's box. In close to the plate. Knee slightly bent. Holds that bat down on the end of the handle and straight up and down in front of his body. Vandermeer throws. Keltner takes it high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. First half, the 6th inning. DiMaggio goes back to second. York to first. Now runners lead off their respective bases. DiMaggio comes way off second. York way off first. Vandermeer into the stretch. Keltner set at the plate. Here it is. Keltner swings and lets a high pop-up out toward the mound. Running in is Archie Vaughn near the mound, waving everybody away, and he makes the catch for the out. And Johnny Vandermeer pitched himself out of that one. And so for the American League in the first half of the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit. Listen to the hand for Vandermeer. For the American League in the first half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the National League. 2 men left on base. And that error, charged to Jimmy Brown, is the first error of the game. And now while we're waiting for the National League to come to bat in the last half of the 6th inning, let's pause for station identification. This
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
This is Mel Allen speaking to you once again from the Polo Grounds as we come into the last half of the 6th inning. Danny Litweiler is going to come in to pinch hit. He bats right-handed. Al Benton doing the pitching for the Detroit Tigers. Working for the American League right now. Throws. Litweiler swings and lines 1 out into right field. Gordon goes over, can't get it. Makes a valiant try, but the ball drops into right field safely for a base hit. Danny Litweiler, batting for Vandermeer, lines a single to right field in his first appearance at the plate and his first appearance as a member of the National League All-Star team. That's only the 3rd hit of the evening for the National League. First 2 hits having come off Spud Chandler, who worked the first 4 innings. Up now is Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Al Benton. He was hit by a pitched ball in the first inning, grounded out to Gordon in the 3rd. Benton takes the stretch, throws. Brown swings and lines this one foul, back at 3rd for strike 1. Joe Gordon came very close to coming up with one of those typical Gordon plays. Raced far to his left and leaped up in the air trying to get Litweiler's line drive, but couldn't do it. Dropped safely into right field for a hit. It's 3-0 favor the American League. Last half of the sixth. National League fans are starting that rhythmic chant calling for a rally. Benton takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. He swings and lines another one foul. Back of third base for strike 2. Bill McKechnie stepping things up, coaching at third base, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and Frankie Frisch, manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is coaching at first. Both boys aiding and abetting Leo DeRocher, skipper of the Brooklyn Dodgers, who this year is piloting the National League entry into this 10th All-Star game. Benton ready, throws, Brown swings and sends one over the mound, out over second, picked up by Budrow, steps on second, throws to York for a double play. Beautiful twin killing. Jimmy Brown hit this one over Benton's head, out over second base. Lou Budrow scampered over at the bag, picked the ball up, same time stepping on second, flipped over to Rudy York at first to complete the double play. That's the second double play the American Leaguers have come up with. Here is Archie Vaughn stepping in. 2 outs now, nobody on base. It's the last half of the sixth inning. American League leading 3-0. Archie Vaughn hit into the first double play in the first inning after Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitched ball. Vaughn hit to Gordon, who threw to Budrow, who delivered over to York for the double play. Vaughn digs in. Bats left-handed. Benton into the windup. Here's the pitch. Vaughn takes it outside for ball 1. Benton looks in to get the sign from Tebbets. Working rapidly. Pitches. Vaughn takes a fast one low for ball 2. Outfield pulled over toward right. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Claude Passo throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Benton ready, pitches. Vaughn looks at one over the outside corner for a called strike. Plenty of activity in the American League bullpen. 2 pitchers warming up, one of whom is a left-hander, Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. 2 balls, 1 strike on Archie Vaughn, 2 men out. Here it is. Vaughn takes it low inside for ball 3. It's the last half of the sixth inning. The American League out in front by a score of 3-0. All the damage having come in the first inning. Benton ready for the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Vaughn started down toward first base, turns around to argue with umpire Bill McGowan. Bill McKechnie raises a howl at third, but there's no argument. Frankie Frisch stands at first with his hands on his hips, looking in with a bit of a scowl at the plate. 3-2 the count now on Vaughn. Benton ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Vaughn takes it, and it's inside for ball 4. And Vaughn walks. And here's Pete Reiser stepping up. That's the first pass issued by Benton and the first National Leaguer to have received the base on balls tonight. And as a matter of fact, that's the first walk in the ball game. Pete Reiser steps in. He grounded out to Gordon in the first inning. Had himself an infield hit in the fourth. Bats left-handed. Hitting on the season at .361. Benton takes the stretch. Here it is. Reiser moves away from a low inside pitch. Ball 1 is into the dirt. Got away from Tebbets a couple of feet, but not far enough to permit Archie Vaughn risking the chance of going down to second base. 2 men out now. Reiser the batter. Johnny Mize on deck. Archie Vaughn on at first base. Benton takes his stretch. Here it is. Reiser swings and foul tips it for strike 1. He really took a terrific cut at that pitch. 1-1 the count on Petey. Keltner at third is playing way over toward short. Gordon the deep second on the edge of the outfield grass. Stretched by Benton. Here it is. Reiser swings and drives one out into center field. There goes Joe DiMaggio way back, getting under it and making the catch for the out. A drive good for some 400 feet. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the sixth inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And so that brings us to the end of the 6th inning mark, where the American League leading 3-0, getting their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run by Lou Budrow, a double by Henrik, and a home run by Rudy York. Totals at the end of 6 innings for the American League: 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left on. For the National League, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher for the National League, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, allowed 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer relieved him, worked the next 3 innings, during which time he allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 4, and did not allow any runs. Bud Chandler is the starting pitcher for the American League. Worked the first 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 2, and allowed no runs. Al Benton has been in there since he relieved Chandler in the 5th inning. And he's still in the ball game as yet, so we won't give you his record until he will depart from the ball game. So at the end of 6 innings, it's 3-0 favor of the American League, and now taking over as we go into the 7th inning, and to describe the remainder of the ball game for you is Bob Elson, who covers the games of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for the Mutual Station in Chicago. Here he is, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel Allen. Good evening, friends. We have quite a ball game on our hands here in this number 10 game in the All-Star Series, which this year, as you know, is being played here in the Polo Grounds in New York. And as we go into the first half of the 7th inning, the National League is sending in a brand new team. At third base, Elliott of Pittsburgh. At short, Reese of Brooklyn. At second, Herman of Brooklyn. At first, McCormick of the Reds. The catcher, Lombardi. The pitcher, Passaw. The outfield. Here come the announcements now on the changes. Fans, we're going to interrupt the public address system. I know it's kind of hard to listen to 2 people at once, but they're going to start this 7th inning, so I want to give it to you. Eno Slaughter is in the ball game of St. Louis in left field. Terry Moore in center field. Otta staying in right field. The entire National League ball club has changed, and the first man to bat for the American League, there's a hand for Reese as he's announced, is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. He's been up twice, he struck out and he popped up, and here's Claude Passaw of the Cubs getting ready with the first pitch, and it's an attempted bunt, and he misses the ball for a strike. Passaw has had a very fine record this year. He's taken part in 16 ball games. He's won 12. He's lost 5. He's pitched 154 innings, and he's taken part in 14 complete games out of 16 efforts. He's had 45 strikeouts, by the way. Here's the next pitch to Bertie Tebbetts. There's a swing and a miss, a curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. There's nobody on and nobody out here in the 7th. The American League leads 3-0, but the National League is still within striking distance, and the National League partisans here in the Polo Grounds in New York are still hoping that the National League will unload some of that power and really get back in this ball game. The American League is not out of reach. It's just 3-0. 2 strikes on Tebbetts. Here comes the next pitch. It's a strike, and he tried to back away from a pitch that was inside. It's a called strike. It looked at first as though it might have hit his bat, but the umpire says no, and Tebbetts is out on strikes. So it is a strikeout for Passaw, and that is 7 strikeouts in all tonight. There were 2 strikeouts for Cooper, 4 for Vandermeer, and 1 for Passaw. Vandermeer was really hot out there tonight. Now the next man to come up is Big Al Benton of Detroit. Big right-hander, a massive fellow with the number 19 on the back of his gray uniform. Claude Passaw of the Cubs out there in the center of the diamond. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a hopper down the third baseline. Elliott coming fast. There goes the peg. He's out. Elliott to McCormick, and there's 2 gone. Elliott, a reformed outfielder, by the way, has played great ball for Frankie Frisch's Pittsburgh Pirates. As Frankie said, the kid looks like he's been in there for years. Elliott's played bang-up ball at third base for Pittsburgh. Now that's 2 gone. We're back to the top of the batting order for the American League, and here's Lou Boudreau. He's been up 3 times. He hit a home run. He flied out, and he forced a runner the 3rd time. So he's up for his 4th time, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Country Slaughter getting under this ball, going to his right. He should get it. It's very high, and he caught it to retire the side. And so, before the right-hand shoots of Claude Passaw, the American League goes down 1-2-3 in the first half of the 7th inning. Now there's a big roar from the crowd. The National League partisans are standing in the last half of the 7th. The National League, as you know, is the home team here tonight. The American League has the lead in this series of 6-3, and it's been a wonderful ball game tonight. And now we're going to see if there are any changes for the American League. Yes, there are going to be some changes. Let's see. No, the American League is going to stay pat. The American League is standing pat with Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Lou Boudreau at short, at second base, Joe Gordon, And at first base, Rudy York. The catcher is Bertie Tebbetts, and the pitcher is Al Benton. Going into the last half of the seventh, fans, the score here in New York in the 10th Annual All-Star Game, the American League 3 and the National League nothing. 2 home runs in the first inning by the American League did the trick. Now here's Frank McCormick coming up for the first time. Johnny Mize, who he succeeded at first base, batted twice tonight. The first time he bounced out to the first baseman, and the second time he flied out to right field. And here is Frank McCormick coming up to the plate. He is a right-handed hitter. Frank McCormick batting .249 for the season. He's hit 10 home runs, and he's batted in 50 runs. Al Benton gets all set. Here it is. It's a strike. It's right across his knees. A very sharp curve. And this Benton has really got a curve, too. He's got one he can throw around the corner of a building. Gets all set again. Watch it now. Nobody on and nobody out. Here it is. It's a ball. It's too low that time. McCormick stepped up on the ball and let it go by, and it's low for a ball. National League trying to get a rally underway. They're still trailing by 3 runs here in New York. But as you know, a ball game is never over until the last man is out. There's a bouncing ball to short. Bedreau coming into the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Bedreau to York, and there's one gone. Bedreau moved in about 5 steps to come up with McCormick's hopper and to throw him out. Now the American Leaguers pepper that ball around the infield. There's one gone. Here's Little Mel out. The grand little manager of the New York Giants, and perhaps one of the best-liked ball players of all time. Not only by the fans, those of you listening in who make up the baseball audience, but by the players, too. Mel is liked by everybody. Here he is up in there, a left-handed hitter. One gone and nobody out. There is a strike, a slow curve over the inside corner at the waist. The first time up, Ott struck out, and the second time he bounced out to Gordon. National League batting in the last half of the 7th. They're trailing by 3 runs. Here it comes, a slow ball. It's just a bit outside, a ball. That pitch was around his waist, and it just missed the corner by an inch. Bill McKechnie coaching down here at third for the National League. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, over there at first. Nobody on and one gone in the last half of the 7th. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a typical Ott swing. Right foot up in the air. You wonder where he gets that power. That time he swung around hard and missed it. And so it is 2 strikes. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Little Mel. Benton has this sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He's winding up. Here it comes. It's a ball. He just missed the corner that time with a pretty pitch, and the kind of a pitch that a batter with 2 strikes on him might want to go after. But Mel, who's got a keen eye up there, didn't go for it. It's ball 2 and strike 2 for Ott. Here comes the pitch. It's a swing and a foul on the ground. Down here to our left. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield, and the American League outfield is playing straight away. This fellow Ott is a kind of a batter. You have to play every place for him. You can't swing your outfield or swing your infield or swing anything. And they're playing him absolutely on the diamond, straight away. The outfield and infield. Pitcher getting set again. Here comes the next one to Ott. He struck him out. He went for a fastball right across his knees, and he struck him out. Boy, that was a beauty that time. Very fast and right in around his knees, and he went down swinging. Well, that's 3 times that the National Leaguers have gone down via the strikeout route tonight. Here's the left-hand hitter up. It's Slaughter. Country Slaughter, the left fielder, playing in left field, the regular right fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. Slaughter's average is .284. He's hit 4 home runs, and he's had 22 runs batted in. The first pitch was a ball, knee-high. Here comes the next pitch to Slaughter. He swings, hits a high hopper. It's going to drop behind the pitcher. Gordon making a play. He's safe. He beat it out for a hit. Fans, that was that kind of a high-hopping ball. It hit in front of the pitcher's box, went high into the air, bounced behind him. The pitcher couldn't make the play. Gordon came in, grabbed that ball, and fired it with the same motion, but Slaughter had it beaten out for a hit. So the National League has another hit, and that is a total of 4 hits for the night. And it brings up Big Ernie Lombardi, one of the grandest characters in baseball. Ernie Lombardi. Here's Big Ernie, did some great work for Cincinnati for years. He's a hard worker. He's done some fine work this year for the Boston Braves. Great big lumbering sort of a fellow. He led the National League a few years ago. And you know the amazing thing about Lombardi is that a fellow with his weight, and he's so slow a foot, that he could lead the league. It's all the more credit to his batting eye because Lombardi doesn't get any of those rollers or any of those kind of balls that the infielders knock down and he beats them out for hits. He can't do it. He's too slow. Every time he hits that ball for a hit, he's got to hit it on the beam. First pitch was wide. The outfield is playing him just a little bit over to the left. Here's the next pitch. Lom swings and misses. A sharp curve in across his knees, and it's 1-1. Ernie Lombardi batting for the National League. There's a man on first, and there's 2 gone. The ball game is in the last half of the 7th. National League trailing by 3 runs. Benton getting set. Here's the next pitch. There's a wallop, but it's foul. Ernie Lombardi hit one up against the top of the roof down the left field line, but to the left side of the foul line, and it was a foul ball. Ernie gave it a ride, but foul, and now the catcher, Bertie Tebbets, is going out to talk to Benton, and they're standing halfway between the plate and the pitcher's box, just having a chat while Lombardi in his white uniform stands up there at the plate. National League trails by 3. It's the American League 3 and the National nothing in the last half of the 7th at New York. Big Al Benton, second pitcher for the American League tonight, is on the mound. Gets all ready again. Here's the next one, and it's a ball. It broke outside knee-high, and it's 2-2. Ernie started to go for that pitch. It looked like it was going to be pretty good at first, but he let it go by. 2 pitchers are in the bullpen, Hewson and Smith for the American League. Ball 2, strike 2 for Lombardi. Here it comes. It's a ball very far outside. There is no doubt about it. And it's ball 3 and strike 2. So Ernie is on the verge of a walk. Next man to come up will be the Dodgers shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. Lam is going to get a 3-2 pitch to swing at. Here it comes. There's ball 4. It's low, and it puts 2 men on. Here's Reese coming up for the National League. Fans, that's the second walk of the night. That's the second walk. It puts a man on first and a man on second and brings up Reese with 2 gone. Reese of Brooklyn, who has just gone in at shortstop, is batting, and his average for the year is 230. He's hit 1 homer, and he has 20 runs batted in. Reese up with 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th. And the National League partisans are making some noise here in the Polo Ground. Here's the pitch, and Reese takes, and it's a strike. It's right across his knee. By the way, Mel was just telling me that Reese hits well here in the Polo Grounds. Mel, of course, sees all these games in New York. Well, the National League could really use a hit in this spot. They have 2 men on and 2 out. Here comes the next pitch, and it's very wide. They wasted a pitch that time, and Bertie Tebbets cocked his arm as though he was going to throw that ball to first, but he held it. And so it's 1-1 on Reese. 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th. As the National League fights hard here in New York to come from behind. Al Benton getting his sign out there again. Here's the next one. There is a ball. It missed the corner knee high, and it's ball 2 and strike 1 for Reese. Remember that tomorrow night Mutual will bring you the big game from Cleveland, from the big municipal stadium at 8:45. Here comes the next pitch. Reese swings, and there's a line drive, and Bedreau caught that ball going to his left. Bedreau caught that ball going to his left to retire the side. A very hard hit ball, fans. Bedreau, the shortstop, went to his left, and just near second base, he reached out and caught that ball above his knees. It was a well-hit ball, and Bedreau made a nice play on it to retire the side. And so that National League threat is over, and it is no runs and 1 hit, and the ball game is going into the first half of the 8th. By the way, the attendance tonight is in the neighborhood of 35,000. Secretary Brannick of the Giants sent up the figures, which are in the neighborhood of $100,000. The Treasury Department will announce the exact figures in a day or so. All the money from this ball game and all the money from the game tomorrow night, the first $100,000 will be used for the Ball and Bat Fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps in the United States. After that, all the rest of the money will go to the Navy and the Army relief funds. Fans, we're at the end of 7 innings here in New York City in the All-Star Game. The American League 3, the National League nothing. And now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, this is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York. We're all set to go into the 8th inning of this ball game. Mutual Broadcasting System brings you exclusive coverage of one of America's outstanding sports classics, the All-Star Game. The first man to bat for the American League is Tommy Henrich, a left-handed hitter. Stepping up in there now. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit, and he's facing Passaw as we start the 8th, with the American League still out in front by a 3-0 score. The outfield is playing Henrik just about normal, maybe around just a step or two to the right. There is a smash to right field. The right fielder coming fast. He dove for the ball, and he got it. A beautiful catch. The right fielder, Melot, just made a diving catch of Henrik's smash to right field. Listen to that hand. Baby, was that a honey. That was the fielding gem of the night as Melot raced in and made a diving catch of Tommy Henrik's smash into right field, and that really brought the crowd to its feet. That was a beautiful play to watch. He certainly robbed Tommy of a hit that time. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up. He's been up 3 times, and he's had 1 hit, a single to right field in the 3rd inning. He's a left-handed batter. And you remember the setup last year in Detroit when he hit a home run off a pass-saw to win the All-Star game. Ball, it's low. Claude Passaw, and I've talked to him many times since about what type of pitch he threw to Williams that broke up that ball game. He said, Bob, all I know is I threw him a baseball, and it broke up the game. Getting all set out there again. Here's the next one to Williams. Williams takes one, a change of pace pitch that's high and a little bit outside, and it's ball 2. There's one out here in the first half of the 8th inning. Melot just made a great diving catch of Henrik's drive to right field, and there's one gone. Nobody on for the American League. They lead 3-0. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It missed the outside corner, knee high, and it's 3-0 now for Williams. Artie Fletcher is coaching here at third to our left. Down to our right is Stanley Harris, who won 2 pennants for Washington some years ago. Gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and Williams hits on the 3-0 count and hits a foul up on top of the stand. With the count 3-0, Williams swung and hit a foul up on top of the stand. New ball is tossed down to third base to Bob Elliott, the Pittsburgh third baseman, who roughs it up and then tosses it back to the mound. The National League has made no runs and 4 hits. The American League has made 3 runs and 6 hits. 2 of them home runs. Passaw set. Here's the next pitch, and it's a strike right down the middle. Of beauty that time, right across his knees. Ball 3 and strike 2 for Teddy Williams, one of the greatest hitters in the game. Big fellow, big, tall, skinny boy, a free swinger, and boy, he can really slam that baseball. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a high fly ball to center field. Terry Moore is getting under the ball, moving in just a few feet. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Williams flies to Terry Moore. Now here's the great Joe DiMaggio. Every time Joe comes up, he gets a chorus of boos and applause. But just as Jimmy Britt said before, a ball player is never a great ball player until he hears both boos and applause. And no one can deny Joe DiMaggio's place in baseball as one of the greatest players in the game. Here's the first pitch to him, and there is a strike. He caught the outside corner, waist high. Teddy Williams smiled out at Passaw as he came back down the first baseline toward the American League dugout. DiMaggio has been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. The last time up, he drove a hit off of York's glove, and it rolled into right field. Pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing, and there's a bouncing ball. It's a hit into left center field. The shortstop, Reese, went to his left to try to cut off that smash on the ground by DiMaggio, but he couldn't get it. It whizzed by him like a bullet, and the Yankee Clipper has 2 hits tonight. That makes a total of 7 hits for the American League, and it brings up the first baseman, Rudy York. DiMaggio, by the way, is the only player in the game with 2 hits. Here's Rudy York, the big first baseman of the Tigers. Jumping into the batter's box, he's been up 3 times. He hit a home run into the right field stands the first time. The second time, he was a strikeout victim. And the second time, he was safe on an error by the second baseman, Brown. He hit a ball down the third baseman that should have been a double play ball, but Brownie, taking the throw from third, dropped it, and York was safe at first. Now he's up with a man on first base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. American League 3, the National League nothing. Passaw getting set. Here it is. Hits the ball. It's high. Ball 1. The outfield is playing York deep. He can really give that baseball a ride. Terry Moore in center field. Country Slaughter in left field. And in right field, it's Melot of the Giants. Slaughter is a regular right fielder, but he's playing left field here in the game tonight, and he's one of the best outfielders in the game. Passaw getting his sign again. Here comes the next pitch to York. York swings. There's a high foul. It's off here to the right. The catcher flips off his mask. Lombardi coming back, but there's no play. It drops into the stands right beneath our mutual broadcasting booth, and it is a harmless foul. Well, remember the winner tonight plays the service team in a great attraction tomorrow night in the big municipal stadium at Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Wade Hoyt, Jack Rainey, and I will bring you the ball game from Cleveland as another exclusive mutual presentation. York swings that big bat around. He has a big black 4 on the back of his gray uniform. For a big fellow, he kind of crowds that plate. There's a man on first. It's DiMaggio. There's a ball. It backs him right out of the box, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. Passaw, the Cubs, is the third pitcher for the National League tonight. Morton Cooper started, then Vandermeer, and then Passaw. All the American League runs were scored on Cooper. 2 home runs and a double in the first inning. Here's the next pitch. York swings. There's a hopper down the third base line. It may be fair. It may be foul. It's fair. There's the throw, and he's out in a very close play. Boy, was that a close play. He picked that ball up just in front of the bag at about a half an inch fair, fired that ball to first base, and the runner was out by just a fraction of a step to retire the side. And so, fans, it is no runs and 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. The American League is going out onto the field, and the National League is coming up to try again to get back into this 10th annual All-Star game. They're trailing by 3 runs. There's Al Benton going out to the center of the diamond. And let's take a look around that American League team. Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Bedreau at short, Gordon at second, York at first, Tebbets is catching, and Benton is pitching, and it looks like McCarthy is going all the way with this American League team. Mickey Owen, who's done some great work for Brooklyn this year, is going to bat for Passaw as we start the last half of the 8th. Well, it's been quite a ball game, and believe me, these fans have seen a ball game here tonight. Mutual hopes that wherever you're listening to this game across the country, that it's giving you a lot of enjoyment. It's one of the outstanding sports attractions of the year, the annual Baseball All-Star Game. And this year it's for a great cause. All this money goes to Army-Navy relief after $100,000 is taken out for the Ball and Bat Fund to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. Now here's Mickey Owen up. He's a right-handed batter. He's making his appearance in the lineup as a pinch hitter for Passaw. Benton gets set. There's a bunt down the third base line. It's foul outside the line. Kenny Keltner runs in for the ball, picks it up, and the boys whip it around. Mickey Owen is a right-handed batter. His present average is 291 for Brooklyn. He's had no home runs, and he has batted in 22 runs. He's had this year one of his greatest years. Here's a fellow who was the unfortunate victim of a play in the World Series last year, which Mutual brought to you exclusively. And that play of the missed third strike will probably go down as history. But did it affect this fellow's career? It did not. It made him a better ball player. Ball, it's inside. All the more tribute to Mickey Owen. Nobody on and nobody out as the National League tries to get a rally going here in the last half of the 8th, and their chances are slipping away. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. National League has changed their entire team tonight. Manager Joe McCarthy of the American League with a 3-0 lead has just stood pat. Al Benton is all set again. Here's the next one to Owen. Owen swings. There's a high fly ball going toward right field. It may be a home run. It is a home run for Mickey Owen. Well, there you are, friends. There's a home run for Mickey Owen into the right field stands. Yes, sir, this National League team is still battling here in New York in this All-Star game. It's 3-1 now in favor of the American League. Mickey Owen just batted for Passaw, and as a good pinch hitter should, he not only came through with a hit, he hit one for the circuit. Now here's the leadoff man, Billy Herman, a right-handed hitter. There's a ball, it's wide. Billy Herman's average for the year is 248. He's hit 1 homer, and he's driven in 29 runs. The American League is warming up 2 pitchers, and there's the first squawk tonight. The pitcher, Al Benton, didn't like that call, and he's very red-faced out there as he hollers at the umpire, Bill McGowan. Billy Herman waits for the next pitch. Watch it, here it is. There's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands, off there to the right, and it's a foul strike. So we have a count of 1-1 on Billy Herman, with 1 run in, nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the 8th inning at New York, the American League 3 and the National League 1. And this is some ball game. Now he rocks his arms back and forth. He's getting set again. Here it is. There's a ball. It missed the corner by an inch. And not anymore either. They're really waiting Benton out now. It's ball 2 and strike 1 for Billy Herman. He went in at second base in place of Jimmy Brown. Here comes the next pitch, and Herman hits a little hopper to the pitcher's right. He's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Pitcher to first, and there's one gone. So that brings up the third baseman, Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh. Here's Bob Elliott coming up for his first time in the ball game tonight. His average for the year is 286. He slammed out 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53 runs. The last half of the 8th at New York. This ball game will end at 9:30, even if it isn't over, because of a practice blackout here in New York tonight. In other words, at 9:30, regardless of what the score is or what the conditions are, the game ends. Ball 1 to Elliott. Here's the next pitch. There's a spike. It's right across his knees. It's called. Very sharp curveball. 1 out, a run in for the National League. It's 3-1 in favor of the American. Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh, a right-handed hitter, is up in there. Benton gets his sign. Here's the next pitch, and there's a line drive. It's a hit to right field. The first baseman, York, leaped up but couldn't get it, and it puts Elliott on first base. A sharp hit to right field for Elliott. That's 6 hits for the National League. And it brings up the center fielder, Terry Moore, one of the greatest outfielders in baseball, Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals. Batting .271, he's hit 2 home runs, and has 17 runs batted in. But when it comes to ball hawks, and when it comes to fielding his position, this fellow doesn't have to take a back seat for anybody. And on first, Terry Moore batting. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called. It's right across his waist. 1 out, a man on for the National League. They're trailing 3-1 here in the last half of the 8th, and they're running up against the time deadline. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss as Terry Moore took a vicious cut at a knee-high curveball, and it's 2 strikes on Moore. Moore steps out of the batter's box, knocks the dirt off his cleats with his bat. He's up in there again, a red 8 in the back of his white uniform. Here he is right below our mutual booth. We could almost drop our pencil on him. We're so close to the field of play. Al Benton, a big towering right-hander out there on the mound, is getting set again. Here it is. And there is a ball. It's over his head and just a fraction behind him. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Terry Moore. Next man to come up will be the first baseman, Frank McCormick. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield. The outfield is playing straight away. Here's a foul. He didn't mean to hit it. He was backing away from an inside curveball. The ball hit his bat, and as he backed away, the ball went off to the right. He went out to the left, and it's a foul. It's ball 1 and strike 2 on Terry Moore. With a man on first base for the National League and 1 gone, they've scored a run this inning on Owens' homer. Big Al Benton is the second pitcher for the American League. Chandler started. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a little bit too close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2, strike 2 for Terry Moore. Crowds that plate, waves that light-colored bat around. Man on first base, Elliott, has a short lead off. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off there to the right, and it's 2-2. Bertie Tebbett gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan. Steps out and fires it out to the pitcher. The exclusive mutual broadcast of the All-Star Game from Cleveland will start at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Remember that, fans. Tune in to your mutual station at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Here comes the next pitch, and Moore hits a high infield fly. It's between the plate and first base, and the first baseman, York, is under it and has it for the second out. So there's 2 gone. Well, here's Frank McCormick coming up. He's no newcomer to All-Star play or World Series play either. Frank McCormick of Cincinnati, a right-handed hitter. He's batting .249. He's hit 10 home runs, and he has 50 runs batted in. He's up there now with 2 out and a man on first in the last half of the 8th. The score is 3-1 in favor of the American League. They scored all their runs in the first inning. Here's the first pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's a slow curveball just above his waist. He's just got a piece of that ball and rolled it foul to the left of the plate. That, by the way, is the first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. Mickey Owens' pinch homer, first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. There's a ground ball to short. Boudreau gets it to play at second. Force out, and it retires the side. The play went from Lou Boudreau, the shortstop, to the second baseman, Joe Gordon. It was an easy force play, and it retires the side. And so the totals, fans, in the last half of the eighth, for the National League, 1 run and 2 hits. And now the game is going into the first half of the ninth inning with the score of the American League 3 and the National League 1. Now let's recount those totals, shall we, for 8 innings of play. The American League has 3 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. The National League 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. National League had a hit in the 3rd inning. They had a hit in the 4th. They had 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. The American League had 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Ball game is now going into the first half of the 9th. The complete totals, the American League 3 runs, 7 hits. National League 1 run, 6 hits. Now here's the new pitcher, Bucky Walters, is in. Bucky Walters has come in for the National League. He's taken part in 18 games. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Reds this year. He's pitched 127 innings. He's allowed 114 hits. He's walked 39, and he struck out 57. Well, fans, we're going into the 9th inning of this great ball game at New York. Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics. Here's Walters. There's a ball that's high. The first man to bat for the American League is Gordon, who has a record tonight. He struck out 3 straight times. There's a bouncing ball to short. Shortstop coming in fast. There's the peg. He's out in a close play. Reese to McCormick. Reese, the Dodgers shortstop, came in fast for Gordon's smash and threw him out. 1 gone. They're running up against a time limit. Remember, the game will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the National League has their last bats or not. Now here's the third baseman, Kenny Keltner. Bucky Walters is getting all set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball down the left field line. It's foul. It's way over the stands. Boy, that was really a poke. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times. He bounced out. He popped out twice. Bounced out the first time, and he popped out the second time and the third time. Walters is all set again. Here's the next pitch to Keltner. There's a strike. It's right down the middle. A fastball right through there, and it's called. It's 2 strikes now on Kenny Keltner. The American League leads 3-1. We're in the 9th inning at New York. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a swing, and there's a fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Off to the left, and it's still 2 strikes on Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner batting with 1 out. Pitcher gets all set out there again. Here's the next one. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for a wide curveball that time and struck out, and there's 2 gone. And that is 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts for the American League. 8 of the American Leaguers have gone down on strikes. Now here's Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts, a right-hand hitter up. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called right down the middle. Don't miss the big All-Star game from Cleveland tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here's the pitch. It's a ball low. Mutual will again bring you the All-Star game tomorrow night. Mutual Broadcasting System leads the way in the presentation of America's leading sports events. There's a half swing. The ump says he went a little bit more than half, and it's a strike. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2 for Tebbetts. Bertie's been up 3 times. He's caught a fine game tonight. He struck out the first time. He popped out the second time. And he struck out the third time. The game must end at 9:30 because of a blackout here in New York tonight. Here comes the pitch. There's an infield fly. The third baseman, Elliott, is coming over near the mound. He's right under the ball. He's out, and it retires the side. And so the National League will get their time at bat. No runs and no hits. And this can be said for the American League. And let me say it right now. The boys are not stalling at all. Everybody's hurrying right out there. And I really think that the American League wants to see the National League get their last time at bat, which they're entitled to. They're all hustling, getting out there on the field so that the National League, running up against a time deadline, will get their bats in the last half of the night. Pitcher Al Benton is out there. Let's see, the hitters we have coming up are going to be Mellott, Country Slaughter, and Ernie Lombardi, and those fellas can really slap that apple. Benton is getting in his practice throws. The winner tonight will play Uncle Sam's team at Cleveland tomorrow night. The team led by my old friend Mickey Cochran, the former manager of the Detroit Tigers, will play the winner tonight in the big stadium at Cleveland. I broadcast the All-Star game there a number of years ago, and it's a beautiful layout. That was the year that Fox hit a long home run over the left fielder's head. I'll never forget it, and it was a great ball game. So fans, you fans in Cleveland, of course, will be out there for a great cause tomorrow night. All that money goes to Army-Navy relief. So we want to remind you fans in Cleveland that there's still good seats available. Get out and see that ball game tomorrow night between the winner here in New York tonight and the service team. And you fans across the country, wherever you happen to be listening, whatever state you're listening in, Mutual will bring you the colorful story of that great game. The time will be 8:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow night. Now here's Mellott up. Benton gets all set. There's a swing and there's a foul. It's off to the right. Tevitz chasing the ball. Maybe out of play. It's in the stands, and it is out of play. It's a harmless foul. One strike. Left-hand hitter Mellott up. It's the last half of the ninth inning with the American League ahead 3-1. The American League official totals are 3 runs and 7 hits. If the American League wins, of course, Chandler will be the winning pitcher, and Cooper will be the loser. Gets all set out there now, taking his time. There's nobody on, there's nobody out. Benton is ready. Here's the next pitch to Ott. Ott takes a ball that missed the corner, and it's 1-1. Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time, to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tevitz gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tevitz, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tevitz went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it, and Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tevitz, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fellow can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. Getting all set now. There's the windup, and here comes the next pitch. And there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the ninth. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tevitz gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and 1 gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt, a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Eno. Up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. About 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tempest to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DeMage is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's two gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's two gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the ninth inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out, 1 more out, and the ball game is over. And the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game. Here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only one half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rennie over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great all-star game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.
We wish to thank the makers of Philly's cigars, sponsors of Cal Tinney and Sizing Up the News, usually heard over many of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, for their courtesy in relinquishing their time this evening so that we might bring you the broadcast of the All-Star Baseball game. Mr. Tinney will be heard at his regular time Wednesday evening. Gabriel Heater, usually heard at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, will be presented over his regular network immediately following station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, listening time for all you sports fans. Another session of close-ups from the world of sports, with your favorite close-uppers, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bulk. To start things off, let's listen to a familiar voice with a story fresh from the baseball park. It's Sam Bolter spinning another one for the book.
Absenteeism was not invented in an aircraft factory. It has happened on many an occasion in baseball. In August 1934 at Sacramento, California, a Sacramento hurler felt this very strongly. The first Portland man up in the 4th inning hit a fly to right field, whereupon it was discovered, rather belatedly, that absenteeism had reared its ugly head. There was no fielder there. Sacramento's right fielder, Frenchy Bordegaray, had neglected to take his accustomed position at the start of the inning. The ball dropped for a double, and it so unnerved the pitcher that he was batted from the box in that inning. Which brings us to the strange story of the absent batsman, the case of the guy who drew a base on balls while sitting on the bench. Impossible? No, it happened to Joe Donovan, first baseman for Springfield in 1929. Opposing Springfield that afternoon was Clyde Hatter of Dayton. Clyde is the same wild young man whose control has been notoriously like Tojo's scruples, hard to find. You may know him better as the Mad Hatter, one-time Louisville twirler and Detroit Tiger rookie. Hatter's first pitch to Donovan was right by the batter's knuckles. In fact, he said the ball had nicked him. The umpire insisted it had nicked the bat. Joe Dunn, the Springfield manager and one of baseball's best moaners, joined in the argument. Donovan howled and moaned in protest. He offered his hand as proof that he'd been hit. But the umpire was firm. Play ball, he said, play ball. No, said Donovan, I'm injured. And he walked to the bench and made a great show of laboriously going about the business of taping his hand. Play ball, said the umpire again. Donovan continued the taping. Finally, the umpire motioned to Hatter to go ahead and pitch. Hatter was a little uncertain about it all, but the umpire was insistent. Finally, Hatter wound up and threw the ball to the plate. There was nobody up there, but Hatter's pitch was miles too high. Ball one, said the umpire. Then he looked at Donovan and said, get up here. Donovan said no, he was in no condition to bat. He'd been hit. Hatter threw another one, almost into the dirt, ball two. The umpire now looked a little pleadingly at Donovan. Donovan shook his head, nothing doing. The umpire motioned to Hatter. Here came the pitch. Ball three, and then it was ball four. Venom in his eyes, the umpire looked over at Donovan and told him to take his base. He had just been walked. Walked while sitting on the bench. And so Donovan ambled the first from his position in the dugout, the first and only man in the history of baseball ever to draw a base on balls while sitting in the dugout. It's one for the book.
That was fine, Sam Bolter. And here's a fellow who must knit in his spare time because he's always got a yarn or two up his sleeve. Ed Thorgerson. Unravel, Ed.
Mr. L.T. Dawson, a listener in Yakima, Washington, asks an interesting question in his letter that arrived the other day. He writes, every once in a while I hear you talk about somebody throwing a screwball. Now, you have particularly mentioned Carl Hubble. Well, tell me, is the screwball anything like the fadeaway old Christy Mathewson used to throw? The answer is yes. Christy Mathewson's fadeaway would be known today as a screwball. In spite of all you may have heard about outshoots and inshoots, outdrops and indrops, most pitchers have only one curved ball. When a right-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in towards a left-handed batter. When a left-hander throws it, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. The screwball is exactly the opposite. It's thrown with a reverse twist of the wrist, which makes it spin in a contrary direction from the orthodox curve. When a right-hander throws a screwball, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. And when a left-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in toward a left-handed batter. You follow me? And in addition, the screwball has a quick dropping action, like a sinker. Speaking of screwballs, when Uncle Frankie Frisch was manager of the St. Louis Cardinal Gashouse Gang about 12 years ago, Wild Bill Hallahan was slowing up. His smoke ball had lost a lot of zip. So one day he said to Frisch, Frankie, what would you say if I started to work on a screwball? Well, Frankie threw up his hands. Don't, Bill, please don't, he pleaded. With Pepper Martin and Dizzy Dean on this club, well, I got all the screwballs I can handle now. I doubt that many of you hunters would call a porcupine a dangerous wild animal. We all know his quills can be painful, but we're also sure he doesn't shoot them, as many people still believe. And the only way he can deal out misery is for some city slicker to attempt to grab him. Yet a porcupine came close to causing some very acute discomfort, if not actual danger, to a young couple from Tacoma, Washington. In the late summer of 1940, Mr. and Mrs. Dick Thompson decided to get away from the salt water for a spell and explore one of the rivers in northern Washington. Their choice was the Methow, and their plans were to go by canoe, if possible, all the way to Slate Creek Pass. That's where the river rises in the Cascades. So they drove to Wenatchee on the Columbia River, where they left the car. With their outboard putt-putting merrily, it didn't take long to ascend the Columbia and turn into the Methow. They passed the little settlement of Twisp and made their last gas purchase at Winthrop. From then on, they were in virgin wilderness, a paradise for two such confirmed fishermen. When the river grew too shallow and rocky for the outboard motor, they left it on a sandy beach that had been their camping place for a night and paddled on. Finally, they could go no farther and reluctantly turned back toward civilization. The next day at noon, they were again on the spot where they'd left their motor. Planning to stay there not more than an hour, they neglected to draw up the canoe and merely tied it by its painter to a tree on the bank. They were hungry and wanted a hot lunch, but their stay 3 nights before had used up all the nearby firewood, so back from the river they went, back into the heavy timber. One thing after another distracted them in their wood gathering. There was a doe that refused to be startled even when they approached it within 50 feet. A pair of chattering squirrels, a set of bear tracks in the soft loam that looked like they might have been made recently. Well, it was an hour before they strolled back to the beach, and there, lo and behold, floating away from the shore was their canoe, its painter neatly cut near the tree to which it was tied. Dick knew there was only one thing to do if they were to get back to Winthrop. The weeds along the shore were too thick for fast travel, so into the river he plunged. The current swept him off his feet, and he was forced to swim for it. The bitter cold of the water soon tied his muscles into a clove hitch. And then, almost a mile downstream from their camping spot, the canoe grounded on a sandbar, and Dick was able to catch up with it and hold on. Slowly and painfully, he paddled back, half frozen, and so tired his arms could barely swing the wooden blade. When he reached his wife, she pointed to something on the bank. It was a fat porcupine, and still dangling from its mouth were a few shreds of hemp. Dick had heard that a porcupine would chew up an axe handle or a gun stock for the traces of salt left on them by perspiration. But he overlooked the fact that the painter, after long use on Puget Sound, was impregnated with salt. The little animal's craving had almost set them afoot with no supplies in a trackless wilderness. So Dick hands out this bit of advice. When you're going into porcupine country by water, either drag your boat or canoe onshore or use a chain painter. Dick says the next trip he makes, he's going to use both. On another subject, Fred Corcoran, the Pro Golfers Association tournament manager at Jacksonville, Florida, has some advice for the golfer. Know your sport, says Fred, and how to talk about it. And he reels off this list of golf lingo, which all good golfers should know. A bogey means a score a fair player makes on a given hole, not necessarily 1 over par. If you're 2 over par, that's a buzzard. 1 over par is a bat. That's his new one, a bat. 1 under par, a birdie. 2 under, an eagle. 3 under, a double eagle. And, mister, when that dream comes true and your ball sails straight from tee to cup and you pan that hole in one, that, brother, is a dodo.
Thank you, Ed Thorgerson. We'll be tapping that sleeve another time. But right now we're off to the races with another Bill Brandt special. Once in a lifetime. In 1936, the Derby winner came through in Maryland. Assault's Old Man, Bold Venture. In 1938, the winner is the Delaware Maryland horse. The Hope of Maryland lands underneath that blanket of black-eyed Susans. That robe of flowers that means victory in the Preakness. And that's our story now, 1938. The Delaware Maryland horse that comes home from the Derby a loser, and here he is at the Preakness, the hope of the home crowd. In 1938, Foxcatcher sent Dauber to the Derby, the son of Pennant and Ship of War. The boys didn't give Dauber much chance in the Derby. The Derby favorite is Fighting Fox, and Lauren is there, too. Herb Wolf's Lauren with Eddie Arcaro up. But when the Derby field comes under that wire, Dauber from Foxcatcher is crowding right up close. The winner is Lauren. This is number 1 for Eddie Arcaro. Arcaro's first win at Churchill Downs. Second by a length, Dauber. So now we move from Kentucky to Maryland. Here at the Preakness, they're going to the post. No Lauren. Lauren's not running today. But here's the Derby favorite, Fighting Fox, and most of the Derby field. Me Now, Son Egret, Cravat, Can't Wait, Bull Lee, Bull Whip, Hypocrite, a great field. The 14th of May, the merry month of May, springtime and roses. But look, right here now today in Baltimore, it's raining cats and dogs and little red wagons, raining all over Maryland, but especially at Pimlico. That post parade looks like a march of the wooden soldiers. Every step the horses take, they're up to their fetlocks in slimy mire. The boys in the press box snarl and make faces. They pound their typewriters. It's the worst weather in Preakness history. Some say the worst mud ever seen anywhere. But the Maryland home rooters laugh out loud because it's a Maryland tradition, that mud. Maryland horses love it. They laugh at it. They eat it a while, then they get tired eating and they go out in front and kick it in other horses' faces. Now they're lined up. The rainstorm hits a new high. You can hardly see the horses through that solid curtain of water. They're off, and here they come. 9 horses, all the same color, mud brown. 9 sets of racing silks, all merging into dead gray almost before they get to the grandstand. Here they go past the stand. Fighting Fox on top. Me Now right with him. I'll take the Fox. Fighting Fox got a bad break in the Derby, but he's the solid horse here today, and they'll never catch him now. He's out in front. Where's Dauber, the hope of Maryland? Oh, golly, look at him. Yes, going around the first turn, there's 2 horses way back, chasing all the rest of them. Dauber and Cravat. Dauber is 2 steps ahead of Cravat. There's nothing in back of Cravat but hoof prints. Licked, says the guy in back of us. Maryland, my eye. There's mud in his mouth, and he'll be full of it all the way around. A full meal of Maryland mud, and that's all he'll get today. And the guy in front of us turns around and yells, "Hey, I'll bet you right now. How about it? You want to eat some yourself? Listen, brother, I was down to the barn this morning, rain slamming down on the roof, and Dauber inside there laughing fit to bust. Just keep your eye on Dauber, brother." Out along the back stretch, all you can see is a solid clump of horses moving along all together. Well, Dauber closed the gap anywhere. He's somewhere in that pack, and that's all you can see in the rain until they hit the top of the stretch. Now it's me now by a length, Fighting Fox, Son Egret. Look, there's two horses moving up. Dauber? Yep, Dauber. And who's tagging along with him, stride by stride? Why, it's Cravat, Johnny Westrope up. Say, Johnny must have picked Dauber as a good pacer. And now Maurice Peters, riding Dauber, begins to ride in earnest. Fighting Fox and Son Egret look like a couple of weary travelers, practically standing still. Dauber and Cravat breeze right past. Now they go past me now. Why, this is a two-horse race, the two that were last the first time around. Come on, Westrope. And Westrope piles it on. Everything he's got, but that stretch drive is too much. Dauber's running as if it's dry land. The crowd is screaming, "Dauber! The winner, Dauber!" How far? Wait till Cravat gets here. Oh, it's about 7 lengths. Yes, the Delaware Maryland mutter is in by 7 lengths, and the rain pours harder and harder, and the black-eyed Susans are weeping with joy. May 14th, 1938, the Preakness, when it's mud at Pimlico and the local hope moves from last to first in a roaring rush, first by 7 lengths. That's all it takes to make a Maryland once in a lifetime. Well, that horsey yarn just about does it for today. But if you want more of same by America's 8 sports commentators, watch for the AFRS Sports Reel. We'll return soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello? Hello, Jughead. This is Archie. Come over right away. It's a matter of life or death.
Oh, relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, and you relax too, folks, if you can, because here he is again, right out of the pages of Archie Comics magazine with all his gang, Archie Andrew. Well, it's a sunny Saturday morning as we look in on the Andrews home in Riverdale. Archie has just come downstairs.
Is that you, Archie?
Yes, Mom, it's me.
I.
What?
It's I.
Yes, I know it's you, Mom.
No, Archie, you said it's me, and you should say it's I.
What's the difference, Mom, as long as I'm here?
All right, Archie, you win. I'm glad you're up early, dear. There's some things around the house I want you to do, and you can get...
Oh, but, Mom, on a day like this...
Well, I know, dear, but it's high time you mowed the lawn.
Oh, but, Mom, just think, where would Napoleon be if he'd spent his time mowing lawns? Or Edison, or Abraham Lincoln, or any great man? Did they putter around the house?
They certainly did.
You see, Huh? Oh, but, Mom, I got important things to do.
Now, just what is so important?
Gee whiz, Mom, what do you think it is? I'm going swimming.
Oh, I hadn't realized it was anything that important.
Sure. As soon as I get someone to go with me.
All right, Archie, go ahead. I suppose it's too warm to do anything else.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mom. I'm going to call Veronica. Operator, get me Riverdale 318, please. Lazy bones lying in the sun. Never get a day's work done.
Are you on the phone?
Yes, Dad.
Oh, well, hurry up. I have a call to make.
Yes, Dad.
Hello? That you, Archie?
Uh-huh. Is that you, Veronica?
Uh-huh.
Hiya, Veronica.
Hello, Archie.
Veronica, would you like to go swimming today?
Oh, I'd love to go swimming with you, Archie. But I have an appointment at the beauty parlor in 5 minutes, and I have to hurry. Bye now.
Huh? Hello? 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 Gee whiz.
Archie, are you through with that phone?
Not yet, Dad.
Well, hurry up.
I'll just be a minute, Dad. Hello, operator. Get me Riverdale 426, please. Lazy bones lying in the sun. Never get a day's work done. Betty, this is Archie.
Oh, hiya, Archie.
Hiya. Betty.
Yes, Archie?
Betty, would you like to go swimming today?
Oh, I'd love to go swimming, Archie. But I have to go shopping with Mother.
Oh, but Betty, couldn't you...
Mother's calling me right now. Bye now, Archie.
Gee whiz.
Archie, are you through yet?
Not yet, Dad. I just gotta make one more call.
Oh, Archie, for God's sake.
This'll just take a second, Dad. Operator, Riverdale 783, in a hurry, please. Lazy bones lying in the sun, never get a day's work done. That way. Hello, Jug.
Yeah, Archie.
Jug, come over right away.
Why?
We're going swimming.
Not me, I'm not.
Gee whiz, Jug, why not?
I got a bad sunburn.
Gee whiz, on a swell day like this.
My sunburn doesn't know what kind of day this is.
But, Jug, you just gotta come swimming. We'll go down to the...
Nothing doing. I'd look like an embarrassed lobster now.
Oh, gee whiz. I guess I don't go swimming today. Well, come on over anyway, Jug. We'll do something.
Okay, bye.
Archie, are you through with that phone yet?
Yes, Dad.
Yeah. Oh, well, good. Well, now, what nonsense are you up to today, son?
Nonsense? Why, Dad, you know I'm never up to any nonsense.
No?
Of course not, Dad. As a matter of fact, I plan to spend the entire day working around the house. See you later, Dad.
Goodbye, son. Working around the house. Working around the house? What, Mary? Oh, Mary!
Yes, dear?
Is there anything wrong with Archie?
Jug, I ought to be doing something. There's a lot of things to be done around the house.
Well, you could cut the grass.
What for? It only grows up again.
You could paint the front fence.
Well, what for? It'll only get dirty again.
You could fix that broken screen door.
What for? It'll only break again. Give me a piece of that candy, Jug.
What for? You'd only get hungry again.
Don't be funny, Jug. Thanks. Yes, I ought to do something around the house.
Archie, why don't you just put up a hammock and lie there quietly?
Jug, now you've got something. That's exactly what I intend to do. Yes, sir, I can see me now, just lying in the shade, swinging gently back and forth. Ah, that's the life.
You haven't even got the hammock up yet.
Oh, it won't take a minute, Jug. Soon as we buy one, I'll string it between those two shady trees on the left side of the house. Come on, here's the hardware store.
Well, hello, Archie. What can I do for you today?
Hello, Mr. Higgins. I want to buy
How about a new lawnmower, Archie? Just got a beauty in, special at $14.95.
No, thanks. We have a lawnmower. All I want is a
How
nice...
about a mop? Or brooms or pails, huh?
No, thanks. Just a nice
some
small...
screws, tacks, or nails?
No, all I want is
You
one...
care for some batteries, knives, or pans?
No, thank you. I just want a nice...
How about some paint or turpentine and cans?
Mr. Higgins, I don't want any paint or turpentine or batteries or pails, nails or snails.
Well, what do you want?
I forgot.
A hammock, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. A hammock, Mr. Higgins.
Well, why didn't you say so? Why didn't you say so?
Well, I've been trying to for about
Say,
5 minutes.
Here's a dandy hammock made by the Swing Low Sweet Chariot Company. Only $5, this one.
Oh, mark down, half $5. Gee whiz.
I think it's the last hammock I have, too.
Well, okay, I'll take it. Here you are.
Thank you.
Bye now.
You sure you don't need a garden hose?
No hose, thanks.
How about some oil or a hammer?
No hammer.
You need a lawn sprinkler?
No, thanks a lot. No, thanks. Oh, wow. I thought we'd never get out of there. He's a real salesman, that guy.
Yeah.
Well, Archie Andrews, I was just looking for you.
Oh, gee, Veronica. Well, what are you doing here?
Well, I decided it was much too hot to go to the beauty parlor, so I canceled my appointment.
You did?
Uh-huh. And I'd love to go swimming with you.
Gee whiz, I can't go now.
Well, why not?
I just spent my last cent on this hammock.
Oh, really?
Gee whiz. Jug, why did you have to suggest my putting up a hammock in the first place?
But, Archie, all I said
Wait a minute. Maybe Mr. Higgins will take it back and give me my money.
Oh, do you think he will?
Of course he will. After all, I bought it just a minute ago. It hasn't even been used yet. You wait right here and I'll be right back.
Oh, gee, Jug, I hope he gets it. I'd certainly love to go swimming.
Yeah.
It's a lovely day for swimming.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here comes Archie. Did he give you your money back, Archie?
Give me my money back? Veronica, he sold me a cushion to go with the hammock.
Oh, Father.
Hello, Veronica. I was just going for a walk. You want to see me?
Yes, I did. Father, isn't it awfully warm today?
Yes, it certainly is.
Father, you know what I've been thinking?
No, what?
That it would be wonderful to have a hammock on our lawn.
Well, would be kind of nice.
Why don't you put one up, Father? I know where you can get a lovely hammock and very reasonable, too.
Veronica,
Yes, Father.
let's hear no more about my putting up a hammock. Only a fool would put up a hammock on a day like this.
Easy bones, lying in the sun. Never seem to get a day. Work done. Lying. Mary.
Yes, dear?
Mary, do you have some more of this lemonade?
Yes, dear. I'll bring it right out.
All right, dear. Oh, never get a day's work done. Lying in the new moon. Hey, son, hey, son. When you go fishing, I'll bet you keep wishing. Hi there, Lodge. Yes. Well, I'm comfortable. Come on up here in the shade.
All right. Thanks. Don't mind if I do.
Well, where are you going?
No place special. Just a little stroll. You know, I believe your porch has better ventilation than mine.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's real comfortable here.
Yes, it is.
Of course, there is one thing you need on your property.
Oh, really? What's that?
A hammock.
A hammock?
Yeah. There's nothing more comfortable than lying in a hammock in the shade.
You know, Lodge, you've got... Yes, you're right.
You could put it over right on the right side of your house.
Yeah, that would be a nice place for it.
Why don't you do it right now?
Now? No, I don't know. It's a little too hot for that, I think.
Oh, of course, if you're not handy with tools...
Not handy? Lodge, I'll have you know I can do anything around this house. Anything. In fact, I tell you what.
Yeah?
If you will give me a hand, I'll go right down and get a hammock at Higgins' hardware store.
How'd you make out, Jug?
Oh, Pinky's father doesn't like hammocks. How'd you make out?
Betty's father says he always falls out of hammocks.
Gee. And Mr. Lodge doesn't want a hammock.
Yeah, but Veronica's talking to Mr. Mandel. Maybe he'll... Oh, here she comes now. How'd you make out, Veronica?
Oh, just fine.
You mean Mr. Mandel will buy the hammock?
Oh, no, but Reggie wants to take me swimming.
Oh, fine. That's great. great.
Oh, but Archie, you wouldn't want poor little me to sit home and just melt away on a day like this, would you?
Gosh, no, Veronica. But I tell you what, just wait right here. Maybe my father will pay for this hammock.
All right, but hurry.
Mom! Oh, Mom!
Yes, dear.
Where's Dad?
He went downtown for a while.
Gee whiz. Okay, Mom, thanks. Well, Veronica, I guess you better keep your date with Reggie. My father probably wouldn't want a hammock anyway.
A hammock? You want to buy a hammock, Mr. Andrews?
That's right. I want to buy Well, what's so strange about that?
Nothing. Not a thing at all. I have a dandy hammock right here, Mr. Andrews, one of the last ones in stock, and only $5.
Well, fine. I'll take it.
All right, I'll carry it out to your car.
Thank you. You know, Lodge, I like doing business here. Mighty fine fellow, that Higgins.
Well, Jug, as long as I'm stuck with a hammock, I might as well lie in it. Give me one of those hooks.
Here you are.
Now I'll screw it into this tree here. Won't take a minute. There. Now the other hook in the other tree. Yeah, I'd rather lie in a hammock than go swimming any day. There. Well, that's done. See how easy it is?
Yeah.
Sure. In fact, I'm very glad I thought of putting up a hammock.
You thought of it. Archie,
Never mind, Jug. Hand me the hammock and I'll hang it. I'm anxious to see how it looks.
Yeah.
Now I hang one end on this hook, and the other end on oh, gee whiz. Jughead, it doesn't reach.
Gee whiz.
This hammock's too small.
Maybe the trees are too far apart.
Oh, for gosh sake. Why didn't I think of measuring the distance before I rushed off and bought this thing? Now what'll we do?
I could stand here and hold the other end.
No, that's no good. The termites would get you in one season. I know. I could sink a post into the ground and hang the other end on that.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Sure. Jug, you know, sometimes I think I'm a genius. The rest of the time, I know it.
You see, Andrews, that's all there is to it. Now that you got the two hooks in, you just hang the hammock on it.
Yes, Lodge, I sort of figured that out for myself. Hand me that hammock, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Now I hang one end on this hook, and the other on this hook. There. Now we're all set. Well, that was easy.
I told you it would be.
Yes, Lodge. Well, now for the test flight. I'll hop right into it and...
What happened?
I hit bottom. Oh, my gosh, it's resting right on the ground.
That's because the trees are too close together.
Yes, Lodge, I could tell. Fine thing. Now what'll I do?
Why, you could plant another tree.
Please, Lodge, don't be funny. I know. I'll just sink a post into the ground and hang the hammock on that.
Andrews, if you study hard, you're going to be a genius.
Never mind, Lodge. Oh, Mary. Mary!
Yes, dear.
Mary, would you bring up my saw?
Your what?
My saw!
But Archie's using it, dear.
Oh, well, tell him I need it for a few minutes.
All right. Archie! Archie! Yes, Mom? Archie, your father wants the saw. Gee whiz, Mom, I'm using it. Archie, your father needs it. Okay, where is he? On the other side of the house. Okay, I'll send Jug over with it. All right. Fred,
Yes?
Jughead's bringing the saw.
Okay. Now let's see. I had some 2x4s right here. They should make fine posts. And wait a minute. That's funny. They're gone. What? Mary!
Yes?
Have you seen those old 2x4s that were alongside the house?
Yes, dear.
Where are they?
Archie has them.
Oh, now what in the world is he doing with them?
I haven't any idea.
Well, tell him I need a couple of them.
All right.
Here's the saw, Mr. Andrews.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Jug.
You're welcome. And Archie says let him know when you're finished with it.
Yes, I will.
Archie! Yes, Mom? Your father wants some of those 2x4s. Gee whiz, what for? I have no idea. Well, tell him to send Judge back here for the 2x4s. All right. Trent?
Yes?
Archie says to send Jug back.
Well, Jug's already gone back, and tell him to hurry.
All right. Archie! Did Jug get there? Yes, Mom! Well, hurry and send those 2x4s to your father! I already did, Mom! All right, dear.
Here's those 2x4s, Mr. Andrews.
Oh, fine. That's fine, Jug.
And Mr. Andrews,
Yes?
Archie says if you need anything else, just holler.
There. Well, I guess that post is quite solid now.
Well, I don't know. Got to be real strong, you know.
Lodge, I said that post is solid now.
All right, Andrews. If you think it's solid, I won't contradict you.
Okay.
After all, it doesn't matter to me if your hammock falls down.
Lodge, for gosh sakes, it's too hot to argue.
Hot? That's funny. I don't feel hot.
Well, if I was just drinking cold lemonade by the gallon and standing in the shade looking important, well, I wouldn't be, Lodge, what is the shade doing over where you are?
I never touched it.
Good grief, the sun's moved. You can't hang a hammock right in the sun.
No, not if you want it in the shade.
Oh, well, for gosh sakes, I guess there's only one thing to do. I'll have to move the hammock to the front lawn. It's always shady there.
Good idea.
Well, I'm certainly glad you approve. Yes, I guess it's the only thing to do. And as for these few holes I made in the lawn, why, they won't matter. They won't matter at all. Will they?
Well, Jug, I guess we're ready now.
Yeah, ready to collapse.
What are you tired about?
You think it's easy running back and forth between you and your father?
What's he doing anyway?
I don't know.
Well, he'll be surprised when I show him this... Gee whiz.
What's the matter?
Jug, the shade is gone.
Gee, so it is.
Jughead, do you know what happened?
What?
The sun moved.
It frequently does, Archie.
Gee whiz. Jug, why didn't you watch the sun?
I've seen it before.
Very funny, very funny. But now do you know what I gotta do?
What?
Move this hammock around to the backyard. It's always shady there.
Good idea.
And as for the few holes I dug here, they won't matter. Won't matter at all. Will they?
Bring that shovel, Lodge.
I am.
Bring that saw, Jug.
I am.
Well, hello, son. Still working?
Yes, Dad. You too?
Yes, but I'm almost finished.
Me too. Well, see you later, Dad.
Yeah, see you later, son.
Well, Jug, there it is. One hammock, complete and ready for use. Oh.
Yeah, you look a little tired.
A little. Jug rigor mortis has already set in. The next time I decide to put up a hammock, put me in a straitjacket, will you?
Okay.
That's nice of you, thanks. But anyway, the job is done now, and I'm just...
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hi, Betty.
Hello, Betty.
Hi, Jug. Well, was it fun, Archie?
Was what fun?
Swimming at the lake?
Oh, that. I never went swimming.
Why not?
I decided to put up this hammock instead. Fool that I am.
A hammock? You decided to put up a hammock?
Well, yes. What's so strange about that? See, here it is. A work of art, if I do say so myself.
Well, yes, but...
And it took plenty of blood, sweat, and tears, too, Betty. From now on, if anyone asks you, you tell them for me. putting up a hammock is about the most difficult job in the world.
Yes, but
But it's finished now, and I intend to spend many a comfortable hour in it. And you can use it too, Betty, anytime it's empty. You can come right over and swing in this hammock.
Yes, Archie, but why do you need 2 hammocks?
Oh, because everybody needs to. 2 hammocks? Betty, what are you talking about?
You mean you don't know that your father just finished putting up a hammock on the front lawn? Oh, my goodness, he's fainted.
Yeah, and not everybody can faint right into a hammock.
Oh, Archie, are you all right?
Where am I?
In your hammock.
Oh, don't say that word again, Jug. Betty, tell me, is it true what you said? My dad put up a hammock on the front lawn?
Yes, it is, Archie.
Oh, well, we certainly don't need 2 hammocks. Jug, hand me that sledgehammer.
But, Archie, you don't know
Jug,
what...
give me the hammer. Thanks. Now... That's the end of that post.
Oh, but Archie, what will you hang the hammock on now?
Betty, I'm going to make you a present of this hammock. Here, take it.
Oh, but Archie, your new hammock, I couldn't take that.
You've got to, Betty, as a favor to me. If my father sees it, I'd never hear the end of it.
Well, all right, Archie, if you insist.
I do. And remember, you kids, don't ever breathe a word of this to anyone.
Well, Lodge, it's finally up. There it is. A hammock.
Yes, we did a good job. Even if I do have to say so myself.
We? Lodge, how did you get into this?
Well, now, you will admit, Andrews, that it was all my idea.
Now, listen, Lodge, if you think you can claim all the credit, why, you've got another...
Hello, Mr. Andrews.
Hello, Veronica.
Hello, dear.
What are you doing here, Father?
Oh, just showing Mr. Andrews how to put up a hammock, dear.
A hammock?
Lodge, for the last time, quit trying to take all the credit.
Did you say a hammock?
Andrews, I still insist. Without my help, you couldn't have put it up in a million years.
But I thought Archie was going to put up the hammock.
He was. Lodge, you didn't do a darn thing to help me, and you... Veronica, what did you say?
I said Archie was putting up a hammock, wasn't he?
Was he? Oh, my gosh, I'll bet that's why I couldn't get the... oh, my gosh, did he?
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Well, Andrews, I guess you now have 2 hammocks.
2 hammocks? Who needs 2 hammocks? Well, Lodge, there's only one thing to do. Hand me that axe.
This one?
Yes, that one. Thank you. If I never hear the word hammock again, it'll be too soon. There. That settles that.
Andrews, you've chopped the post down. Now what are you going to hang the hammock on?
Lodge, I am making you a present of this hammock for your invaluable assistance.
But I don't want to...
Take it, Lodge, with my blessing.
Oh, yes, Father. I'd love to have a hammock on our lawn.
Well, all right. Thanks a lot, Andrews.
Don't mention it, please. And, I have just one favor to ask of you and Veronica.
Yes?
Don't ever say a word about this to my family. I never live it down.
Oh, don't worry, Andrews. Don't worry. You can trust us. Well, let's go, Veronica.
Bye, Mr. Andrews.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, Dad.
No, Archie. Hello, son. Oh, hello, Jughead.
Hello, Mr. Andrews.
Are you finished with your hammock, Dad?
Why, yes, I did. Hammock? Did you say hammock?
Uh-huh.
Why, what hammock?
The one Betty said you were putting up.
Oh, well, she must have been mistaken. You can see there's no hammock here. She must have meant your hammock.
My hammock? Oh, but you must be mistaken, Dad. I haven't any hammock. Now.
What? Archie, tell me the truth. Did you or did you not put up a hammock?
Well, I don't have a hammock now.
Archie, answer my question.
Yes, Dad.
And you didn't... Archie, did you tear that hammock down?
Yes, Dad.
Oh, how do these things happen to me? Of all the idiotic, imbecilic things I ever heard, both of us working all afternoon, spending all kinds of money, and then both tearing down the hammocks. Archie,
now, gee whiz, Dad, it's not my fault. You bought a hammock, too, you know.
It most certainly is your fault. Well, maybe it isn't entirely your fault. No.
Of course it isn't.
Look, son, I tell you what. Suppose we just forget the whole thing.
Forget it?
Yeah, just pretend the whole thing never happened. And above all, let's not say a word to your mother about this. We'd never hear the end of it.
Okay with me.
You hear that, Jug?
Yes, Mr. Andrews.
And one thing more. I never want to hear the word hammock again.
Me too, Dad.
Fred.
Oh, hello, Mary. Where have you been?
Out shopping. Hello, dear.
Hi, Ma.
Well, did you two finish your work?
Work? Oh, yes, we did, Mary.
Good. Well, I have a wonderful surprise for both of you.
Surprise?
Yes, I got it at Higgins' hardware store. I'm sure you'll just love it. It has an iron stand, and it's portable, and you can put it almost anywhere you
Mary,
want.
just what has an iron stand and is portable?
Why, a hammock, dear. A portable hammock.
You've been listening to another chapter of The Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie is played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Others in the cast include Alice Uhrman, Ian Martin, Gloria Mann, and Rosemary Rice. Felix McGuire at the organ. Production was under the direction of Charles Urquhart. And now back to the Andrews.
Fred, for Pete's sake, what's so funny?
He broke his arm. Oh, my. Fell right out of the hammock and then broke his arm.
Fred, I don't see anything funny about that. Who broke his arm?
Mr. Higgins, Mary. Mr. Higgins of the hardware store. Listen next week for more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews and his friends. And now this is Bob Sherry wishing you a very pleasant weekend. So long! This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffys Tavern.
Hello, Duffys Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Carol Landis, the curvaceous cookie from Hollywood. Curvaceous. What's the difference what it means? It looks great. She's a beautiful dame, Duffy. Has she got what? Mm-hmm. Also, a very high forehead. What? Mrs. Duffy had a shape like that when you married her? Yeah, but since then her figure's been a total loss. Huh? Well, naturally. Everything going out and nothing coming in. Huh? Offer her a job here. Duffy, it'd ruin us. Well, with calves like hers around, who's going to order pig's feet? I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffys Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Joe Venuti and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Carol Landis, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Let's see now. Leave a spoon neath the moon, dear Miss Landis.
Say, Mr. Archie.
Wait a minute, Eddie. You're making me lose my muse.
In your case, no muse is good muse.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this poem that I'm writing in Carol Landis' behoof. Leave a spoon neath the moon, dear Miss Landis, while I whisper how dainty your hand is. Joe Cupid has got me over a barrel, but I'll wait for you till Christmas Carol. What do you think of it, Eddie? Huh?
What do you think I think of it?
That's a nasty thing to say. After all, I just dashed the thing off you. Could Shakespeare do better?
Even right now, he could. Well, I suppose poetry means you've fallen in love again.
Could be, Eddie.
Boy, that love bug must use up all his red points on you.
Well, Eddie, you know it's spring, and in the spring, the old saying is, a young man's thoughts turn to something a little fancy. It happens to every normal guy.
Yeah, but it happens to you all year.
Oh, can I help it if I'm normal more frequently than other guys? Yeah, Eddie, there's something in me makeup that gives me a yen for beautiful dames.
Now all you need is some makeup to give them beautiful dames a yen for you.
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, now look, I mean every girl you meet. Take Michelle Morgan. She threw you over. Gertrude Lawrence walked out on you. Ida Lupino gave you the air. Veronica Lake gave you the air.
Eddie, are you trying to imply that I am fickle?
Not fickle. Futile.
Leave us not split infinitives, Eddie. You just watch me tonight when Carol Landis comes down here.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, well, Miss Duffy, I ain't seen hide nor seek of you in weeks. Where have you been?
Home, having a battle with a horrible flu germ.
Oh, how is your mother?
Please, Archie, I'm talking about a very contagious germ.
Oh, I beg your pardon. How's your father?
Oh, he's fine, thank you.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'll see you later, Miss Duffy. I'm very busy now.
You want to hear how I got the flu?
No.
Well, last week my girlfriend, Vera Fogarty, got us a double date with two sailors.
Vera Fogarty got your date with two sailors. She's picking up sailors again, huh?
She did not pick them up.
She didn't, huh?
No.
Then how did she meet them?
She happened to be swimming past a battleship. Anyways, us and the sailors went out for a drive together, the four of us. And did we have a miserable time?
You did, huh? What happened?
Well, the first thing was, they crowded me and my sailor in the back seat.
Oh, two in the back seat. That ain't crowded.
Have you ever been in the back seat with a sailor?
A motorcycle. Now, wait a minute. If this is a motorcycle and you was in the back... Where did Vera sit?
On the handlebars, naturally. That is, until the accident.
Until what accident?
When we stopped for a red light, and Vera didn't.
I like Vera. That's very droll. So, leave me make a dull story short. You kissed the sailor goodnight, and you caught the flu from him, huh?
That is not a very nice thing to say, Archie. You know very well I'm too much of a lady to kiss a man the first time I meet him, if he has the flu. Say, maybe he did have the flu. How else could I have got it?
Well, anyways, Miss Duffy, don't think it's nice to have you back again. But do me a favor. We'll keep away from guys. You know, with you, it's like a drug, like a dope. Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Well, Miss Duffy, how you feeling?
Better, thank you.
I was deeply concerned about your ill. You know, that flu can turn into a nasty cold. Did you get the box of cough drops I sent you?
Yes, thank you. That was very thoughtful of you, Finnegan.
Well, I always try to be thoughtful. Too bad you got better. You should have seen the wreath I had picked out.
Well, that's the breaks, Finnegan.
Well, anyway, Miss Duffy, glad to see you back.
Thank you.
Hey, Arch, is Carol Landis really coming here tonight?
Why, certainly, Finnegan.
Arch, could you lend me the loan of a quarter?
Wait a minute. What do you want a quarter for?
In case I have to take her out.
Finnegan, you kill me. You want me to lend you the loan of a quarter to take Carol Landis out?
Don't worry, Arch. I ain't going to spend it. I just want to flash it.
Finnegan, flash it. A dame like Carol Landis ain't impressed by a quarter. A quarter wouldn't even tip her coiffeur.
Coiffeur?
Yeah.
So who's that, the guy that drives the car?
No, Finnegan, a coiffeur is a male hair washer. It's what the French call a shampoo. Quarter to take out a movie star.
Oh, what's the matter? To me, Carol Landis is just another...
Finnegan, please. When you mention Carol Landis' name in public, smile. Don't forget, sir, that someday that name might be my name.
You mean that you and Carol Landis
Yes, I do.
Ah. So when did it happen?
As soon as I meet her. Watch me work, Finnegan.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Toby.
I hear Carol Landis is coming down here to talk about women taking jobs.
Yes, she is, but believe me, Toby, if me plans matriculate, she ain't going to be interested in that stuff. I am proud to say that my wife will not have to take no job.
Well, why not?
She's got money of her own. You may play, Mr. Venuti. Hello? Hello, Duffy. How do you like Venuti's band? Oh. Uh-huh. 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 Well, look, what do you think of Venuti himself? Too, huh? Well, look, Duffy, you're too critical. After all, this band could be worse. How? Well, there could be more of them. What, they should what? They should be seen and not heard? Duffy, you're nuts. They look even worse than they sound. Well, look, I'll have a talk with Venuti. Huh? Tell him what? Okay.
Hey, Arch, what was that?
That was a request.
What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it anyway. To be frank, Mr. Venuti, me and Duffy both feel that your band leaves something to be desired.
Namely?
Namely, music.
What are you talking about, Arch? These guys are very good musicians. Over half of them can read music.
Look, Mr. Venuti, I don't pretend to be no Tachkalana, but I don't even say that I know much about music. All I know is what me ears tell me. And me ears tell me that you don't know much about music neither. Now, will you and your leash breakers play a number? And remember, a little pizzicato goes a long, long way.
Okay, Arch, come on, fellas, let's go. And remember, no crap games during the rest. 1, 2...
Well, Eddie, what do you think? You think there's any improvement in Venuti's band?
I don't know. It seems such a waste to make all that noise and not turn out a single boiler.
Well, at least they're trying. Hey, wait a minute, Eddie. Here comes Carol Landis. What a dish, huh? Oh, boy. And look at her. What a lady. What a lady. Look how she passes the cuspidor and ignores it. Now, there's a real lady for you, Eddie. Well, Carol Landis. Carol, just stand there in all your glorious punkritude. What a beauty.
What a beast.
Please, don't say a word. Just stand there and leave me drinking me only with thine eyes. Never before has such radiant lassitude ever desecrated our portholes.
Say, whatever happened to the King's English?
I know he is. That's a joke, by the way. Look, Cal, won't you, pray have a seat?
If someone will pray, wipe off that chair.
Well, it's a trifle dusty, but it's easy to clean. Just sit down and wiggle a little. Yeah, that's right. That's it. Yeah. You ought to see Mrs. Duffy do that. She cleans 6 chairs at once. Yeah, but enough of this dish and the dirt here. Oh, Miss Landis, this is Miss Duffy, the daughter of the establishment.
Good evening.
Likewise, I'm sure. Gee, Miss Landis, you know, you look exactly the same in the person as you do in the flesh.
Well, thank you.
You and I are lucky to have such gorgeous figures.
Knock wood.
And our hair is both blonde, too.
Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes. What was yours before?
Green with red sideburns.
Oh, then it's good to change it.
Now, please, get back to the cash register. And, Carol, leave us get back to the eternal triangle. You and me.
Look, Archie, I came here to talk about a very serious problem.
What, that stuff that Toby was saying about women taking jobs?
What do you mean, that stuff?
Carol, dames like you ain't made for crass work. You are a frail gossamer who should be placed on a pedestrian. You're different. You should be worshipped, cherished, nursed.
I know. Woman's place is in the home.
That's right. It's the first law of nature. Tomatoes should cling to the vine. But, Carol, look how happy you'd be. Think of another world. Think of you and me in our own little home. With a couple of ivy-covered kids.
Look, Archie, leave us face it. I ain't in love.
Carol, why do you repulse me?
Just to make it mutual.
Well, you're wrong. A girl like you needs a guy like I. A guy who can protect you, as a man should, with his muscles.
What muscles?
Look, Cal, I'm not the kind of a guy who wears his muscle on his sleeve. Mine is inner spring muscle. Yes, sir, like steel, as many a guy who has learned, who has punched me in the nose.
Archie, I'm supposed to deliver a message to the women, and I'm going to deliver it.
Oh, you and them jobs for dames. I'd like to see a dame in a job like mine. I'd like to see you running my job.
I could do anything you could do.
Anything I could do, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, listen. What is it, Eddie?
Mr. Moriarty just tore his pants on a nail, and he wants you to lend him a pair of yours.
Touche, Carol? Hello? Hello, Duffy. You want to talk to Carol? Okay, Miss Landis, the funny face would like to talk to you.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. We met where? I smiled to you from the where? Mr. Duffy, I have never been on a runway. What? Oh, you like the speech anyway. Oh, how would I like a job here? No, I don't think I'd... wait a minute. What sort of a job? General manager. Over Archie?
Hey, wait a minute. What goes on here?
Please. Exactly what would my duties be, Mr. Duffy? Yes. 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 And what? Mr. Duffy.
Miss Landis, did I hear right? Did I understand that Duffy has made you the general manager? My boss?
You heard right.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to think this thing over. Hey, Venuti. Hey, Joe, leave us have a number.
Just a second. That's my job. Hey, Venuti. Hey, Joe, leave us have a number.
Oh. What a dirty trick. Putting a dame in here as my boss.
What's the matter, Mr. Archie?
I'm going nuts. Carol Anderson is going to be me boss, me manager. Order me around. Make a slave out of me.
Congratulations. Is she really going to marry you?
Hey, this is no time for levidity. That's dirty, Duffy. Putting a dame in charge. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea. Maybe this is a boomerang in sheep's clothing.
What do you mean?
Eddie, I got a hunch this job is going to change Miss Landis's ideas about her work and about me.
Come on, Archie, get busy.
What do you mean?
Well, this place looks awful. It's filthy.
That discovery will not make you no Lady Columbus.
How long has it been since this joint had a thorough cleaning?
I don't know exactly, but you can gauge it by the amount of dust. It figures about a half an inch a month.
Well, don't you have a vacuum cleaner?
Well, we had one, but it got filled up, so we had to throw it away. Anything else, Your Majesty?
Yes. Where do you keep the napkins?
The napkins? We cut the napkins out for the duration 10 years ago.
I get it. You're going to try to make it tough for me, huh?
Oh, Paris forbid. No, we're all going to cooperate. If Duffy wants to have ladies' help, he can have all ladies' help. Oh, Miss Venuti, Josephine.
Yes, Archibald, darling.
Josie, would you have the sweater girls play a number for Miss Landis?
Archibald, you are very inconsiderate. These girls have been standing over a hot trumpet all day.
Well, I don't know, Josephine. Philster County's girls never seem to get tired. Maybe we should get a male band leader, too.
Look, dearie, don't threaten me.
Hurry up. Oh, Miss Finnegan. Miss Finnegan. Huh? You look delightful. Is that a new frock? Finnegan. Wait a minute. Come here. You don't understand. This is Ladies' Day in Duffy's Tavern.
The Ladies' Day? Oh. So, Archie, that is a Devon apron you are wearing.
It's just a little thing I picked up in Paris. A schlepperelli. Oh, by the way, Finny, I love your hairdo.
Do you do? Do you like this off-the-scalp arrangement?
I'm crazy about it. I love it. Wherever did you get the idea?
So in Madame Lesty's pool room.
Oh, cute. Oh, girl, to you, sir. Oh, thank you, Edwina.
So, girls, look how graceful I'm drinking me tea with me pinky finger sticking out.
But, Miss Finnegan, you should take your other 4 fingers out of the tea.
Girls, I have great news. I just found a store downtown where you can buy, guess what?
What?
Girdles.
With real elastic?
With real elastic.
Oh, goody. Then let's go buy some. We can make slingshots.
Oh, Finny, you slay me. I just adore your wit.
I'm really glad I came down here tonight.
So am I, Carol. You know something?
What?
You made me kind of proud of the fact that my mother was a dame. Hello, Duffys, where the elite meet eat. Archie the Manager speaking. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Charles Lawton. Yeah, if you come down here next week, you can meet him face to face, which will be a horrible double feature. Good night, Duffy.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
The Armed Forces Radio Service.
Shoo, 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 baby. Shoo, 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 baby. Bye, 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 baby. Your papa's off to the tavern tea. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry, baby. Bye, 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 baby. When I come back, we'll live a life of ease. Seems kind of tough now to say goodbye this way.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Liza.
is quiet again at 79 Wistful Vista. Last week, Fibber and Mr. Gildersleeve sat down to play off their long-standing grudge with a game of checkers. So we hope that's settled for good and all. Let's go and see what's happened since then at the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
It's your move, McGee.
Huh? What say, Molly?
I'm not Molly. I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, and we're playing a game of checkers. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Why don't you concede the game, Gildersleeve? I'm tired.
You're tired. I suppose you think I'm enjoying myself sitting here in your house day after day, night after night. Why don't you move that last checker out in the open and fight like a man?
Why don't you move yours? Or better still, why don't you give up and go home?
I can stay with this as long as you can, McGee.
You're as hard to get rid of as a burr on a donkey's tail.
Yeah, that's very good. Speaking from experience, I suppose.
Now, look here, Gildersleeve. I'm sleepy and wore out, but I ain't so tired that I can't resent it.
Here's another pot of black coffee, boys.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee.
I'm so full of black coffee now, I breathe like a percolator.
There's another similarity. You drip.
Heavenly days. Look at this room. Cigar stubs, coffee cups, smoke, and you two with 7 days whiskers. Aren't you ashamed?
Well, gee.
You see, Gildersleeve, ain't you ashamed? Coming over here and making a gambling den out of our house? Go on home.
I won't. Not till this game is settled one way or the other.
Won't your wife be worried about you?
Oh, no. I called her a little while ago. I told her I was sitting up with a slick friend. Wasn't bad, was it?
That was terrible.
You're a hard man, McGee.
Here, have another cup of coffee.
Oh, thank you.
And another thing, Gildersleeve. While I've woke up enough to think of it, you've been using the telephone here every hour or so since last Tuesday.
Well, what of it? I have to keep in touch with my office, don't I? My goodness, here I am, hidden away, and... Uh-oh, there's my office calling me again. Excuse me, please. Just keep your eye on him, Mrs. McGee.
Now, look here, dearie. You look all worn out. You haven't slept for a week. And I've seen every movie in town. Ah, remember those happy days when just you and I lived here, alone together?
I'm sorry, Molly, but I refuse to give up. I guess I got a strain of bulldog in me.
I believe you have at that.
You betcha.
At least you've got this house looking like a kennel. Please, McGee, call it off. Throw the game to Mr. Gildersleeve and go to bed.
What? Throw the game? Why, Molly, that'd be cheating. What's worse, it'd be cheating me.
Come on now, pretty please.
Molly, as the gal with the busted garter says to the cross-eyed fellow who just asked her twin sister to dance, no.
McGee, that phone call was for you.
You go answer it, dearie, whilst I open the window and get a little fresh air into this monkey cage.
Okay, but keep an eye on Gildersleeve while I'm gone. That pig-headed, obstinate, stubborn, foolish, two-headed, two-faced... Hello. Fibber McGee speaking. Who? Mr. Plummer? Of the Plummer Plumbing and Hardware Company?
Who is it, McGee?
It's Mr. Plummer. Hello. What do you want, Mr. Plummer? Oh, yes. I've had quite a bit of that kind of experience like that there. Yes, indeed. You betcha.
What Mr. Plummer is that?
Plummer the plumber.
Oh.
What say, Mr. Plummer? A job? Well, Huh? How much? Just 1 day for $10? Oh, but Mr. Plummer,
Give me that phone, McGee. Hello, Mr. Plummer. He'll take it. Goodbye.
Molly, he wants me to take full charge of his hardware and plumbing business today while he's out of town. And I got... How can I...
Now stop arguing. It's all settled.
Well, okay. After all, I guess it's worth giving up this silly checker game. Let's go tell Gildersleeve.
All right. Come on, dear.
Hey, Gildy, I'm afraid we can't go on. Uh-oh.
Sound asleep.
I always said he couldn't take it. Hey, Gildersleeve, wake up.
Ah, the poor man. Let him sleep whilst you get dressed, McGee. Here, lift his head whilst I slip a pill under him. That's it. Take his shoes off, too, dearie.
I can't.
Why not?
They are off. They've been off all week.
Oh.
Poor fella. He's simply exhausted. You know, McGee, maybe I shouldn't have accepted that job for you.
I don't. Shut up, Gildersleeve. Why not, Molly?
Well, in the first place, you don't know any more about hardware and plumbing than a cricket knows about, cricket.
Who, me? Why, say I know hardware like
Now, here, not so loud, dearie. You'll wake Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, anyway, I know my hardware. Why, I was the best hardware merchandiser in Peoria. It used to kill the boss the way I drilled the other boys in salesmanship. Killer Driller McGee, I was known as in them days.
Take it easy, McGee.
Killer Driller McGee, the keen and cunning king of commercial caper cutters, cleverly convincing customers, constantly consummating colossal contracts, catering to the comfort of the queens of the kitchen with a complete catalog of corn cures, kitty cars, cookie cutters, candy kettles, custard cups, clocks, cuckoo clocks, candid hammers, and keen cutting cutlery, converting crusty cooks into congenial clients by clowning with the kiddies and kissing every cutie. But we better go now, Molly. I'm disturbing Sleeping Beauty.
Have you driven your automobile around town today? Were you proud of its appearance? Did your friends turn to look at its beautiful polish? Or were you just a little bit ashamed because it looked dull and dingy? If you were, then Johnson's Car New was made just for you, because with Car New, you can give your car a beautiful wax polish quickly, easily, inexpensively. Yesterday, it cost real money or several hours of hard work to clean and wax polish your car. Today, you can do both those jobs, both cleaning and wax polishing at one and the same time. One easy operation with this sensational new Johnson's Car New. Many car owners have told us they did both jobs in 1 hour. If your car is extra dirty, it may take you a little longer, but in any case, Car New takes less than half the time formerly required. Find out how easy Car New is by trying it out on your own car. Buy a can from your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station. You'll soon be saying, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
Now then, sir and madam, what can I do for you?
Are you Mr. Plumber, Bud?
Yes, I am.
Well, this is Fibber McGee, whom you called up and offered him a job to.
Oh, yes, indeed. Glad you came in, McGee.
Oh, that's okay, Plum, old man. Glad to help you out. This is my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Delighted, Mrs.
McGee, Bud. The same name as mine.
That's a coincidence, isn't it? Any relation?
Only by marriage.
Well, what do you say I take off my coat and pitch in? I'm as anxious to get started as a polecat at a 1-cent sale. Don't you get it, Molly? I says I'm as
It
anxious...
ain't funny, McGee.
I was saving it for a guy like Plummer here. But that gag has had hardware, too. Now, how about it, Plummer, old kid?
Stop jabbing me in the ribs, McGee.
Okay, I'll quit.
Go to work immediately. You'll find everything marked as to price.
I'm going to stay and help out, Mr. Plummer, if you don't mind. 2 heads are better than 1, you know.
In this case, I think 2 is a slight exaggeration. Well, good luck, McGee. Everything is in your hands. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, if I was the owner of a nice business like this, I certainly wouldn't go away and trust it to a couple of people like us.
Ah, forget it, Molly. With my salesmanship and your feminine intuition, we can have the... Oh, hello there, Grandma. What can I do for you?
Where's the ammunition counter, Shorty?
All right, over there. What kind of ammunition you want?
Smokeless powder, Skippy. Give me about an ounce of it.
Okay. Here you are. That's 2 bits.
All righty. Never mind wrapping it up, Shorty. I'll carry it right in here.
Hey, what's the idea of putting that in your compact, Grandma? That's smokeless powder, not face powder.
I know it, Junior. But I'm a red-hot mama, and I got a date with a fireman. Woohoo!
Well, I got it. Why that old... Why don't she act her age?
If she did, she'd still be going around with that sailor.
What sailor?
Well, I don't know, but she must have met one on the Mayflower.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah?
Do you sell elephant rifles?
Elephant rifles? Yes, we do.
Great gun.
Well, we're doing a big business in door slams anyway.
I wish the cash register would open and close as fast as that.
Hey, I wonder if I hadn't better call home and see if Gildersleeve has woke up yet.
Good idea, McGee.
Where's the telephone? Oh, here it is. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Fibber Huh? Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your little sister? Whoa, that's bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Slipped and fell down, eh? Vertebrae, eh?
Oh, heavenly days. How did it happen, McGee?
Mert's kid sister was in a spelling bee. She slipped on bananas and fell down on vertebrae. What say, Mert? Fibber McGee doesn't answer. Oh, well, maybe he ain't home. Well, thanks anyway, Mert.
You're Fibber McGee, dearie. Remember?
Huh? Well, then why don't I answer the telephone?
What?
Oh. I'm here, ain't I? And who was I calling at my house? Oh, yeah, Gildersleeve. Yeah, but Gildersleeve's asleep. No wonder he didn't answer.
Dearie, you're as baffled as a beachcomber in Death Valley. Why don't you concentrate on what you're doing?
Well, shucks. If that's another firearm expert wanting to know if we carry horse pistols, tell him his horse has to have a permit.
It's a lady. It's a lady, McGee.
That's a good thing. Hi, sis. What can we do for you? We got a special today on magnetic fly paper. Just sprinkle a little sugar on some spinach, and the fly eats the spinach and gets full of iron and flies over the magnetized fly paper, and there's your fly.
Excuse me, but I just wanted to inquire if you handle a good automobile polish.
Oh, yes, we do, madam. We carry the very best. Johnson's Car New.
Oh, yes, Johnson's Car New. That's the double-action polish that cleans and shines in one easy operation.
That's right, sis, and not only that.
Oh, I know. I've heard all about how it's as quick and easy to use on cars as Johnson's Glow Coat is on floors and linoleum.
Oh, well, you seem to know all about it, miss. But did you know
I know everything about Car New. And how all you do is apply it and let it dry and wipe it off, and it leaves your car looking simply gorgeous. Oh, here's my husband. Hello, dear.
Hello, sweetie pie. How you coming?
Oh, my. You don't have to sell these people any Car New, darling. They have it in stock.
Oh, they have? Well, come on, honey. Let's go.
Look here, Wilcox. What's the idea?
I'm sorry, Fibber. We're in a hurry. Now, look, you take the filling station, Angel Puss, and I'll try the garage across the street.
All right, Ted.
See you later, Paul.
I've heard about salesmen throwing their hats in the door, but this is the first time I ever seen one throw his wife in.
You know, I bet it would be fun to go to a party at their house.
Yeah.
They'd probably spend the evening playing Drop the Glow Coat and Ring Around the Car New.
Yeah, or Blind Man's No Buffing.
Yeah.
If that guy don't... Hello. Plumber's Hardware. What they, bud? Rubber doorknobs? No, I'm sorry, we don't.
Well, who on earth would want a rubber doorknob, dearie?
The house detective at the Eagle Hotel. Says he's tired of bumping his head all the time. Oh, there's Mrs. Uppington, Molly. Boy, get a load of the new fur coat.
Well, she isn't the first old hen to wind up inside of a fox.
You wait on her, Molly. I'm going to count the nails.
How do you do, Miss McGee? I heard you and your husband were in charge here temporarily, and I thought perhaps I could favor you with a little business.
Well, now, isn't that nice of you, dearie? What was it you wanted?
Well, I'm remodeling the upstairs rooms in my house, and I wish to install one more bathtub.
Oh, a bathtub. Well, we certainly will be glad to make a sale, Mrs. Uppington. But McGee had better handle this. Yoo-hoo! Come here, McGee.
Oh, hi, Uppy. Something I can do for you?
Yes, as I was telling Mrs. McGee, I need a bath.
Well, that's very interesting, but I don't quite see where
And I thought that as long as I was in the market for one, I should let you do the work.
You mean you want to take it here?
Now, don't be ridiculous, McGee. She wants you to come over to her house with all the equipment and do the work there, see?
Oh, gee willikers, Uppy. I don't think I... Well, shucks.
Oh, come, Mr. McGee. Your wife tells me you're exactly the man for the job.
Oh, sure.
Why, of course, you'd be perfectly silly to pass up an opportunity like this, dearie. Now, won't Mr. Plummer be jealous when he hears about that?
Yeah, I suppose he will, but I still... Well, kind of a bath do you want, Uppy?
Oh, I should leave that entirely up to you, Mr. McGee.
I like him with the shower at the end.
Oh, yes, I think a shower is very stimulating. And remember, Mr. McGee, I want one that will last me a long, long time.
Well, I can't exactly guarantee how long it'll...
You see, since I bought that great big house of mine, most people have thought that I had 4 or 5 bars. My, it would never do to let them know I just had one all this time.
Honest, Uppy? Shucks, I never suspected.
Oh, not at all, my dear boy, not at all. And if you do a good job, I shall recommend you to all of my friends.
Oh. Say, why don't you go home with Mrs. Uppington now, McGee, and sort of make a rough estimate?
Oh, yes, do, Mr. McGee.
Well, no, Dad Ratted, I won't do it. I hate that prudish, but Dad Ratted, I got my ideals. If you want a bath so bad, Uppy, you can take it yourself. Go to the Y or something.
Now listen, McGee, she wants a bathtub.
Oh, I thought...
Well, I must say that I never expected to hear such... Well, I mean, how could you have possibly misinterpreted my... How insulting. Goodbye.
Oh, dear.
You went away mad.
Heavenly days, McGee. Is your face red?
Oh, that's just from bending over.
What were you bending over for?
Well, I was trying to see what the King's Men were going to sing. It's coming through the rye. Come through, fellas.
Here we are, the balmy weather, through the rye and through the heather. If a body meet a body coming through the rye, if a body kiss a body, need a body cry. Every laddie has a lassie, they say, I yellow lassie smile at me, coming through the rye. If a body meet a body coming through the rye, if a body kiss a body, need a body cry. Now everyone must have a loving lassie, but they say boys always pass me by. Yeah, oh, the girlies, they smile at me, coming through the ride. I'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road, coming through the ride, coming through the ride. All the lads and lasses get together in the heather when we're coming through the ride. We'll lassie you side by side, a lassie you careful to make your pride. The pipers are piping around the line, 'cause we're a-combing through the ride.
You know, McGee, somehow I don't think you're such a success in the hardware business.
Oh, don't get impatient. As the guy says when he put his friend's hip flask in his pocket, just keep your eye on me.
Oh.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Got any golf balls?
Yes, we have, Mr. Oldtimer. Any particular brand?
Guess not, daughter. So long as it's a good bouncer.
Well, here you are, old-timer. Best golf ball made. They call this golf ball the nightclub sirloin because it's so hard to slice. Oh, well,
they do, eh? That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says, what you been doing? Well, says t'other feller, been down to the theater to see Lillian Russell. Yes, I know, says the first feller. But what you been doing lately? Of course, what he really meant was that he'd been down to see the movie Lillian Russell, but the other fellow thought he meant he'd seen the real Lillian Russell, but it was the misunderstanding, Johnny, that gives the joke that kind of whimsical quality.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we know, Mr. Oldtimer. Now, don't try to explain it.
No, how many of these golf balls you want?
One.
One?
You can't play golf very long with one golf ball, old-timer.
Not gonna play golf. Gonna play jacks. Take you on any day, daughter. You ought to see me do my 7Z's and 8Z's. How much, Johnny?
75 cents.
What? 75 cents for one golf ball?
Yep.
Say, looks like I kind of took up an expensive sport, don't it? Guess I better go back to flying my kite. So long, kid.
That old feller. The trouble with being in your second childhood is that you can't get that same pretty teacher you had in kindergarten. That old guy.
Hey, buddy, have you got 22 rifles?
Why, yes, Bud.
Gee, that's a lot of rifles, ain't it?
If one more guy comes in that door and asks if we got a certain kind of a gun, I'll say, oh, hi there, little girl.
Hi, mister. Do you sell roller skates here?
You bet we do, sis. We got the slickest line of sidewalk Studebakers and pavement Pontiacs in Wistful Vista.
Hmm?
I said yes, we sell roller skates. Are you in the market for a pair of skates?
Nope. I'm in the hardware store for a pair of skates.
Okay. Hey, Molly, where's the skates located?
Right above your head, dearie, on the top shelf.
Oh, way up there.
Way up there.
I mean, I gotta climb way. Ooh. Well, hey, sis, how about buying one of these nice Girl Scout axes here on the counter?
No.
Weenie roaster?
No.
A muskrat trap?
No.
Oh, come on, sis. It's endorsed by Superman.
No. I just want skates.
Okay, I guess I'll have to get them down then. Hey, Molly, how am I going to get those skates down off of that shelf?
Oh, heavenly days, McGee, you're so helpless.
Huh?
Use that pole over against the wall.
Oh.
Just hook the ends of it onto the box.
Yeah.
Climb up on the counter, dearie.
Okay. Hey, Molly, have I hooked them skates yet?
Not quite, McGee. More to the left.
Oh, I think I got it now.
Look out, McGee, look out!
Well, here's your roller skates, little girl.
They're just like Willie Toops's, ain't they?
Well, Isn't that nice? That's fine.
Yeah, but gee, mister, I'm thinking to myself, why should I buy these when I can borrow Willie's anytime I want to?
What?
Yeah. So you know what I'm going to do?
Huh?
Instead of buying skates with my nickel, I'm going to get an ice cream cone.
I'm earning this $10, Molly. If I'd have knew the hardware business was so hard, I'd have never...
Oh, look, McGee. It's Mr. Plummer and Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve? What's he doing here? I thought he was at our house sound asleep. Hey, Gildersleeve!
Hello, McGee. My goodness, what have you been doing in here?
That's what I want to know, McGee. Look at this store. It's a shambles.
Well, you see, Mr. Plummer, McGee was trying to get a pair of roller skates off the top shelf, and
Never mind that. First, I want to know, what was your idea in insulting Mrs. Uppington?
Now, look, Chief. You see, it was this way. She said to me...
Never mind. Get your hat and get out. You're fired.
Where's our $10?
Shall I pay him, Throckmorton?
Oh, sure. Go ahead, pay him, yeah.
Hey, what have you got to do with this, Gildersleeve?
Mr. Gildersleeve is my silent partner, McGee. I just run the store for him. Hadn't been for him, you wouldn't have been working here.
What? You mean Mr. Gildersleeve got us this job?
Hey, what's the idea, Gildersleeve?
You know what the idea was, McGee.
Huh?
I had to break up that checker game some way.
Oh, God.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Has it ever occurred to you that when you're in the kitchen, most of the time you're on your feet? That's one of the reasons why the kitchen floor is often a problem floor. It gets more than average wear. And besides, you just can't help spilling things now and then. Millions of women have discovered the easy way to solve the problem of their kitchen floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. When you apply Glow Coat to a linoleum floor, you do two things. Number one, you protect the surface of the linoleum, keep its colors bright and fresh, and make it wear indefinitely. Number two, you save work, because it's so easy to keep a glow-coated floor clean and spotless. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And, of course, there's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Nothing could be easier than using this famous floor polish. You simply put it on your floor, and in 20 minutes the floor has gleaming, sparkling beauty. That's why Glow Coat is called self-polishing. It actually does the work itself. You can use Glow Coat on your painted and varnished wood floors, too. Get some from your dealer tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking to the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Say, Johnny, I just saw Uncle Olaf, and for once he wasn't doing any talking.
Yes, that's right, Walter. Uncle Olaf's best friend's in town. You know, he wants Uncle Olaf to go on a hunting trip with him to darkest Africa.
Well, doesn't Uncle Olaf want to go?
I don't know, but last night I was trying to persuade him. Uncle Olaf, I said, wouldn't it be wonderful if you came back with some fierce-looking prehistoric monster?
What did Uncle Olaf reply, Johnny?
He says,
no, not me. I'm going to marry for love.
It's fun time across the nation. Yes, you have some chore to do, some work to attend to, some job that needs completing. You'll do it all the better and enjoy it all the more after listening to today's gay edition of Ladies Be Seated. Ladies Be Seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Walter Herlihy welcoming you to another of your favorite afternoon radio parties, sent to you each weekday at this time from New York. Yes, it's time for the ladies to be seated and for the gentlemen to join in our festival of fun. And to start our party, we bring you now a man of the world, a gentleman who has been on every street but Brad Street, and who'll never get there because he laughs at money and pays money for laughs. And here he is, Johnny Olson.
Thank you, Walter Hurley. This is Johnny Olson sending greetings to the men in the street, the housewife at home, and advising all our friends everywhere that putting a smile on your face is right up my alley. And we're going to try to prove it with today's gay edition of Ladies Be Seated. So, Walter, come on over here and let's get the party started.
Oh, a very pretty young lady, Johnny. Miss Lee Clark from Larchmont, New York.
How do you do, Miss Lee Clark from Larchmont, New York? Very happy to have you with us at Ladies Be Seated today. Heard our program before, have you?
Yes, I have.
Thank you very, very much. You listen every chance you get, Miss Clark?
Every opportunity.
I'm glad she said that. No coaching from the audience, please. Oh, Miss Clark, it's so nice to have you young ladies in here. Every day, you know, we join here at Radio City and have a lot of fun. So many nice people drop in to see us from all over the country. And you said that you were from Larchmont. Why can't I say Larchmont? Larchmont, New Jersey.
New York.
New York. See, I'm already getting mixed up here today. I guess it's you that's sort of throwing me off here.
Could be.
Yeah, I better stick to the script. Well, Miss Clark, one habit that everyone indulges in is that day of dreaming. But while it's very nice to build castles in Spain, it's also very important to be able to snap out of it at a moment's notice. So today we want to test your ability to change from a dreamer to a woman of action. George Henninger at the organ is going to play Meet Me Tonight in Dreamland, and while he's playing it, you and I will engage in a bit of idle conversation. However, the moment the music stops, you're to stop your conversation with me and immediately start singing that song beginning at the point where the music stopped. And then the moment the music is resumed, you will stop singing and engage in conversation with me again. You are to continue talking while the music plays and singing the moment it stops until the song is completed. Confusing, isn't it? Well, we're all set on all the instructions now. Let's see how well you can turn from dreaming to action. All right, on with the music. By the way, Miss Clark, do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have a twin sister.
Twin sisters, And you have no brothers at all?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Where do you generally do your washing? Where do you generally do your washing?
Where love sweet roses bloom.
Well, that's a good place to do it. All right, George, go ahead some more music. You said that you had a boyfriend, Miss Clark?
Yes, I do.
And where is he?
He's on high seas coming home.
If someone told you that you were about to inherit $1 million, what would you say?
Meet me in sweet dreamland, sweet dreamy dreamland.
All right, George, you're doing fine. You told me that you listen to Ladies Be Seated almost every day, Miss Clark.
Yes.
That's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that because nice people like you come in and join our party. It's a lot of fun. Suppose you were at home reading and the lights went out. How would you call to your boyfriend?
Come with the love light gleaming.
I'm sure he would too. All right, George, come over. And what is your favorite color, Miss Clark? Blue, Suppose you had a chance to meet Frank Sinatra. What would you say?
There let my dreams come true.
All right. Well, that was quite a commutation trip between Dreamland and Funland, Miss Clark, but you showed that even while you were dreaming up in the clouds, you had your feet on the ground and your ear pointed to the organ. For that amusing bit of song and chatter, we're awarding you a gift for your home. You're going to get married one of these days, aren't you?
I reckon so.
Just as soon as he gets back home. Don't be nervous
what he
now.
said.
It's going to be all right. We're awarding you a gift for your home, 6 individual-sized ovenware casseroles to bake or cook in to add to your collection of kitchenware for that happy honeymoon. And thanks for an act about dreams that turned out to be a dream of an act.
Walter. Well, now Johnny would like to present Lieutenant Mrs. Albert Levy of Wolfville, Nova Scotia.
Well, what do you know? Lieutenant, just to be sure that I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, will you say it for us on the microphone? Levy. Your last name is Levy, right? And the town is Wolfville, Nova Scotia. That's what I wanted to get. That's what had me confused. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. We're sure glad you dropped in to join our party. You know, when Shakespeare spoke of the 7 ages of man, he overlooked one thing. He failed to note that during one of these ages, man develops a new and peculiar language. That age is the age of youth, and the language spoken is identified with that stage known as puppy love. By the way, how long you folks been married?
6 days.
6 days. Puppy love, uh-huh. Well, today we'd like you two to show us how two people affected by puppy love should speak. Now, I'm going to read a dialogue of a love scene between you. And after I read each line, each of you in turn will repeat the lines just like two puppies, barking the words I've just read and mimicking me in the voices of two puppies. Now, let's hear how a puppy love scene really should sound. Now, I'll read the lines and then you mimic. You get the idea? You're going to be first, sir. Whose little honey bunch is ooh? Oh, that's fine. I's your itty-bitty honey bunch. And does Honey Bunch love Bubsy Wubsy? Honey Bunch is just ducky-wucky about Bubsy Wubsy. Does Honey Bunch miss Bubsy Wubsy when he's gone? Does Bubsy Wubsy dream of Honey Bunch all the time? Will Honey Bunch give Bubsy Wubsy a teeny weeny kiss? Honey Bunch thinks Bubsy Wubsy is a sweet baby wavy. Here's a kiss for you. Well, they say that after puppy love comes marriage and then the doghouse, and you'll find out, Lieutenant. For that love scene you gave us was a blue ribbon winner, and for a romantic episode of an unusual type, we're awarding you first a gift for your home, a pair of lovely crystal candle holders, and I mean they are really lovely, and for your personal pleasure, a box of shearer-than-sheer Mojud hosiery for you, Mrs. Levy, and for you, sir, a fine Sterncrest sterling pipe. And thanks for a doggone good performance.
Now, Johnny, it's time to meet Mr. and Mrs. Earl Friedman of Toronto, Ontario, and three lovely girls.
And three lovely girls. Mr. and Mrs. Friedman, step aside, please, while we introduce our three lovely young ladies. Right over here, if you will, please. 1, 2, 3. Let's have your hometown first of all, please.
Toronto, Canada.
And what is your name?
Virginia Cannon.
Virginia, nice to have you with us today. And this young lady is from?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore, and your name?
Mary Myers.
All right, Mary. And here we have a blonde. Where are you from?
Greenville, South Carolina.
Sure enough. Blue eyes. And what's your name?
Mrs. Sybil Forrest.
Now make up your mind. Now, is Mrs. Sybil Forrest?
Mrs. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Good to have you with us today. We have three very lovely ladies up here. Mr. Friedman, nice to have you here, too. Oh, golly, you know, man's behavior is dictated by certain rules of conduct. Books of etiquette tell us what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. So today we're going to reenact a very common and everyday scene from life, which will be a sort of a play on manners. It seems that you, Mrs. Friedman, are entertaining these three charming ladies at your home for the first time. It also seems that you, Mr. Friedman, have just come home from work and are surprised to find these lovely ladies at your home. You've never met them before, so you rush upstairs and tidy up, brush your hair, what you have of it, fix your tie, and very nonchalantly walk into the living room where the ladies are being entertained by your wife. Now, Mrs. Friedman, will you show us just how you, as a gracious hostess, would introduce your husband to these ladies? Go right ahead.
Mrs. Myers, may I present my husband, Earl? My husband, Earl, is always so interested in my club work and encourages me in everything I do.
How do you do it?
All right.
I'd like you to meet my husband. Earl just doesn't look as attractive as usual, but he's such a hard worker, and when he returns from work, he's a bit tired.
Mr. Friedman, how do you do?
Go ahead.
Mrs. Forrest, this is my husband. And don't take advantage of his good nature because he's always so considerate about the welfare of his guests.
Glad to meet you.
Well, say, you certainly know your etiquette, Mrs. Friedman. That was quite proper and formal. But we're told that the paramount issue in life is truth. Yes, the paramount issue in life is truth, so now we would like truth to take the place of etiquette. And this time we'd like you to show us how you would introduce your husband to these ladies if you really spoke what was on your mind at the moment. I mean, just throw etiquette right out the window here. Let's hear a real, truthful introduction of your husband to these three lovely girls.
Mrs. Myers, I want you to meet my husband.
Get mad.
You might just as well, because if I don't, he'll introduce himself. He's the worst wolf in the neighborhood.
Woo! All right.
This is my husband, Mrs. Cannon, and don't let that smile of his fool you. When he gets back from work, he's the crankiest person you ever met.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Friedman.
Mrs. Forrest, this gentleman happens to be my husband. You wouldn't think so, the way he neglects me. He wouldn't be home tonight except that he's broke.
Gosh, he's fascinating, isn't he, girls?
What did you say, Mrs. Forrest?
Gosh, he's fascinating, isn't he, girls?
He is that, all right. Well, it all goes to show, Mrs. Friedman, that you can't win and you never can tell in what manner a woman will react when it comes to a question of manners. Have you ever had that happen to you, Mr. Friedman, where you've come home like that and she's introduced you to some of the neighbors or some new people? Yeah. Uh-huh, and have you always reacted that way? I mean, has she given the other side of the picture, too, once in a while? Huh?
Both that.
You're a little nervous today, aren't you? Huh? Well, these poor ladies around here, I don't blame it, because they are all very nice looking. How long have you been married, Mr. Friedman?
11 years.
11 years. Uh-huh. Well, then I imagine there have been occasions when Mrs. Friedman has felt like that. But for helping us portray our own chapter from Emily Post, we're awarding each of you ladies a beautiful hand-painted wooden tray from old Mexico, for which you'll find many uses around the home. Penny show those. They are so pretty, aren't they, Mr. Friedman?
Yeah.
They are that. And we have a gift for you, too, for just sort of standing by up here and taking all that abuse. We would like you to have this sterling bill clip, to which is clipped a $5 bill. And thanks for a design for living that was designed for laughing. Thank you, folks. I want to take just a moment to thank you, ladies and gentlemen out there, for the very fine comments you've been sending in on our program, and I especially want to thank those of you who wrote to me and told me what a pleasure it was to hear my father the day we had him on the broadcast out in Sioux City, Iowa. It was quite a treat, as you remember. Dad dropped down from Minnesota. We put him on the air. We didn't tell who he was until we were all through with the interview. But you folks have been very kind to write to us about it, and I'm forwarding all that mail on to Dad, and I know he'll enjoy it. Well, it's time for our song of the week now, and darn it, we got a good song to sing this week dedicated to all the boys and girls. It's called School Days. So just so to get your mind to thinking of all those nice lyrics of school days now, let's have the music, George, and let's sing it out.
School days, school days.
It's the American Broadcasting Company.
School days, reading, writing, arithmetic, how to learn to navigate 3 days. You were my radio telephone. I was your actual there to go. We broke on my leg. I owe you more. When we were on council of
Good evening. This is Frank Alla bidding you welcome to An Evening with Romberg. Melodies you love, played as you like them, all styled and personally directed by one of America's great composer-conductors, Sigmund Romberg. Sigmund Romberg and the concert orchestra salute them all with the Navy March.
Sigmund Romberg conducts the 52 men of his concert orchestra in Tales of the Vienna Woods. As endless as the flowing river itself is our love for the Blue Danube Waltz. Fresh with eternal youth, Strauss's beautiful waltz lives anew tonight under the personal direction of Sigmund Romberg. Way down in Georgia, as a road gang swelters in the afternoon sun, the call goes out for that evasive water boy. Our young baritone Frank Ferris takes up the call as he brings us a traditional song of the South, Water Boy.
Water boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, go and tell your mammy. There ain't no hammer that's on this mountain that ring like mine, boy, that ring like mine. Done bust this rock bush from here to Macon, all the way to the jail, boys, yes, back to the jail. You jack a diamond, you jack a diamond. I know you're bold, boys, yes, know you're bold. You robbed my pocket, yes, robbed my pocket. Done rob my pocket of silver and gold. Water boy, where are you hiding? If you don't come, go and tell your mammy.
A gay bit of nonsense is a pleasing thing now and then, and that's exactly what our young composer friend Don Gillis had in mind when he wrote the music we're about to hear. Mr. Romberg tells me that if gay melodies and bright Latin American rhythms are packaged, so to speak, in a cleverly arranged orchestral score, the result will be just what you'll enjoy hearing in a short overture to an unwritten opera by Don Gillis. Whether you happen to be in South Africa, Europe, or even Shanghai, chances are you'd hear someone whistle a melody from Sigmund Romberg's Broadway musical New Moon. For, like the desert song, New Moon has had international success in addition to its two very successful New York years. From the 1928 Broadway production of New Moon, lovely Irene Hill sings a Sigmund Romberg classic, One Kiss. And Frank Ferris brings us a hit of today, Big Backyard, from the current show Up in Central Park. Then Irene Hill and Frank Ferris blend voices in the hauntingly beautiful One Alone from the never-to-be-forgotten Romberg score of Desert Song.
Our conventions have been thrown on a few, and I know I'm out of date when I seek one mate, when fate falls over through. To be really in the fashion today, you must have a dozen balls in your sway. But somehow I don't believe in the modern plan. I want to wait for just one man. One man to say the truth. One more for him alone. One word, one vow, and nothing more. To carry him I'm his own. One man
wonderful Central Park. Oh, what a wonderful Central Park. Long as our sun and you, this land is surely ours. Just to touch the darkest slum, to last the dream, to lost around the garden party home. It's the big backyard of the city. It's a great full lawn with a tree and a dark green lake you can run for a small and modest fee. You can view New York from a hilltop, every side street and boulevard. It's great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. Plenty of air, plenty of time. Get on your mark, here we go, Central Park. You can view New York from a hilltop, every side street and boulevard. It's great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. It's always great to live in the town between the rivers in that big backyard. Yet I keep on longing just to rest a while.
Where a sweetheart tender eyes takes the place to stand and shine.
So the world forgotten in one woman's smile.
One alone to be my own. I alone whose heart caresses.
Want to be eternity. The one my worshipping soul possesses. As on a cord give my all.
All my life and all my world.
This would be a magic world for me. If she were mine,
Now, this is Frank Gallup bidding you good evening for our soloists, Irene Hill and Frank Barrett, and our host, composer-conductor, Sigmund Romberg.
Forces Radio Service.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. One of the happiest hours of the year for every father comes on Christmas morning, when excited little fingers untie the ribbons from their gifts. Yes, this is the season, at Christmastide, when a man realizes that his love for his family is the most important thing in the world. Undoubtedly, that's why in December, more than any other month, fathers increase their family's protection with the Equitable Life Assurance Society. After all, what better time is there to see your Equitable Society representative and talk over with him the greatest gift any man can provide for his loved ones, the gift of security through life insurance. Tonight's FBI file, Swampland Killer.
Despite many reminders, there are still those who regard the crime wave as something that is happening to someone else, as something that is foreign to their daily existence. Perhaps one single fact, simply stated, will convince them that the crime wave is a grave concern of every citizen in this nation. That single fact is that there are in the criminal files at FBI headquarters in Washington the fingerprints of more than 6 million people, which means that nearly 5% of the adult population of this country have been arrested. That is a sobering figure, a figure that becomes terrifying when you learn that the number of criminals is getting not smaller, but larger. Tonight's file opens in a fisherman's cabin located along a stream near a bleak stretch of Atlantic coast. It is late in the evening, and John Perry is resting after a hearty dinner. His wife, Matilda, enters.
John, what are you doing?
Just resting.
Thought you were going to fix the aerial for my radio.
Yeah, I am.
When?
I just want about 10 minutes rest.
Seems to me you're always resting.
Tilly, please, let's not have an argument.
I'm not the one that argues.
Okay.
You're the one who always starts things.
All right, Tilly, all right.
You say I'm a nagger, I'm a terrible wife.
Tilly, I didn't say any of those things.
You say them all the time, and I'm sick of it. Sick of this old dress I'm wearing. I'm sick of living in this broken-down shack. I'm sick of... Where are you going?
Out to fix the aerial.
It's about time.
Well,
What is it?
motorboat. Coming up to the dock.
Well, who'd be coming out here this time of night?
I don't know. It's stopping.
Stopping here?
Uh-huh. Someone's getting out.
Who is it?
I can't make 'em out.
Hiya, Tilly.
Paul!
That's right.
Paul, it's so good to see you.
Thanks.
How in the world did you ever find this place?
I couldn't get lost in these streams if I tried.
Paul, you remember John?
Hiya, John.
Hello.
Well, can you stay a while, Paul?
Sure.
Tilly.
What?
We only have room here for ourselves.
Look, how often does my brother come to visit us?
Where would he sleep?
In our bedroom.
Where we sleep.
In the storeroom.
What?
Where is your bedroom, sis?
Right back there.
Well, then I think I'll turn in. I'm tired.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm looking for Sheriff Watson.
Well, you came to the right place. You're talking to him.
Hello, Sheriff. I'm Jim Taylor, the FBI.
Oh, FBI, huh?
Yes. Here are my credentials, Sheriff.
Fine. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm at your service, Mr. Taylor. What can we do for you?
Well, I'm looking for a man who committed a murder about 5 miles out in the Atlantic.
And you think he's around here?
Well, let me give you the whole story, Sheriff.
Oh, sure.
Do you remember the yacht Mermaid II? One that caught fire and sank about 2 months ago?
Yes, I remember that.
Well, the Mermaid was carrying a couple of $100,000 worth of jewelry when it went to the bottom.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't insured, so the owner hired a salvage outfit to see if it could come up with the jewelry.
I see.
Well, they brought about half of it up to the surface to the salvage boat last night. The man who was guarding the jewelry was assaulted and killed.
Well.
The murderer apparently used a skiff to get out there. We found it this morning down at the mouth of the river.
Got any lead on him?
Well, there were some clear fingerprints on a bottle of whiskey that was in the skiff. I've sent them off to our headquarters in Washington.
Say, you know, your man could be the one that stole a motorboat.
What motorboat?
Well, Mr. Taylor, I got a call that a motorboat had been stolen down by the mouth of the river last night. Had been sighted going up the river about an hour later.
Oh?
I was just about to go out and look for that boat when you came in.
I see.
Why don't you come along with me?
I can't, Sheriff. I've got to go back to the hotel to wait for a report on those fingerprints.
Well, okay, then. I'll phone you if I find anything.
Good. I'll wait for your call.
John? Want some more coffee?
No, thanks.
Look, are you still sore about Paul being here?
No, I'm not sore, Tilly. It's just that...
It's just that my brother isn't welcome in my own home.
Well, if you want to put it that way, yes. He's no good, Tilly, for you or anybody else.
He's my brother, and he stays here as long as he wants to.
Tilly, this is my home, too, you know.
Are you starting another argument?
No. No, but I will if he sticks around. He went to prison once, and I...
John, I've heard enough.
Okay.
Now, where are you going?
Out to do a day's work.
Paul.
Yeah?
Oh, you're awake, huh?
Who can sleep with that husband of yours yelling his head off?
I'm sorry.
Tilly, ain't you had enough of that guy?
Listen, you should know what I go through. Always arguing, always picking on me, always... Hey,
What?
where'd you get all this jewelry? Beautiful.
Friend of mine gave it to me.
Gave it to you?
Well, not exactly. You see, the stuff's hot, and he wants me to get rid of it for him.
Oh, I see.
And I get a piece of the dough for selling it. It's worth about $100,000. If we sell it, there's a big chunk of cash in it for us.
What do you mean us?
You're fed up with this deal around here, aren't you?
Sure.
Well, you help me sell this stuff, I'll cut you in for half of my end.
Huh?
You could live in a house in the city, get away from these swamps.
Paul,
Yeah?
when do we start?
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
I got your message you were back. Did you find anything?
No, not much. I got a bad description of the man that was seen in the motorboat up the river, but I don't think it's enough to help us. Did you hear from Washington?
Yes. The fingerprints belong to a man named Paul Mitchell.
Paul Mitchell, huh?
That's right.
I don't think I know him. Want me to send out an alarm?
No, our field office has already done that, Sheriff.
Good.
This Mitchell was a bad egg.
Oh, long record?
Well, not particularly long, but vicious. He was sent to jail the last time for stabbing a man to death.
Well, how'd he get out of jail?
He was paroled.
What? How?
Well, in some states, Sheriff, the worst killers have been paroled.
Yeah, well, this is the answer to that kind of carelessness.
That's it. But it doesn't catch our man for us.
Anything else on his record?
Oh, yes. Take a look for yourself, Sheriff.
Oh, thanks. Say, Taylor.
What?
I remember this man.
You do?
Yes. He's got relatives around here someplace. His sister married a fisherman in this neck of the woods 3 years ago.
Can you find out this fisherman's name, where he lives?
Sure. It'll only take a minute. Wait till I make a phone call, then we can get started. Your pack, sis?
No, but it'll only take me a minute. I ain't got much.
Wait till we sell some of this stuff.
First thing I'm going to buy is a fur coat.
What do you want with a fur coat? We're going to go south.
I don't care. I want a fur coat.
Okay.
Look, how are we going to work this? I can't just walk into a place and say I'm selling jewelry.
Oh, no. I've got some dough. We buy a real good outfit for you.
Good. I get some clothes.
Then you go into a hawk shop.
Yeah.
And you tell the man that you lost all your money in bad investments.
Oh, and I want to sell some of my jewelry.
Right.
Oh, that'll be easy. I thought for a minute I would... Oh. Hello, John. I thought you went fishing for the whole day.
I did.
What brought you back?
I heard something on the radio in my boat.
What'd you hear?
The police are searching for a killer.
For what?
For a killer, a murderer. I gave the description of the man they're looking for.
For what?
The description fits your brother here.
What?
That's right. And that boat he came in, he stole it, didn't you, Paul?
Suppose I did.
You admit it was you, then?
Yeah.
Well, you told me...
Never mind what I told you, sis. You in on the deal or not?
I'm in.
What do you mean by that, Tilly?
I'm going to leave. But Paul...
But he's going to jail.
Yeah, you kidding?
Tilly, we got to turn him in to the police.
No.
But, Tilly, we
you
got
ain't
to.
gonna blow any whistle on me.
Paul, put down that chair.
I will as soon as I finish.
Paul,
Yes, sis?
I better finish packing.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI promotes security for the nation. Now, a word to fathers about security for the family. Fathers, for the next few minutes, I'm going to ask all of you to take off your glasses. No, I don't mean the ones on your nose. I mean the rose-colored glasses that so many of you have been looking through for so long. Take them off so you can face some facts honestly. Facts that will startle you. Facts that will make you think. Ready? All right. Ask yourself this question.
If I should die, how would my family get through the critical years before the youngest child finished high school? How long would my wife and children continue to be well-fed, well-housed, and well-clothed?
Please don't say to yourself, oh, I guess they'd get along all right. That's those rose-colored glasses again. What you're after now is a true and honest answer. To help you get it, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has prepared a special fact-facing chart for fathers, which has these 3 advantages. First, it's simplicity itself. You can fill it out in 5 minutes flat. Second, you are guided every step of the way by easy-to-understand pictures which illustrate the unavoidable expenses your family will have to meet. Third, when you're finished with this fact-facing chart, you'll have a clear, accurate, and complete picture of just what income your family would need during the critical years.
Okay, I'm through with rose-colored glasses. How can I get hold of one of these fact-facing charts? And how much does it cost?
Why, it doesn't cost a cent. The Equitable Society representative in your community will be glad to bring you a copy of this fact-facing chart. Phone him tomorrow or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now, back to the FBI file, Swampland Killer.
Your FBI does not wish to go on record as being against the practice of paroles for certain prisoners who have committed crimes and repented. But your FBI very strongly wishes to be on record as saying that at times the practice of parole is unworthy of its name. The theory is good, but the procedure often does not protect society. In the state of Oklahoma, for instance, a mad killer, author Doc Barker, was given a parole a number of years ago with the fantastic provision that he leave the state and never return. After that parole, Doc Barker and his gang were responsible for the killing of 12 people before your FBI finally cornered and arrested him. Those 12 murders concern you, the average American citizen, because there can be another Doc Barker, unless you care enough to pitch in and work, to be sure that you, in every town and village, enjoy an honest local government. Tonight's file continues with Special Agent Jim Taylor and Sheriff Watson headed up the river toward the cabin of John Perry, where they hope to get a clue regarding the whereabouts of Paul Mitchell, the killer.
John Perry's place is right beyond this turn in the river, Jim.
Oh, good. We ought to be... Sheriff, what are we stopping for?
I just want to see something up ahead there. Yep, that's the motorboat we're looking for.
Sheriff, is that Perry's house?
Yes.
Look, let's get out of this launch and approach the house on land, huh?
Good idea. Hey, grab that branch there.
All right. Hey,
Wait till I tie up here.
Can I help you?
No. There, that's got it. Let's go.
Right. Hold it, Sheriff.
What'll we do?
I'm going to walk up to the door, Sheriff. You come up behind me with your gun drawn.
Okay. Nobody home, huh?
Well, there was smoke coming out of the chimney. Wait a minute.
Come on.
I think I hear someone. Come on, let's go.
Come in. Hey, look there on the floor.
Yes, I see him.
No wonder he didn't come to the door.
Easy.
There you go.
Are you Mr. Perry?
Yeah. Yeah, who are you?
This is Sheriff Watson. I'm Agent Taylor of the FBI.
Oh?
Mr. Perry, did Paul Mitchell do this to you?
Yes. Yes, he did. He ran away with my wife.
Huh?
It was Mitchell's sister.
Yes, I remember. Mr. Perry, do you know where they went?
No, but you can look in the swamps.
Why would they go there?
They were raised there.
I see. Now, you try to rest, Mr. Perry. We'll call the doctor. After that, Sheriff, we've got to get moving.
Where are we going, Paul?
I got a hideout in the swamps.
What made you pick a place like that?
So the cops won't find us.
Oh. Where is it?
About a mile beyond the old hotel.
What are you pulling into this place for?
This This is where you get out and get your bus for town.
Huh?
Are you sure you got everything straight?
Yeah, sure. I go into town, I go to a hock shop.
Right.
I tell the man that I lost all my money in bad investments.
Right.
And I just want to pawn this jewelry for a few days.
Yeah. All right, now get going.
Paul,
What?
I just happened to think. What do you want to meet me back in the swamps for? Why don't I meet you in town?
Let me run this.
But I'm going with you to get away from the swamp.
Tilly, listen to me. We gotta lay low for a while. Then we can go away.
Where are we going to go to?
I don't know yet.
Why can't we go right from town after I get rid of the stuff?
Oh, Tilly, will you go?
Okay. Oh, wait.
Oh, now what?
How do I get to the cabin when I come back with the money?
Take a cab to Palmer's General Store and call me. Phone number is 102.
You'll come and pick me up?
Yeah.
And you'll be sure to wait for me to
Oh,
call...
look, stop talking so much, will you, and get going?
Sheriff, we must have stopped at 15 docks so far.
Yeah, I know.
Not a sign of Mitchell or his sister. You know, there must be some way we can get a clue on those two.
Well, that's the last dock right up there ahead.
What do you mean, the last one?
The last one before we hit the swamps.
Oh.
Once we get into those swamps, there'll be no telling which way they took off.
I see. Well, then let's hope for the best, huh? Look, there's a man there on the dock. Let's see if he knows anything. Hello there.
You speaking to me?
Yes, sir.
What can I do for you?
Well, we're looking for a young man, a young girl. Came this way in a motorboat about an hour ago.
I saw him. Yep, saw him and heard him talking.
You did?
I just told you did.
Well, what did they say?
Well, sir, the girl, she got off here, and the fella, he went on up into the swamps.
Do you know where either he or the girl went to?
Nope, excepting that the fella, he yelled back to her to remember to meet him at the cabin.
You don't know what cabin, do you?
No, sir, we don't. But I reckon it's in the swamps, because that's the way he was pointing.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the information. Okay, Sheriff, let's go.
Should we head to the swamps?
No, that'd be too much like finding a needle in a haystack.
What else can we do?
Well, I think I've got a plan, Sheriff. Let's turn this boat around, head back to your office.
Hello?
Hello, Paul.
Tilly's, you get the dough?
Yeah, sure.
How much?
8,000.
8,000 for $100,000 worth of stuff? Oh.
Well, I'm sorry. That's all I could get.
Are you at Palmer's store?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you. You gonna pick me up?
I'll be right down there. But we ain't coming back here.
No?
No. I got an idea. We're going to take a trip.
Oh, good. Where are we gonna go?
Cuba?
Oh, Paul, that's wonderful. Rum drinks and swimming pools and dancing all night.
Hold it. Wait till we get there.
When'll that be?
I'm leaving here right now.
Taylor to plane. Taylor to plane. Come in, Sheriff.
I haven't spotted a thing yet, Jim.
It's okay. I just wanted to check this equipment.
Works fine.
Yes.
Say these small planes don't move along very fast.
Well, that's why we use them, Sheriff. You can really spot a territory from up there, can't you?
Yeah. I can see every inch of the swamps down there.
Good.
Say, Jim.
Yes?
I think I spot the boat we're looking for.
Where is it?
It's coming along the stream that's marked with the number 34 on our maps.
34. Where till I find that on my map?
Yeah.
4. Okay, I've got it.
Well, you see that little bend just before the stream widens out?
Yes, it's about a mile downstream from where I am.
Right. And the boat is heading towards you.
And I'd better get moving. All right, Sheriff. Keep an eye on both of us if you can. Let me know if he stops before I reach him.
Right. You're headed toward each other. Still okay, Jim? No, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
He's pulling into a cove.
Oh, where?
It's marked Palmer's Cove on your map, Jim.
Is that the one about 3/4 of a mile from where I am now?
Yes, it is.
Sheriff, where's the other boat now?
Well, it's pretty near the shore. About 1/4 of a mile, I'd say. I don't know how you're going to get there in time.
Well, according to my map, Sheriff, there's a road that runs right alongside this river. I'm going to try and head him off by land.
Oh, Tilly.
Gee, I thought you'd never get here.
Well, I came as fast as I could. Got the dough on you?
Yeah. Gee, I think it's wonderful about Cuba. Ever since you
Now,
told me
look, how do we get away from here?
I kept the cab I came in. He's waiting.
Good, let's go.
Hold it. Hold it.
Huh?
Who are you, mister?
I'm Special Agent Taylor of the FBI.
The FBI? What do you want?
You and your brother know what I want.
Paul, is he arresting us?
That's right.
But we gotta go to Cuba.
Where you two go in the future will be decided by a judge and a jury.
Paul Mitchell was turned over to the state authorities by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. After being tried and convicted of first-degree murder, he was sentenced to death in the electric chair. His sister, Matilda Perry, as an accomplice, was sentenced to serve 10 years in the state penitentiary. And so your FBI wrote finish on another file, on another career devoted to crime. But as quickly as one criminal career is arrested, another somewhere else begins. There are 25,000 Americans every month who commit their first crime. 25,000 Americans who will either be killed or will spend part of their lives in prison. Now, no country in the world, however wealthy, can stand that kind of drain on its manpower. Sooner or later, the loss of those 25,000 citizens every month will weaken the nation. To prevent that, to see to it that this country does not indulge in national suicide, your FBI is at work 24 hours a day. Soon, it hopes, the tide will turn in favor of law and order, of decency, and the dignity of human rights.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. When the breadwinner of a family dies, what are the critical years for his wife and children?
The critical years are the years before the youngest child finishes high school, years in which the home must be kept together.
To help you estimate just what income your family would need during those critical years, the Equitable Life Assurance Society has prepared a special fact-facing chart for fathers. Your Equitable Society representative will be glad to bring you a copy of this fact-facing chart. Phone him tomorrow or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will bring you another colorful story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Swindling Swami.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Milton Cross speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Swindling Swami on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
And now I know our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Say, how are you feeling, Doctor? All over that attack of flu you had?
I'm feeling very much better, thank you, my boy. I'm still a little weak. We old fossils take much longer to get over that sort of thing than you young fellows.
Well, you take good care of yourself, Doctor. You've got a lot of friends, you know.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Bartell. And now settle yourself down, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Where did it take place?
You may not be familiar with the names of Jersey, Guernsey, Alderney, and Sark, but those are the 4 principal islands that make up the group known as the Channel Islands.
Oh, yes, Doctor, I have heard of them. Somewhere in the English Channel, aren't they? Between the southern coast of England and the northern coast of France?
That's quite right, my boy, though I very much doubt if you ever heard of the tiny island on which this story happened. It was the island of Garth, a minute but self-contained spot with a population of just under 1,000 inhabitants, subsisting, and from what I saw of the island in those days, subsisting very well on its dairy products.
Was it under the rule of the British government, Doctor?
No, Mr. Bartell, not exactly. You see, the island belonged to a family by the name of Horn. The head of the family, who was known as the Seigneur of Garth, was an independent ruler owing nominal allegiance to the King of England. That allegiance was expressed by one of those traditional ceremonies in which the Seigneur annually presented 1 pound of freshly churned butter to a representative of the British Crown.
Times haven't changed much, have they, Doctor? Pound of butter is still worth a king's ransom. But tell me, what were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing on the island of Garth?
Well, I just coming to that, my boy, if you'll give me a minute. It was in the summer of 1896 when, to my utter amazement, Holmes informed me that we were going to the island of Garth as the official representatives of the British Crown to accept the annual presentation of butter. At the time, I must confess, I couldn't see why Holmes wanted to accept such a ridiculous mission. It was only as we approached the island in a small fishing boat that he told me a great deal more was at stake than a pound of butter. Unfortunately, Mr. Bartell, I'm not much of a sailor, and as the wind was blowing hard and the sea racing, I'm afraid I wasn't a very intelligent companion.
Cheer up, Watson. We'll soon be there.
I hope so. I feel wretched, Holmes. I must say the whole trip seems utterly ridiculous to me. Plunging and bobbing about in a little boat in a raging torrent just because somebody wants to give somebody else a pound of butter.
Dear old Watson, you don't really think our mission is so innocuous, do you?
Then why are we going to the island of Garth?
We're going to the island of Garth at the express wish of its present ruler, Martha Horn.
Martha Horn? I never heard of her.
She's an extremely spirited old lady, and the only woman who dared tell a certain resident of Windsor Castle that she looked devilishly dowdy for an empress.
Great Scott, you mean that
I mean, Watson, that Martha Horn's behests are not lightly disregarded. Obviously, she wishes to see me urgently. Also, my brother Mycroft put pressure on me. He reminded me that a visit to Garth might be closely allied to this emerald tie pin I wear. Of course, you recall the origin of this pin.
Well, naturally. That lady at Windsor Castle gave it to you after our little trouble last year over those stolen plans for the Bruce Partington submarine.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But remember that the spy Oberstein had put those plans up for auction in all the naval centers of Europe. Some hint of their nature must have leaked out. It's even possible that other powers may be able by now to duplicate the pride of our submarine fleet. And whoever controls the channel, Watson, controls England.
Well, they're dropping anchor, and yet we're still a quarter mile out from the island. Well, why do you think they're doing that?
Here comes the skipper. He'll tell us.
Here is as close to the island as we may approach, monsieur. We have already sent signals. A smaller boat is putting out for you. It will be here in a little while.
Thank you.
A smaller boat? Good Lord. Holmes, you were hinting at the naval significance of the island of Garth.
Yes, old chap, I was.
Well, what good would it be as a port if even a small boat like this can only come within half a mile of it?
For a surface vessel, no. But we were speaking of submarines. Garth, I learned from the encyclopedia, boasts a magnificent interior cavern accessible only through underwater channels.
Great Scott, an ideal natural harbor and dry dock for a submarine fleet.
Precisely. And on the control of the island of Garth, Watson, may well rest the fate of the British Isles. Now, old chap, perhaps you see why Mycroft was so anxious for us to collect a pound of butter.
Doesn't it seem wonderful to be on land again? First the fishing smack, and then that wretched little rowing boat. Then the bucket swinging us up the face of the cliff. Now at last I can stretch my legs.
Steady, old chap, steady. Let me give you a hand.
You'll soon get your land legs back again.
Thank you. I'm a bit shaky, I must confess. Hello? Who's that couple walking towards us?
Our welcoming committee, no doubt. How do you do?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Permit me to present myself. I am Dr. Hugo Oberwald.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Doctor?
And this is Mrs. Reeves, the housekeeper at Horn Castle, where you will be staying.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Reeves?
Welcome to the island of Garth, gentlemen.
We were deputed to come and greet you and take you back to the castle. We can walk there across the cliff tops. It isn't very far.
Ah, splendid. I think my friend will appreciate traveling on terra firma once again.
Dear me, Herr Doctor. You are not a good sailor, perhaps?
No, perhaps about it, sir. I had a miserable crossing.
I am sorry to hear it. I trust your short stay at the castle will be some recompense for the journey.
The formal presentation of the butter will take place tonight. There will be no reason why you gentlemen cannot return to the mainland tomorrow.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Reeves, but it's more than likely that we shall stay on for a few days.
Oh, it will be quite unnecessary.
I'm afraid that is a matter for Mrs. Horn and ourselves to decide.
I'm afraid that Mrs. Horn is incapable of making any further decisions.
Oh, what do you mean, madam?
Obviously, you have not heard, but the news is slow in reaching the mainland. Mrs. Horn died yesterday.
Died?
Good Lord. A natural death, I suppose.
But, of course,
I attended her myself. A simple case of heart failure.
the poor lady died in her sleep.
Shall we begin our walk to the castle?
By Jove, Holmes, this changes things. You suppose it was a natural death?
I suppose nothing, old fellow. But in almost 20 years of practice, I can recall precisely 3 clients, actual or potential, who died natural deaths. Come on, let's follow them.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Mr. Christopher Horn, grandson of Mrs. Horn and the new ruler of Garth.
How do you do?
Hello.
How do you do, sir?
It's very nice of you fellows to come over here. Too bad you had to arrive just as the poor old gal kicked the bucket, though.
Allow me to offer my condolences on your grandmother's death, sir.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Horn.
Thank you. It was a ghastly business. I found her, you know.
Christopher.
Frightful sight. There was an awful silly grin on the old dear's face, and...
Don't you think it would be more to the point if you were to explain the ceremony in connection with tonight's presentation?
You're right, Reevy. Reeve is a terrible tyrant, but she is efficient. Don't know what I'd do without her. Always ran everything for poor old Granny. Why, when the old girl was ill, she...
Christopher, I gave you a schedule of the ceremonies this morning. What did you do with it?
Dash it, Reevy, I don't know. Must have lost it.
And I have my own copy in the study.
I swear I don't know what I'd do without you.
Excuse us a moment, gentlemen.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
Holmes, what in thunder's going on here? That boy's completely under the thumb of Mrs. Reeves. He was trying to tell us something, but that frightful woman kept changing the subject.
He spoke of an awful, silly grin on the dead woman's face. Didn't that suggest something to you?
By Jove, that's one of the characteristic symptoms of strychnine poisoning.
Exactly, old fellow. And perhaps he was going on to mention the equally characteristic arching of the body. We've got to get Mr. Horn to ourselves for a little while, and you've got to examine the body of the dead woman. And it's going to be difficult. Is that a balcony outside the window? Yes, it is. Come along. Let's see what it leads to.
The balcony seems to lead right round this particular wing of the castle. Must have served as a lookout in the olden days. I wish the balcony were a little wider. Must be a sheer drop of a couple of 100 feet down to the rocks below.
Yeah. Hello. These must be the windows of the room adjoining the one we just came out of. Let's go a little closer, shall we? We may be able to find out something.
Can you see anything?
Yes. They're in there. Mrs. Reeves and the boy. She's leaving the room. Now's our opportunity. I'll tap on the window.
He's seen us. He's coming to open it.
What are you two doing out there? Admiring the view?
Yes, my boy. It's quite beautiful.
Mr. Horn.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I was a great admirer of your grandmother. I was interested in what you were telling me of her death. She had a grin on her face, you said.
Yes, it was awful. Her body was all hunched up like
like a croquet hoop.
Really?
Of course, Dr. Oberwald said it was perfectly all right, but I must say it seemed dashed odd to me.
Yes, it was far from all right, I assure you.
And you started to say something else. What was it? Let me see. You said, when she was ill...
Oh, yes, that was a silly business. When she was ill, she thought she was in danger from poisoning, so she made Mrs. Reeves taste all her food and drink.
Did she really? Where is your grandmother's body now?
In the West Wing. The funeral's to be tomorrow morning.
I see. Where did Mrs. Reeves go?
I'm here on the balcony behind you, gentlemen, listening to your conversation with the greatest interest. Christopher, let me warn you. These men are the emissaries of the British government. They would stop at nothing to take the island over. These men are trying to influence you against me, against Reevy, who has looked after you ever since you were born, and who tries to protect you now that your grandmother has gone and you are alone.
Yes, I know, Reevy, but after all...
That is your pride as the head of the Horn family, the Seigneur of Garth. The Garth that I'm trying to save for you. This man is completely unscrupulous. He was about to accuse me of murder. Weren't you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
The thought had occurred to me, Mrs. Reeves.
Of course it had, because you wished to poison Christopher's mind against me. Well, Mr. Holmes, we have no police on the island of Garth. Our only law is the word of the Seigneur, and Christopher now holds that title. Seigneur, what do you say? Will you allow an Englishman to blind you by accusing me of being a murderess?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I shall meet you at the ceremony tonight. Beyond that, I don't care to speak to you again. Good day.
A shame to spoil your plans, isn't it, Mr. Holmes?
Well, upon my soul.
Magnificent, Watson. Magnificent. A murderess who seeks to defeat me by accusing herself. Superb. It's a new game, my dear fellow, and one that must be played to a finish.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to remind you that right now is one time you'd really enjoy a glass of Petri California Port. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine. Petri Port, with its deep, rich red color and its heart-of-the-grape flavor, is one of America's all-time favorite wines. Petri Port is wonderful after dinner and perfect to serve when company comes. Try it. But just remember that when you want the kind of port I'm talking about, you've got to make sure it's Petri Port, because all Petri wines are good wines. Dr. Watson, this is certainly an unusual story you're telling us tonight. What happened after Mrs. Reeves left you and Sherlock Holmes standing on the balcony?
We retired to our rooms and had a quiet and lonely lunch. Though the great man said little, I could see that he was deeply excited and that his keen brain was evolving some plan that would enable us to solve the mystery of Mrs. Horn's death. After lunch, we started to descend the stairs leading to the main hall of Garth Castle. As we did so, Holmes said...
Watson, we're in no danger ourselves. Mrs. Reeves knows that we're here as emissaries of the British government.
Yes, and if we didn't return with the butter within a few days, there'd be a British dreadnought here looking for us.
However, I am in danger of one of my worst defeats. My professional pride is piqued. If only I could... Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
If at any time today I slip you a note, don't read it at once, but... Shh. Here comes Mrs. Reeves. Precisely, Watson. I entirely agree. If I do not make the test on Mrs. Horn's body within 24 hours of her death, it will be useless. I must make it by 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Reeves.
I want to apologize for my behavior before lunch. I was intolerably rude.
Oh, please, no.
Whatever my quarrels may be with British politics, I at least owe to both of you the duties of hospitality.
That's very gracious of you, Mrs. Reeves. I wonder, would your hospitality also include a personally conducted tour of the subterranean caverns for which this island has become internationally famous?
Would they really interest you?
Well, I'm afraid that my friend and I won't have the time.
Oh, yes, not at all, Watson, not at all. We have plenty of time, as long as we're back here by 3 o'clock.
I'm sure Dr. Oberwald would be delighted to join us. He has made quite a study of the unique rock formation.
Oh, that's splendid. It should prove a most interesting excursion.
But, Holmes, why do we want to go stomping around a lot of damp and smelly caves?
Well, the exercise will do us good, old fellow. Will you lead the way, Mrs. Reeves? And please remember that it's most important that I return here...
I remember, Mr. Holmes. You must be back here by 3 o'clock. and we shall reach the giant cavern.
Ah, most interesting. Watson and Dr. Oberwald seem to have lagged behind us somewhat.
They will be here in a moment. There. This is the giant cavern.
Ah, magnificent. Truly a miracle of nature. It's a natural submarine dry dock hewn out of the rocks.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. And in the olden days, only the smugglers who inhabited this island knew the entrance that leads to this cave. The first seigneur of Garth found a cache of untold wealth hidden here.
Really?
Silks, jewels. There are still the remains of some of the finest Calvados brandy stored among these rocks.
Indeed. An incomparable drink.
Would you care for some? It is our custom whenever visitors honor us with their presence to offer them a glass.
I should be delighted.
There is a natural shelf here in the rocks. Perfect hiding place. Here you are, Mr. Holmes. And here is a glass.
This is a rare privilege. I imagine that very few people have been offered it.
Only our most distinguished visitors, I assure you.
This cavern is completely inaccessible from the outer sea, I presume.
Completely. Unless, of course, ships could swim under the sea.
Which, as you know as well as I, they can, Mrs. Reeves. Even outside the imaginings of Jules Verne.
Indeed. Would you care to explore a little deeper? The others will be with us soon.
Dr. Oberwald, the others seem to be some way ahead of us.
Yes, they do, don't they, Doctor?
Holmes? Holmes, where are you?
Dear me, I'm afraid we cannot follow them.
What do you mean?
The next cavern is already cut off by the rising tide.
Great Scott, you mean that they're cut off?
I am afraid so. But do not worry here, Doctor. In a few hours, the tide will recede. They are in no danger. Just, shall I say, temporarily marooned.
I can't understand it. I'm getting confoundedly sleepy.
I'm so sorry. I'm afraid that we stayed here longer than I intended. I fear that we are cut off by the tides.
Cut off? By the tides?
We're in no danger. In a few hours, we shall be able to return. But I'm afraid I cannot get you back at 3 o'clock, which was the time I promised.
But it's vital. Absolutely vital that I get back. I'm so sleepy. But please keep talking. I must keep awake.
Dr. Oberwald, I must get to Sherlock Holmes at once.
I am sorry, Herr Doctor, but we are not able to control the forces of nature. We cannot force the water to recede. Your friend is in no danger.
No, but he's got a most important test that he must make by 3 o'clock.
I am afraid that will be impossible.
I've got to do something. I should have come to these blasted caves in the first place. I don't know what on earth I ought to do. By Jove, that note that Holmes gave me, he told me to open it if... where did I put it? Ah, here it is.
A note from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, eh?
Vital that you make medical test. Great Scott, Dr. Oberwald, it's absolutely necessary for me to return to the castle at once.
Indeed. A note from Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and now it is most important that you return to the castle. No, my fine English friend. I am afraid I cannot allow you to.
Oh, I don't know how you propose to stop me, sir.
You see this revolver?
And do you see this stick?
I warn you, Herr Doctor.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm sorry you can't hear me, Dr. Oberwald, but when Sherlock Holmes gives me orders, I carry them out.
Mrs. Reeves, are we still trapped by the tide? What time is it?
5 o'clock. I'm afraid that you will be a trifle late for your important appointment. What a pity.
You deliberately trapped me here. You drugged the brandy and kept me a prisoner.
Did I? Now, why should I do that, Mr. Holmes?
Because you're greedy for power. That's obvious in your domination of that pleasant though weak young man who is now Seigneur of Garth. I'm sure your beliefs would find support in certain ideologies now arising in Germany. Your Choice of a German doctor as an accomplice in your plans would support that theory.
And what might my plans be?
I should say that you're determined to give Garth as a submarine base to Germany. With this island in their power, they could control the channel.
Very interesting. And I suppose, as well as being a spy, I'm responsible for Mrs. Horn's murder?
You and Dr. Oberwald between you. She was too strong for you. You had to get her out of the way. You probably made subtle attempts on her life at first, the origin of which you did not realize, but which caused her eventually to send for me. My arrival forced your hand, and so you and Dr. Oberwald resorted to the quite unsubtle expedient of poisoning her.
All pure supposition, Mr. Holmes. The only law on this island is Christopher Horn. Do you suppose he'll believe you?
No, I suppose he won't. You've outwitted me, Mrs. Reeves. I walked into your trap just as you intended me to.
Then in that case, you may collect your pound of butter tonight and return to the mainland tomorrow.
Mrs. Reeves, how much longer do we have to wait for the tide before we can make our way back to the castle?
We can leave now. We could have left at any time. There's another secret entrance that is above the tide level. I merely had to make you overstay the hour of your test. I could not risk Christopher's seeing definite proof. Come now. I shall lead you back. You fool.
Holmes, where have you been all this time?
Mind that, Watson. Did you open the note?
Yes.
Followed my instructions?
Yes, it was, as you suspected.
Thank heaven, old chap. Then now we can hoist her with our own petard. Here she comes.
I'm glad to see, gentlemen, that you have assembled here in the seigneur's room. The ceremony of presenting the butter traditionally takes place here. As soon as Christopher arrives, we will explain our customs in this matter. Dr. Watson, I trust that Herr Oberwald proved an interesting companion on your excursion this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, most interesting. We had a discussion of the relative merits of the walking stick versus the revolver. I think I was able to make my argument fairly convincing.
Where is Dr. Oberwald now?
I imagine he's lying down. He had all the symptoms of impending headache when I saw him last.
Why are you smiling, Mr. Holmes? What's been going on?
I'm afraid, Mrs. Reeves, that your plans have misfired rather badly. As soon as Mr. Horn arrives, I expect you will be under arrest for murder and high treason.
Christopher would never believe you.
Wouldn't I? Mrs. Reeves, you poisoned my grandmother.
Christopher, what lies have these men been telling you?
You're the one that's been telling me lies. I believed you when you said you'd been tasting the old lady's food. But when Dr. Watson showed me the results of his test this afternoon, it was as clear as daylight.
But the tests could prove nothing after 24 hours had passed. You said so yourself, Mr. Holmes.
A deliberate lie, Mrs. Reeves. I'm afraid that I invented that mythical 24-hour test. I knew that as soon as I mentioned it, you would attempt to prevent my carrying it out. So I was delighted when you fell into my trap. You thought that you were shanghaiing me, whereas in reality I was shanghaiing you. My job is to prove your guilt to the Seigneur. With your dominant presence away from the household, it was easy for Dr. Watson to make his test.
You devil! You knew all the time.
Oh, of course I did. But I had to deceive you. I'm glad my performance was sufficiently convincing. By the way, Mrs. Reeves, the drugged brandy was dreadfully clumsy.
You didn't drink it home?
Why, of course I didn't. But it was very unflattering to me that Mrs. Reeves thought I might.
Mrs. Reeves, you realize what this means, don't you? I'm going to ask these gentlemen to take you and Dr. Oberwald back to the mainland with them tomorrow.
And stand trial in a British court? Never! I was born on the island of Garth. I have lived here all my life, and I shall die!
Reevy, what are you up to?
Stop her! She's going out on the balcony.
One day Garth will belong to Germany. One day the whole world will belong to Germany. Goodbye, you meddling fool! Goodbye!
Great Scott, she's gone. It must be a couple of 100 feet to the rocks below.
What a dreadful thing. I still can't believe she was a murderess and a traitor. Now, it's shocking.
A shabby finish to a shabby business. Mr. Horn, I suggest that we make sure Dr. Oberwald does not escape justice, and that we then perform the ritual presentation of the butter.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The island of Garth will still pay tribute to England, and I think it always will.
Doctor, that was some story. So Germany didn't get the island of Garth after all.
No, Mr. Bartell. In fact, in after years, the island proved to be an invaluable submarine base for England.
Say, what about the pound of butter? Did Holmes get it?
Oh, yes. But why are you so interested in the butter?
Are you kidding? In our house, butter is our second most favorite topic of conversation.
Your second most favorite? Well, what's your favorite topic of conversation?
Remember, you asked me. Petri wine.
Oh, as if I didn't know.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again the choice of men who put good grooming.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I got it.
Got what, my pet?
A bank book, Sam.
Well, you must advertise in the Lost and Found right away, Effie, and find the owner. There might be sickness in the family.
Oh, but it's your bank book, Sam.
What?
Uh-huh, it has your name on it. Samuel Spade, account number 4.
It's a forgery. Somebody's trying to pin something on me. Lock it up and don't touch it until I get there.
Oh, all right. Did you make a lot of money on this one, too?
Got the check right in my pocket, $500.
Oh, Sam, we're making more money than a movie star.
Well, almost.
And all honestly, too. 600 last week and 500 this week.
Yeah, how about that? And life gives a 3-page spread to I Spy Moulton. But we mustn't let it turn our heads, Effie.
No.
We gotta stay in there pitching. I'll be right down to pitch my report on the Adam Figg caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You've heard the saying, you never know until you try. Well, you'll never know how handsome your hair can look until you try Wild Root Cream Oil. See for yourself how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. Note how effectively it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. You can get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in either the big economy-sized bottle or the handy tube. Or you can ask your barber to use it on your hair. But by all means, try it. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, you're going to love it.
Well, we gotta watch these expenses, Effie. There's always something.
Yes, but this will be saving. It saves confusion, it saves fretting.
Mm-hmm. Now, this gadget here, what is it?
It's a minnow robot.
A what-a-butt?
It's for busy men like yourself, Sam, so you don't have to burden your mind with petty details. You see, it has this dial on it, right here. And you drop these little cards in this slot. Mm-hmm. You don't have to worry about that. That's for me to take care of.
Oh, good.
Then, when you come into the office, and supposing you have an appointment with Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock, and you forgot about it, you just dial 2 o'clock, and the little card pops out. And it says Mr. Jones on it.
How do I remember to dial 2 o'clock?
Oh, well, maybe it's in the instruction book. But anyway, now go ahead, Sam, please. The card's right in there. Now, dial 2 o'clock. Go on, Sam.
Let's see.
Just like a telephone, Sam.
Now what do I do?
Well, give it time, Sam. It's thinking.
Must have forgotten. Jones. Mr. Jones. Effie, you think it's dead?
Oh, Sam, I don't understand it. It was working perfectly. Well, I'll take it straight back first thing in the morning.
You'll have to. It'll never find the way itself. You got your book, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam. I don't understand. It was working perfectly.
Well, that's all right, honey. It doesn't matter. Date October 5, 1947, to Hillary Exxon Esquire from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Oh, honey, it's only a memo robot. Subject, the Adam Figg caper. Dear Mr. Exxon, October 2nd in San Francisco was one of those days that you see blown off the calendar by a gust of wind in the movies to denote the time is passing. It was a day for scraping off the minutes with a fingernail file and wondering whether the display ad I'd paid for in the classified section of the phone book wasn't just a waste of money. It certainly wasn't the day I'd expect a leprechaun to walk into my office. He said his name was Adam Figg. He said he was the butler at Exxon Manor in Los Nidos.
The limousine, Mr. Spade, is waiting to take you away. We mustn't keep them waiting, must we?
Of course we mustn't. Who mustn't we?
Why, Mr. Hillary, of course, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hillary.
And old Mr. Exon. The old gentleman is very ill.
Dr. Figg's office is down the hall. Turn to your right, second door.
Well, I assure you, sir, that Mr. Exon is the best of medical care. Your duty will be simple, to prevent his death.
Do I donate blood or just frighten away the evil spirits?
Oh, it isn't quite that, sir. Someone is trying to kill Mr. Exon. He's a very sick man, and I'm sure he'd prefer dying from natural causes.
Uh-huh. I get $25 a day in expenses.
Here is an ample amount in advance. But you should know, sir, that the old man is a nasty, cantankerous, villainous, crooked, intimidating...
$500? Please, Figg, you're talking about the man I love. Los Nidos was at least an overnight caper, so on my way out, my lovely and charming secretary, Miss Perrine, handed me a brown paper bag which contained A, one pair of socks, darned, B, one shirt, ironed, and C, the apple which she always polishes for me the night before. We arrived at your large Southern-style mansion 2 hours later.
Figg! Oh, Figg, where the devil have you been?
To the city, sir.
I can't find the keys to the liquor closet. Where are all the maids? What happened to that cook we hired yesterday? Who is this man, and why is he wearing that necktie?
This is Mr. Spade, sir, the detective.
I'm Hillary, Exon. Come in, please. Go on upstairs, Figg. See what that girl is doing to my father. I don't believe she's in this at all.
Very good, sir.
In here, Mr. Spade. Pardon the condition of the house. The old man has been firing the servants again.
Your father, you mean?
Yes. Every time he gets shot at, he fires all the servants.
He gets shot at pretty often?
About once a year. In the fall.
Uh-huh. You always hire a detective?
No. Oh, dear.
I'm not keeping you up, am I?
No, excuse me, please. It's much worse this time. I can't get any sleep. Guns going off in the middle of the night. The whole household disturbed.
When and where was he last shot at?
Yesterday morning at about 1:30. I dug the bullet out of the woodwork myself, a .38 caliber, embedded in the door frame that leads to Miss Kaywood's room. That's his nurse.
Was she with him at the time?
No, Dad sleeps like a baby, full of sedatives. She sees to that.
Shot come from outside?
Yes, but we found nobody on the grounds. No traces of anybody. I don't know whether Dad knows who shot at him or not. He's such a closed-mouthed old devil.
You don't care very much for your father, do you?
To be frank, Mr. Spade, if hating weren't such an effort, I would despise him. He is without a doubt... Well, listen.
Get out of here!
There, that's just a sample. Well, come on, let's see what's eating him now.
All right, now get out!
Don't talk to me like that. I tell you, I won't stand for it.
Well, you don't have to stand for it. Take that silly painted face out of my sight.
Don't you dare!
Get out!
I'm quitting, Mr. Exon. I can't stand it another minute. Yelling, screaming, throwing things at
You must have done something to set him off.
I didn't, I tell you, I didn't.
This is Mr. Spade, Miss Kaywood.
A detective?
Will it make you happier to know that I'm a private detective, Miss Kaywood?
Well, Mr. Spade, I only hope you can prevent a murder. If there's any way at all that I can help,
Thanks. I'll see you downstairs after I've talked to the old man.
You'd better go in alone.
To the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of...
Do you have a throat spray downstairs? I seem to be congested.
Oh, go away. Go away! Go away! Oh, well, wasting ammunition. Well, who are you? If you're a total stranger, come on in. Well, don't be afraid, son. Come on over where I can look at you. It's hard to keep my eyes open. Oh, I mustn't do that. Oh, so you're the detective, eh?
That's right, Pop. If you want to take a little nap or something, I'll come back later.
What did I say just now? Come back later? No. There's no reason for you to come back later. I'll say everything I have to say right now. The shot woke me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I've got a million enemies. I can't remember the names of any of them.
Why don't you try to remember? I could have them checked.
You're wasting your time, Sonny. In my day, I've wiped out 100 men, and I'll outlive anybody who's gunning for me now.
You must be proud of your past, huh?
Proud? Sonny, a past like mine is the finest thing an old man can have. I've swindled my partners and betrayed my friends. I've turned state's evidence just to see my associate get sent up for 20 years. And they say my wife died under peculiar circumstances, and I got rich off her insurance. Now I'm done talking. Do me a favor, son, please. I've got to get a half hour, 20 minutes sleep alone. You'll keep them out, everybody. Please, will you?
Sure, Pop. Go ahead. Go on, sleep.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
He closed his eyes, rolled over, and fell into a heavy sleep. I stood there a moment, looking down at the frail, wasted old body. Then I cased the room. In digging the bullet out of the door, Hillary had done a good job of ruining any chance there might have been of proving the direction it had come from. I strolled out on the balcony. It was a pretty night. I lit a cigarette and took it in. Then I heard a door open and close softly behind me. Nurse Kaywood was at your father's bedside. She was filling a hypodermic from a small vial of bluish liquid. He didn't awaken when she jabbed it into his arm. Then she saw me standing in the doorway. She hastily dropped the medicine vial into her uniform pocket and came around the bed to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, oh, thank heaven. Why, when I saw you standing there in the half night, I thought you might be...
Thought I was who?
Why, the man who fired the shot.
There was a man?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I just assumed that...
You shouldn't have done it. I warned you, Eleanor.
Oh, we're disturbing him. Let's talk outside.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to breathe something besides sick room air.
I thought you got used to things like that in your profession.
Why are you so unfriendly, Mr. Spade? Nurses are humans, aren't detectives.
Try me, sweetheart.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of me. But after a week in this horrible house, that poor old man, he's frightened. He's really frightened.
What of?
By the shots.
38 caliber or hypodermic?
Surely you don't think that He's supposed to be under sedatives. The doctor's orders.
Sorry, sweetheart. It's my job to suspect everybody.
Oh, can't you forget your job, even for a moment?
Sure. If you don't mind the fact that I know you're a liar, that I'd make book you didn't come here primarily as a nurse, and what's worse, your act's not even convincing.
Oh. Is it that bad, Sam?
Yeah. Almost bad enough to be good. Come here.
Oh, I hate you.
It was a very satisfactory love scene for both of us. For reasons of her own, Barbara wanted to keep me out of that sick room for a while, and she did. For reasons of my own, I wanted to get that medicine vial out of her uniform pocket, and I did. Then, as suddenly as we had fallen into love, we fell out again. After she'd gone to her room, I went back to my sentry duty around the house. Under a light on the front veranda, I examined the bottle from which Barbara had taken the injection for your father. It was labeled sodium thanatol and had been dispensed by a firm called Ibis Chemicals Limited in Cairo, Egypt. The scream filled the house, high and frenzied. I started running toward Barbara Kaywood's room. I slammed the terrace door open and found the light switch. Barbara was sitting upright in the center of a bed. Her face jerked up so abruptly that it seemed her neck had snapped. She clutched both hands to her chest and fell face down among the bedclothes, staining them with her blood. I don't know whether I went through, over, or around the screen that stood between her room and the old man's. I circled Exxon's bed. He lay on the floor on his side facing the window. I went outside. A .38 automatic lay on the ground a few yards away from the building. I put that into my pocket and listened. No shadows moving. Nothing. Then he was on me before I could be sure he wasn't a medium-sized tree.
Break your back, see the light.
The warm stuff in my cheek might have been the thing's blood or mine. It gathered me up and bent me back and tore at my throat. Then I remembered that hands are stronger than fingers. I started with his thumbs. He lay there for a moment, then his huge body began to twitch. He was holding his fingers and sobbing like a baby. I pulled him up to his feet, poked him in the back with the flat of my hand. I followed him through an opening in the hedges and down a long, pitch-dark lane toward the lights of a squat brick house set on the top of a slight rise. As we approached it, a door opened and light streamed out onto the porch. The tall man framed in the doorway was the last person in the world I expected to see.
Ah, Marcus, you brought it.
Oh, master, very delightful service, but have much pain in fingers.
Always complaining, Marcus. Welcome, Mr. Spade. Come in, my dear fellow. Come in. I've been expecting you. The lost family fortune by blackmailing me.
And if you don't remit, Exxon could have you booked for forgery, blackmail, definition of character.
Oh, my dear fellow, please. This is most painful.
But if I had but the original letter, I could destroy it and go back to the Felt. Ah, the Felt.
What happened to it?
That Figg, that stinker stole it. He burgled my home.
Are you taking pot shots at old Exxon?
Well, don't be a fool, man. I want Exxon to stay alive. I must find out some part of his life which will have an exchange value that will cancel out what he has on me. By the way, old thing, you met Miss Kaywood.
Mm-hmm.
At the present moment, she's milking me for $150 a day.
Oh?
She's supposed to goad the old man, by whatever means necessary, into talking about his past. And that information she is to bring to me.
Well, that ought to be easy. Exxon brags about his past.
Now, so far, I've learned that Hillary Exxon stole 2 heifers at the livestock show in Abilene in 1906.
I feel for you, Captain. That wouldn't get much on the current market, would it?
My dear fellow, I've a proposition to make to you. Should you ferret out anything that would be of value to me, I'll reward you handsomely.
Well, maybe something can be arranged, Captain.
Good, excellent. May I have your word on that?
Well, there isn't much time, Captain. I'd better trot on back.
I'll show you to the door, sir. And let me warn you, Mr. Spade, for your own good, should you ever hear the thrum of Ibis wings, run, flee.
I assured him that I would heed his warning, bade him good night, and started back down the lane in the direction of Action Manor. Business was going on as usual. There were no shots this time, only the scream. When I got to Barbara's room, you and Adam were standing at a bedside trying to quiet her down.
Well, Mr. Spade, is this the way you guard the house against intruders? Where have you been?
Ask Adam.
What does he mean by that, Figg?
I'm sure I don't know, sir. I've not left the house, sir.
What happened here?
Oh, she woke up screaming. She said someone had come into the room and torn off her bandages. A nightmare, of course.
Please, I want to talk to Mr. Spade alone. Oh, please go. Adam, you go too. Please, Hillary, you go too.
Good. Some questions I want to ask you, sweetheart, alone.
But look here, Spade, look here. She just had a terrific shock. She shouldn't be questioned.
Well, the code of detective transcends that of the medical, Mr. Hillary. Perhaps he should have a few minutes alone with Miss Kaywood.
Oh, very well, Figg. I suppose you know best.
Remember what the doctor said, Miss Barbara. Not too much exertion.
What happened, Barbara?
Oh, it could have been a dream. Somebody was standing over me in the darkness and peering down at me. And then he started to rip off my bandages, and I screamed. And when Figg came into the room and he turned on the lights, he was gone. It could have been a dream, Sam, and I could have been clawing at the bandages myself in my sleep.
But you weren't. It wasn't a dream. I've been talking to Captain Sherry.
And then I thought... Oh, well, how much do you know?
That you've been feeding the old man truth serum to get him to talk in his sleep.
Oh,
How much talking has he done?
well, plenty.
How much you told Sherry?
Well, just as little as possible.
Why?
Because, Sam, if we can keep that old man alive and out of jail long enough to sell what we know to Sherry for what it's really worth, we'd be fools not to do it.
What makes you so sure you'll stay alive long enough to collect, sweetheart?
Well, because you're going to help me, aren't you, Sam?
So I helped her, but not for the reason she thought. I made a lot of noise leaving her room and going to mine. Going back, I didn't wear any shoes. I slipped into a clothes press in her room so quietly that even she didn't hear me. I left the door slightly ajar and waited. Time passed, and I was stiff from standing still. It happened at about 3 a.m. The crazy, feverish glare of his eyes told me that the threat of the gun in my hands meant nothing to him. I jumped to his side, twisted the knife away from him, picked him up in my arms, and carried him, kicking, clawing, and swearing, back to his bed. He lay there, breathing hard. Then he smiled.
You're a smart one, Sonny. You had me figured out the first time you came in here, didn't you?
Not quite, Mr. Exxon. The gun under your window was the clincher.
That gun? Sure. I had it under my pillow all the time. I got tired of shooting into door frames.
Look, you're dying, Mr. Exxon. There's no use trying to make up stories now.
You're right, Sonny. I knew that nurse would sit up in bed after I fired tonight. And then I let her have it right through the screen.
Why?
You know why, well or not. She was doping me up and sneaking in here at night, listening to what I was babbling about.
Maybe you weren't saying anything important, Mr. Exxon.
I might have, Sonny. I might have. 14 years ago, I killed my wife. I wanted to carry the secret to my grave.
You nearly made it at that.
Spade! What's happened? Is he dead?
He's dead.
Did he say anything, sir? Did he confess anything?
You must
tell me if he said anything.
I didn't hear him say a word.
Well. Yeah, Mr. Spade. Charged with a certain texture, a significant quality.
There's a certain smell, yes.
And omen. You can inhale it, sir. Journey thou to Nairobi on the veldt. Tarry 7 days, and you will collect the fabulous golden skull of Wizami, king of the Bojamas. Aha! Marcus!
Yes, master.
Unhook the hooker. Pack the marmalade. We are off to the veldt.
Just then, a flock of birds broke across the horizon, screaming. There must have been thousands of them, but not ibis, Mr. Exxon. Vultures. I suppose if you're going to pay any attention to omens, it's a good thing to know your birds. Period. End of report.
Right now, I have something to say to every man who doesn't use a hair tonic, to every man who says I don't believe in it or I don't need it. That all depends on what you mean when you say hair tonic. If you mean the old-fashioned greasy kind that leaves your hair smelling like a perfume factory, you're absolutely right. But remember, Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is nothing like that. Wild Root Cream Oil is an entirely new kind of hair grooming preparation. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil, and it contains soothing lanolin that's like the oil of your skin. Most important, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair the right way, neatly and naturally. Never leaves your hair sticky or greasy. Get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube that's economical, easy to pack when you travel, and grand for the bathroom cabinet. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, Effie, we,
Sam, the memo robot works after all. I told you it would.
Yeah, it just takes a little time, sweetheart.
Oh, read the card, Sam. Now, you see? You'd know you were supposed to see Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, this card doesn't even mention Jones.
Huh? What does it say, Sam?
Well, it says, journey thou to Friskin's drugstore, wager $5 on Ira W. in the third at Belmont Park.
Oh, Sam, it's psychic.
Tarry but a moment.
Yes?
Thou wilt lose $5.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is Jack Carson speaking from Hollywood. The subject to which this program has been dedicated relates to the service rendered by the VFW, or Veterans of Foreign Wars, to those who have served their country. Men and women who have not applied for membership may ask, what good are veterans organizations? What do they accomplish? Why should ex-servicemen and women join such groups? Do they seek selfish gains through political pressure? These are questions which would not be asked by any man or woman who is familiar with the purposes and principles of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. On the contrary, so many benefits have accrued to so many who are grateful that the VFW is known from coast to coast as a potent factor in the maintenance of good government wherever veterans vote, a sustaining force in peace, and as essential to our country as its members were in war. To show how the VFW functions, we invite you now to accompany us on a brief tour of inspection behind the scenes.
Hey, you, Adjutant.
Yeah, Commander, what gives?
Here's a letter from an applicant for membership. He's qualified, no doubt about that.
Uh-huh.
Saw service in North Africa. Got wounded in the Normandy landing, then was reassigned to stateside duty. Now he's out and lives with his family. Wife, kid, and mother-in-law.
What's wrong with that arrangement? The mother-in-law?
Hey, do you want to be demoted?
Oh.
Remember, I got a mother-in-law, too. What's more, she's mighty necessary in our house. Couldn't get along without her. No, in this case, it's something else. Nothing out of line, you know, just curious. Asks a lot of questions. Wants to know how we function to serve a veteran. Lives up in Maine. Suppose you answer it, and then send a carbon to our post in Bar Harbor.
Sure, thanks. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Miss Weller! Miss Weller, you busy?
Not at the moment, no, sir.
Suppose we draft a reply here to Mr. James K. Ralston, RFD Route 5, Franklin, Maine. Where's Franklin? Do you happen to know?
It's a little community near Mount Desert, not far from Bar Harbor.
Oh, well, that makes it just right then for the Bar Harbor Post. Okay, here we go. Dear Mr. Ralston, your letter has been referred to the undersigned for reply. You've asked specifically what kind of service does the VFW offer its members, and how does it serve the community in which a member lives. You have asked also if you may... Accordingly, we're sending you a booklet which fully outlines our many activities and services. Membership qualifications, our overseas duty for which a campaign medal has been awarded. Your record shows that you meet this basic
It
requirement.
says here, Jimmy, that the VFW Post give dances from time to time. That ought to be fun. Maybe I could meet some brass, make you jealous.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can't you see I'm reading this letter from the national headquarters? Go on, you read the enclosures, and I'll look at them later.
But I was just thinking.
Yes, I know. Think to yourself for a moment, will you? This is official.
Oh, you're a denatured grouch. That's the worst kind.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have married you. Who ever heard of a husband who wouldn't let his wife interrupt him? That is, if he wasn't a denatured grouch.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. You tell me. But not now. We feel that the future of the community is to a large extent dependent on the manner in which we reintegrate our war veterans into the economic and social pattern of the place they now call home. Yeah, that's it. Sort of a campaign. A peacetime campaign establishing a beachhead. Fighting through post-war roadblocks
What are you mumbling about over there?
Yeah, just think a little, Angel. That's all.
Well, I'll be. And when I tell you that, you blow your top.
Well, sure, that's different. You see, I was just wondering if I hadn't better join up with this outfit. Get into the fight.
Fight? Oh, no, Jimmy.
Huh?
Not again. What do you mean?
Well, just that. In war, sometimes you have to fight to kill. In peace, we fight to live, don't we? To build. To amount to something. Yeah. I like the whole idea. Yeah, kid in bed?
Yes.
Your mother?
She's next door.
Well, how about telling her we want to get out of the movie so she'll come back and watch Ella?
Ooh, I'd like that.
All right.
And so Ralston and his wife start for the nearest movie, but they didn't reach the community playhouse.
What's that light ahead down the road?
Looks like a couple of motorcycle police blocking the highway. They seem to be stopping everybody.
Look at those cars piling up there.
Uh-oh. Here's another cop right alongside here.
Can't go any farther there. Road's closed.
Why? What's the trouble?
Fire. Forest fire sweeping down from the mountain.
Fire. Gosh, honey, if it ever reaches Bar Harbor.
The scene shifts to the Bar Harbor post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, where a routine meeting had been in progress. Discussions turned on the various activities of the VFW, rehabilitation, housing, soldiers' bonuses, youth activities, and community sports and recreation. There was a visiting speaker to give the national picture, the concern felt for United States foreign policies all over the country. The Marshall Plan for European recovery had not yet been presented to Congress, though it was destined to become a burning issue. However, the Russian tirade against democracy was continuing, so there were new thoughts for loyalty. And all these were veteran responsibilities, too, because every member of every post in the VFW has fought for democracy and is still fighting. Meanwhile, the forest fire, which started in the central section of Maine, had been fanned by winds, which were soon to make it a major conflagration. The meeting adjourned, and comrades were returning to their homes when the alarm was received at post headquarters.
VFW Post 6546. How's that? Fire sweeping down Cadillac Mountain. Yeah? You say the Arcadia National Park is in danger? And all those homes in Bar Harbor? Great. Yeah, right away. Hello, Commander. Yeah. Say, just got a report from Dow Field. Colonel Stetson of the 14th Fighter Wing base there sent a P-47 aloft to take a look at the fire creeping down Cadillac Mountain. It's pretty bad. Yeah, wind shifted. Okay.
Well, the word got around. C-47 transport planes loaded with fire hose, shovels, bush axes, and other equipment took off for threatened areas. Bulldozers were brought into use wherever available. Bar Harbor residents were evacuated to Ellsworth and other towns to the north. VFW members from nearby communities swung into action, joining Maine National Guardsmen, Coast Guard, and Navy personnel, and air reinforcements from as far away as Mitchell Field, Long Island, and Middletown, Pennsylvania. Over 1,000 smoke-stained servicemen, veterans, and civilian volunteers put up a losing battle against the red demons of flame. It was autumn of last year, you'll remember, a season when the evergreens burned like old Christmas trees. Veterans were sworn in as deputy fire marshals. Others were deployed to the outskirts where firefighting crews were organized. Now, one of these crewmen was Jimmy Ralston, out in Franklin, a suburb, who had started for the movies with his wife but couldn't make it.
Thanks a million for helping us. By the way, what's your name?
The name's Williams. I'm from the VFW.
Oh.
Sorry we couldn't save your garage and those chicken coops, but the house is out of danger.
Yes, the kid's safe, and my wife's mother. A lot of property gone up in smoke.
Yeah, millions of dollars worth, I guess. Been one of the biggest disasters of its kind in history. But it could have been worse.
And would have been worse if it hadn't been for the men in the services, the ex-servicemen who was training and saved both lives and property. Mr. Williams?
Oh, Jim Williams is better. No formalities in battle, you know. They're not exactly at the front, though we have been on the firing line.
Well, either way, I just want you to shake hands with a recruit.
Oh, that's so? How come?
Well, I'm signing up with the VFW tomorrow.
Oh, you're a veteran?
Yeah, sure. I was with the 2nd Division.
Say, didn't you write into national headquarters asking what we did for veterans and what veterans did through us for their communities?
Yeah, that's right. But now I don't have to be told. I saw the answer all yesterday, last night, and today. And, man, that ought to convince an elephant. Comrade, just count me in.
Which just about completes our report, except a word from Mrs. Ralston, who by now is taking a genuine interest in post activities. In fact, as a member of the Women's Auxiliary, we find her saying,
Ladies, I do think we can and should do our part to rebuild the burned areas.
And how, my dear, do you expect the women of the Bar Harbor Auxiliary to rebuild anything? Isn't building a man's job, especially after a fire?
Well, yes, I suppose rebuilding after a fire is a man's job, but can't we keep the home fires burning? Can't we help a little by encouraging them? Can't we show that we believe in their vision of a bigger and better place in which to live? Isn't that the American spirit? And isn't that the spirit of America?
Thank you, Mrs. Ralston, for an excellent and, may I say, spirited suggestion. And now, ladies, if there is nothing more to be brought to the attention of the chair today, we stand adjourned until the next regular meeting. Same time and same place, 2 weeks hence.
How do you do, Mrs. Ralston?
Why, Mr. Williams, fancy meeting you here.
Why, at the VFW post home? Didn't you know? I'm the official water boy here.
But certainly they'd let me help you if we had another fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a descriptive recording of the VFW at work. In war and in peace, it works for you.
This is Jack Carson again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The National Hour. This is a mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, February 10th, 1946, we present the 13th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
the war against inflation. Now, in the 6th month of the first year of peace, we, the American people, face a crisis. This is a year of decision. We now stand at a junction from which lead several roads. The high road of economic stability, full production, and real prosperity, or
the road that can lead to a false boom and inflated prosperity, and then depression.
These are the decisions we face as we push forward in
the war against inflation. This is Robert McCormick in Washington. This has certainly been a wild week down here. I haven't seen anything quite like it since the days of NRA. Meetings at all hours of the day and night, and excited conferences in the White House. Wages and prices are the words most commonly heard. Bowles and Snyder are the names most often mentioned. Later in this program, I shall bring you a summary of what has happened this week. So in Washington, we are standing by. And in New York, this is Robert St. John. With me here are Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor, and Mr. Gordon Creighton, assistant general manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. And from Toledo, we will hear Mr. Walter Reuther, international vice president of the United Automobile Workers Union, CIO. With their help, we will document the developments which brought us to this week of decision. Da 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 da. Hey, shots, I got it.
I got it.
Yeah, Joe, what?
An idea for a song with significance, with boom, right up to the minute. We'll clean up.
Yeah, with a broom and shovel.
No, Shopsy boy, this is it.
Sure. So was the last one. And so, my darling, before next winter's snow, you and I'll be together in the UNO.
Forget what happened last week. Look, last night I was reading a paper.
Yeah, I know, the racing form.
No, not the racing form. I read this article, and it come to me like a revulsion from heaven.
This I can believe.
Everybody, the man said in the article, was worrying about inflation, about the strikes and high prices and so etc. And that's when it hit me. Listen, here's the pitch. A guy's in love with a girl, see?
Right off, you got a new twist.
No. Here's where it comes. The guy says to the chick, look, baby, the way I feel for you, I'd buy you a car, a gross of nylons, whatever you want, if your heart won't pull a strike on me. And she says, now get this, she says, no, there's a great shortage. And if you start throwing the lettuce around, you'll make inflation in the nation. So all I want is love, baby, until those inflation blues roll by. Well, how's that for a switcheroo?
Oh, great. And I got just a tune to go with it. Inflation, stay away from my door.
And while the assorted geniuses of Tin Pan Alley were wrestling to tuck a major economic problem into a 32-bar straitjacket, a letter came to me in care of the National Hour. The letter was from a gentleman in Massachusetts, Peter J. Guare. Mr. Guare wrote in part,
I heard you say next week's show would be about inflation. I'll be in New York, and I'd like to come to the studio. And I would consider it a great favor if someplace in the program you'd explain so I could understand just what they mean by inflation, if this is not asking too much, Mr. St. John.
And so for the first item on our agenda, we answer Mr. Guare's question. We've consulted some authorities for their views and definitions. First, a professor of economics.
Inflation is a disproportionate and relatively sharp and sudden increase in the quantity of money or credit or both, relative to the amount of exchange business, and always produces a rise in the price level.
Did you follow that, Mr. Guare?
Well, would the professor mind repeating that?
Why, certainly, sir. Inflation is a disproportionate...
Excuse me, Professor, but one of our research men has just come in with a definition from a part-time economist. He put it this way.
Inflation, Bud? Well, that's when there's plenty of money in people's pockets and in banks. But the stuff that money can buy is scarce, so prices go up. So, it's the old story of supply and demand. See?
Professor, would you say that definition was sound?
Well, it's phrased somewhat unusually, but it's basically sound. By the way, what does that part-time economist do for a living?
He tends bar over on 3rd Avenue. On September 2nd, 1945, this nation came out of a terrible war with too much money and a great roar of need.
A car. I need a new car.
An electric washing machine.
A house. I gotta build a house.
An electric ring.
I need a couple of suits, a dozen shirts.
A radio phonograph.
I need a new car.
This is McCormick in Washington again. The years of war put more and more money into America's pockets. The years of war created more and more shortages of civilian goods. Demand was greater than supply. And finally, prices gave way. They went up. Since September of 1939, the cost of living has gone up 33%. But in a similar 7-year period in World War I, the cost of living rose 108%. The rise in our present cost of living would have gone higher than the 33% if the Office of Price Administration had not taken hold in May of 1942. 90% of the increase came before that date. Yes, it stopped here, all right, but runaway inflation was on the loose all over the world.
In China, 700 Chinese dollar for $1 US, even though the official rate of exchange is 20 to 1.
On the black market, the Italians offer 400 lira for $1. Before the war, the exchange was 20 to $1.
In Greece, 400 billion drachmas for one of our dollars. In normal times, a dollar is worth 125 drachmas.
That sounds bad, Mr. St. John. Could that happen here?
Well, Mr. Guare, let's ask Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor. What do you think, Mr. Fleming? Could it happen here?
In my opinion, no. Chiefly because the American people want steady living costs. So the Congress has given the government a great many powers under the various price control acts.
And modern history shows that strong governments like that of the United States and Great Britain are able to maintain fairly steady prices regardless of various pressures.
Well, that's very hopeful, Mr. Fleming, but the spiral of inflation has begun to move again upward. What's your reaction to that?
I see the present inflation as a necessary but not too dangerous phase of a great economic experiment. That experiment is to find out how far wages can be raised, prices held steady, and the wheels of industry kept turning, all at the same time. Last August, the government announced that wages could be raised, but prices should be held down. But now it seems to have turned out that wages cannot be raised all along the line to everybody without some increase in prices. In other words, the original policy was too limited. Now we are making some changes. And we will keep on making changes until we find out how to achieve our three-way goal: full production at high wages and with steady prices.
In the first few months after the war, this great new experiment in applied economics began undergoing a most devastating test. There was 4 times as much money in circulation as in the boom years before 1929. The demand for civilian goods was greater than ever, and it kept growing. Supply was small, and it grew smaller. The growing pressure of demand against supply began to move the spiral of inflation on upward. The cost of living had risen 33%. Now wages began to climb to try to catch up with prices.
The United Automobile Workers, CIO, ask as a cost of living adjustment a wage raise of 30%. General Motors offers a settlement at a lower figure, and the plants are shut down by a strike.
Ford signs for 15 1/10% increase. Chrysler for 16 7/10%. The Kaiser Fraser Company signs on the union's terms.
RCA announces a wage increase. Clothing manufacturers grant an increase.
Wages were climbing upward to meet the cost of living. The spiral began moving, and prices began to push hard against the ceiling.
January 31st. The lumber industry flatly asserted today that OPA must lift price ceilings if the acute shortage is to be ended.
Meat packers demand an advance.
Sugar to be raised.
Cheese prices will move upward.
With no ceiling set, cotton has risen to its highest price in 25 years.
The tug of war between wages and prices is on. With us today in the National Hour is a man from each side of the rope. Each man represents an important view in the controversy. First, from our studios in New York, Mr. Gordon Creighton, Assistant General Manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. Mr. Creighton.
In this moment of controversy over the extension of price control, the National Retail Dry Goods Association takes a position based squarely upon its belief that production is the only cure for inflation. The moderate course we are pursuing is the result of the long history of our almost 6,000 member stores and our experience as an association through 2 wars and many booms and depressions. In our annual convention last month, one of the largest on record, the delegates voted unanimously that our policy should be that we do not seek to end price control. We seek to amend it so as to increase production. In our opinion, OPA has it in its power to stimulate the flow of essential goods immediately by stepping up 2 of its policies. These are incentive pricing, or the granting of sufficient increases to manufacturers to make it possible for them to expand operations on needed but missing merchandise, and extension of decontrol actions into the fields where shortages are sharpest. OPA recently applied the incentive pricing corrective to the making of linings for men's suits, which had been hanging, unfinished, and useless in the factories. Let there be more of this type of thing. We retailers are the purchasing agents for our consumers. We are the ones who have to face the ultimate consumer across the last 3 feet of selling space in the economic process, our counters. We are tired of confronting them with empty shelves, which had to stand idle during the war, but need no longer do so. And millions of veterans are now civilians again. Take controls off shirts. That will be something for the boys that they really need. And it would be a step that OPA could easily retrace if inflationary prices resulted. In fact, it would afford the most conservative kind of a test, since nothing else in the economy would be affected. That is our stand in this moment of controversy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Creighton. And now for an opposing view, a man who is a frequent visitor to the Capitol, the Vice President of the UAW, Mr. Walter Reuther, speaking to us from NBC's affiliate, WSPD, in Toledo.
Inflation today comes from the pressure campaign of big business for unjustified price increases. Wage increases are no longer the major issue in the dispute which is holding up our progress towards the goals of full employment, full production, and full consumption. The major issue now is prices. From the beginning of the GM controversy, the General Motors workers and their union have conducted an all-out fight against price increases. The union has consistently stated that we did not want a wage increase that would necessitate 1 red cent in higher prices. The recommendations of the President's fact-finding board supported our contention that General Motors could grant the wage increase without a price increase. Despite this fact, the General Motors Corporation continues to defy the President's recommendation. General Motors, the steel industry, and other large corporations are hell-bent on destroying price control. They are determined to squeeze out of the American consumers unnecessary and unjustified price increases. American labor does not want a 10-cent wage increase in one pocket with a 15-cent price increase taken out of the other pocket. We do not want to be paid off in the wooden nickels of inflation. We want, and we are fighting for, an increase in real wages, an increase in purchasing power. We want wages that will buy more food, more clothes, better housing, and more of the good things of life that we need for ourselves, our wives, and our children. The picket lines of the General Motors workers are the front-line defenses against industry's attempt to wreak price control. We are determined that the government and the American people shall not be hijacked into permitting higher prices that would provide industry with the most outrageous profits in history. We call upon President Truman to stand firm against price increases and to mobilize the support of the people, who in overwhelming majority favor rigid price control. That is the way to defeat inflation. That is the way it must be defeated.
National Hour returns you to New York. Up to this point in our program, we have made much mention of prices, wages, ceilings, the dangers of runaway inflation. But now, to tie the threads together, let us consider the case of one industry. Let's consider steel. 3 weeks ago, on a cold midnight of winter, 750,000 members of the United Steelworkers of America went out on strike. If the strike lasted 1 month, 2 million men and women in other industries would be laid off. The country would begin to drop $500 million in lost business each week. The conferences begun between the Steel Union and the Steel Institute before the strike were continued at the White House. Both sides came to the president with their demands. The union spoke.
A wage rise of $2 a day.
The Steel Institute replied.
An adequate raise in the price of steel before any consideration of a wage settlement.
Well, they met with the president, who in his latest message said most industries and most companies have adequate leeway to grant substantial wage increases. So the nation waited for the verdict from the White House, and then the news was released. The president had scaled down the union's demand to 18.5 cents an hour and had indicated that steel would be allowed a price rise. After the conference, reporters asked the steelworkers' representatives if the union would accept the president's proposed settlement.
The union accepts.
And then the representative of the steel manufacturers was asked the same question.
Even with an increase in the price of steel, the highest wage that can be offered is 15 cents an hour.
The Steelworkers Union submitted a statement to the administration which in substance maintained
the savings which the steel companies will make through elimination of overtime, through downgrading, through the elimination of the excess profits tax, would be enough to cover a 43 cents an hour wage raise.
In reply, a spokesman for the steel companies said,
Our figures show that we are already entitled by law to price increases by reason of past heavy increases in our costs, quite apart from any present wage increase.
When questioned about just how much of an increase in the present price of steel would be needed to cover the 18.5-cent raise, the answer came,
an increase greatly in excess of $6.25 a ton.
It became clear then, down in Washington, that any settlement of the steel dispute would be based on an increase in both wages and prices. Behind this recommendation from Washington lay a bitter struggle which has been carried on between two groups of presidential advisers ever since the end of the war. One group has centered around the director of reconversion, John W. Snyder. Mr. Snyder has held the view that
price control must be maintained. There is no question about that. But the price control policy must be flexible enough to allow for adjustments where necessary in order to stimulate production. The present inflexible policy of OPA is stifling production.
And heading the opposite camp has been the chief of OPA, Chester Bowles, who has maintained
the policy of OPA does permit the lifting of ceiling prices, but only when supplies are equal to demand or when an industry can prove hardship. Prices may also be lifted when a particular item is judged to have little effect on the cost of living. If history teaches anything, it proves that inflationary pressures created by the war do not end when the war ends.
For 5 months, this conflict continued not only within the administration, but throughout the country. Meanwhile, the president's indication that a price rise for steel was forthcoming set Wall Street tickers humming with renewed energy. Speculation hopped on the gravy train as stocks began to rise.
Oh, hiya, baby. Boy, oh, boy, I feel great. Just great.
What happened to you, Henry?
Wall Street made me a neat 10 grand today. The market's soaring up like a great, big, beautiful bird.
With all the strikes on.
Oh, honey, you're a beautiful wife. But listen, the president said maybe steel could have a raise in price, right?
Yes, dear, but it hasn't come through yet.
Ah, but it will, darling, it will. And that means steel is going to crack a big enough hole in the OPA ceiling so everything will ride on up with steel.
But, Henry, remember what happened in 29.
Yeah, but not this time, baby. We'll play it smart this time.
But if the price ceilings suddenly go up and there's still not enough production, won't that be dangerous?
That's just the point they made at the convention. Now, prices must go up before we can really get into production. No up in prices, no production. Why, they say that even the chief of reconversion in Washington is for giving steel $4 a ton. Only that OPA guy keeps holding on to his ceilings.
Another cocktail, Henry.
Okay, baby, then we'll go out and celebrate. OPA ceilings are cracking up, cracking up, cracking up. OPA ceilings are cracking up, my fair Chester.
While the deadlock continued in steel, the country was able to study as if in a scientific laboratory the winds and currents and pressures of inflation. On January 30th, Henry Ford II, president of the Ford Motor Company, sent an urgent telegram to Washington.
Unless steel can be made available to us and to our suppliers promptly, we'll have to shut down completely this week. It costs $400,000 a day to maintain idle assembly lines. At current OPA ceilings, we're losing $300 on every car we make.
Out of the steel deadlock came another pressure to force prices upward. Members of the Tri-State Industrial Association found themselves squeezed in a vice between fixed ceilings for the goods they produce and rising wages and prices they will have to pay.
The Tri-State Industrial Association is composed of 56 steel fabricators and processors. We manufacture thousands of products from paper clips to rolling mill machinery. Whatever price raise steel will have to pay, we will have to pay. Whatever price increase is allowed, we will have to pay that much more for our raw steel.
Then what is the alternative?
Unless the government allows us to raise prices, some factories may have to shut down permanently and throw many thousands of employees out of work.
The pressure against price ceilings comes from more and more sides, and the total pressure grows greater and greater.
Mr. St. John.
Yes, Mr. Greer.
Manufacturers and businessmen are consumers, too. Do they want to take off all price ceilings?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing the way people think on this question of ceilings.
I say price controls on food and rent, well, that's fine. But lift the ceilings in our business, and we'll soon be able to supply the people of America.
And what business are you in, sir?
I manufacture auto parts.
We need ceilings on clothing and food, but ceilings choke the life out of guys like me.
Like you, sir?
Yes, I own a couple of apartment houses.
And I say that wages in our industry must be raised.
What do you do, sir?
I'm a union representative.
For 4 years, we were the goats for ceilings. It's time we had some relief. But the ceilings ought to be held on steel and automobiles.
And your business?
Men's clothing manufacturer.
Oh, say, before you go, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Do you know where I can buy a white shirt, please?
No place, brother, till the ceiling price is lifted.
Now, in the 6th month of peace, the spiral of inflation is pushing hard, pushing upward. Last week, the issue of wages and prices came to sharp focus. The situation in steel was to be finally settled. The country waited, for as steel went, so would go the nation.
Well, here in Washington, the week began calmly enough. The administration on Tuesday began formulating a new wage price policy. And the newsmen in Washington stood by for a definite statement. Conferences went on in the White House all day. And 48 hours later, a wage and price formula was apparently settled upon.
The new formula, it's reported, will not mean higher prices all around, though it will lift certain prices to a new plateau.
Then everyone's attention shifted to the reports of the behind-the-scenes differences between Mr. Bowles and Mr. Snyder on the basic policy to be followed.
It is reported that Mr. Bowles is opposed to any agency bypassing OPA to make price settlements, as in steel.
Mr. Snyder, on the other hand, would like the Office of Reconversion to retain a measure of overall control over the wage-price situation.
On Thursday, it became apparent that the formula had not been settled upon, but was still in the works. Then the whole week of meetings, of statements, of conjecture drew to its close, and at the end of it, the President canceled his vacation trip in order to deal personally with problems the White House said require his personal attention. But a formula definitely should be coming this week. Right now, it seems fairly certain Mr. Bowles and his policies will win out with some modifications. But leaving this critical debate for a moment, the National Hour asked Mr. Bowles to give us his views on the inflation problem. And Mr. Bowles gave us this statement. More important than recognizing the dangers of inflation, Mr. Bowles said, is the way we face them. I personally have a great deal of confidence that we shall meet these dangers in a spirit of courage and with a firm conviction that they can and must be overcome. Inflation has been licked thus far. Inflation is being licked today. Unless we are utterly lacking in courage and good judgment, we can continue to lick inflation. We can keep this economy on an even keel, Mr. Bowles continues, until there are so many goods of all kinds that controls can be safely removed. And we know then that this economy can henceforward take care of itself. The choice is up to us, Mr. Bowles concludes. We can blunder into disaster once more as we did after the last war, or we can take steps now to ensure a stable, sound prosperity, with factories going full blast and jobs, good-paying jobs for all. And that is Mr. Bowles' statement today to the National Hour.
Inflation has been the subject of our documentary, and this is what we have learned.
That a condition of inflation does exist in these United States today. Most crucial is the matter of rising wages and rising prices. That another factor in inflation is the scarcity of consumer goods. To get factories into production, to get workers back on the job, to determine a workable balance between wages and prices, that is the task with which the government, industry, and labor grappled this last week. And the government's formula is soon to be announced. To keep inflation under control, to move from war to a solid prosperity of peace, that is the goal, not only of the various factions involved, but of the people themselves.
On the subject of the war against inflation, then, our documentary is closed.
But this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen to the National Hour again next Sunday, the anniversary of Iwo Jima, when our subject will be the United States Marines.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York and Washington, the National Broadcasting Company has presented the 13th of the new series on current affairs and national problems. Our speakers today were Gordon Creighton, Walter Reuther, and Harold Fleming. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington.
Tonight, Jason Sanborn presents Major Bowes' Amateur Hour. There have been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bowes is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bowes' own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Jason Sanborn's dated coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are two ways to vote. If you live in the vicinity of New York, You telephone your votes early and often. The number is Murray Hill 8, 9933. I repeat, Murray Hill 8, 9933. In addition, tonight is Chicago night. By special arrangement, Chicago listeners will also vote by calling Franklin 4900. That's Franklin 4900. These Chicago votes will be flashed to us within 5 minutes, and frequent bulletins will be read by Major. For those elsewhere, mailing ballots are supplied free at your grocery. Or you may, of course, write in on your own stationery. Decide tonight which contestants you wish to vote for and get your official ballot from your grocer tomorrow. Remember, Chicago and vicinity call Franklin 4900. New York and metropolitan area call Murray Hill 8, 9933. And call quickly. Major will announce the names of the first 2 Chicago voters. Also, the names of the first 2 voters from the New York metropolitan area. The leaders in the voting will be given professional engagements in RKO Metropolitan Theater. So please help these deserving youngsters by voting early and often. I now present Major Bowes.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good evening, friends. This is the proudest moment I've ever known in radio, and I've been at the microphone for more than a decade. And by the same token, I feel a greater responsibility than ever before. Our proceedings, as you'll observe, are informal, without precedent. And you, within sound of my voice, are just as much a part of this show as these youngsters who come to the microphone. The studio's enormous. It seats, I don't know how many, a couple of thousand. And these amateurs, lacking experience, must stand before this great audience and give a performance. It's a task for a seasoned professional, much less a Simon Pure amateur. And so we need your help. We want your votes. Please telephone your choice. Telephone early. Telephone often. You decide the winners, and the winners will receive immediate professional engagement. The studio's crowded with friendly faces. There are millions listening. I'm going to repeat the telephone numbers again. In New York, it's Murray Hill 8, 9933. In Chicago, it's Franklin 4900. In this building, girls are sitting at 200 telephones to take your vote. There should be no line busy. Now, first to the microphone is the 4-piece band, the Morris sisters, 4 little kid sisters, piano, 2 saxophones, and a trap drummer. And this drummer is a little girl as big as a minute and as cute can be. Watch her little spindle legs work. And so the wheel begins to spin. All right. All right. Paul Whiteman is leading the applause. Paul Whiteman is applauding harder than anybody. Those are the Morris sisters. Their little orchestra play the 12-speed rag. Now, we have Percy Wood, Boer War veteran, who yodels. All right, Percy, let's hear the yodel.
Yodeling, 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 yodeling. Well, we mustn't
We like your applause, but we mustn't applaud too long. That's Percy, the yodeler. He was through the Boer War, and we went through one of his yodels, so it's even Steven. All right. Now, what have we here? The merry-go-round is started. It's a crazy quilt, a grab bag. It's a whirligig, just a wheel of fortune. Around we go, each of us trying for the brass ring. I can promise nothing because I never know what's coming, but it's a lot of fun. The first telephone call from the New York area is Mr. Martin McLean, and the second call from the New York area is Miss Rose Wills. Thank you very much. Now we have Franklin Jensen, baritone. His application states that he's a photographer. Where were you born, Franklin?
I was born in the Virgin Islands, Major.
Which one? St. Thomas, St. Cross, St. John, where?
St. Thomas, Major.
You see, we touch every part of the United States in these amateur hours. You study singing?
No. Well, just a little bit to help my voice along. I've always wanted to sing ever since I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to see him? A concert singer or stage, radio? What's your ambition?
Concert singer.
Now the Roland Hayes and Paul Ropes and Eddie Masters, huh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you either want to sing The Glory Road or Deep River or Waterboy. They all do. We all know the songs, Paul, they want to sing. What do you want to sing?
Waterboy.
Waterboy, I thought so. All right, come on.
You Jack Diamond, you Jack Diamond, I knows you from old boys. Yes, I knows you from old. You robbed my pocket, son, robbed my pocket. Yes, robbed my pocket of a silver and gold. What a boy! Where are you hiding? If you don't come, when I tell your mammy. What a boy.
All right, that's Franklin Jensen, baritone. Franklin Jensen, baritone. Your applause is lovely, but if you drag it out too much, we're going to lose one or two numbers in the course of the evening. We have so much. Franklin Jensen, baritone from the Virgin Islands. He sang Waterboy. And remember, Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago, Franklin 4900. Now, one of the noblest of all professions is that of teaching, and frequently one of the least appreciated. I say this having in mind a born teacher, Clyde Dorr, famous saxophone virtuoso. Saxophone, as you know, is a comparatively young instrument. The great symphonies, the older symphonies, have no parts written for saxophone, but it's an instrument with a human quality and is greatly loved and very effective. Now, Clyde Dorr's hobby is to teach the young idea how to toot, right? So I invited him here to bring some of his pupils, and he's got 3 boys, 1 10, and the others are 15 each. That's a total of 40 years amongst the 3 of them. So we're going to have a saxophone trio. All right, fetch them off. There are three boys, Lewis Smith, Arthur Pockman, and Maxwell Wexler. The saxophone amateurs. And from Chicago, we have the first bulletin. The first call from Chicago was Jack Hines. The second call from Chicago was Frank Berry. And they both voted for the Morris sisters. And that's quick work. And thanks, Chicago, very much indeed. Next week is Philadelphia week. You see, New York and vicinity always calls, but each Sunday night a different other city. All over the United States, Sunday by Sunday. Tonight, Chicago, and next week, Philadelphia, and so it goes on, and it reaches San Francisco. And that'll be a night that I think I'll get up to my phone myself. But faster and faster swings our little merry-go-round. It's a big show, ladies and gentlemen, only a dime, 10 cents, a tenth part of a dollar. This way, neighbors, step on the inside of the show going on all the time. Good for a pain in the hip, knee, or ankle, side, back, or chest. Thank you, sir, and you thank me. Neighbor, how'd you like the show? Terrible. That's what they all say, good people. Step on the inside and jump aboard. Now, let's see who's next. That's the application. Mary Miller, application reads singer from Hamburg. You live in New York, Miss Miller?
Yes,
Mrs.
Mayor.
Miller, I suppose it is. That's your little baby, is it? That's your baby?
Yes.
Little
I
boy.
brought him along, Mayor, because I have nobody taking care of him. So
I
I
see.
think
Well,
it'll be all right.
I'm sure it'll be all right. Don't look at me. I'm sure it'll be all right. But for a singer to step up to the microphone with a little boy indicates a story. What sort of singing do you do? Tell us about yourself.
Mezzo-soprano. Mezzo-soprano.
Mezzo-soprano.
You know, my husband used to be chief steward, and he traveled all over the country. On account of that, I never get a start, good to go to my career.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, moving around all over the country, of course, you can't, and I suppose your ambition is to sing, but sometimes in our ambitions we forget our real blessing. You'd be the happiest woman in the world if you were a prima donna, wouldn't you?
I would like to sing opera. If anybody would give me a chance,
I know, but how many opera singers would sing of the opera singers that would give up
I
their
have
opera
been
singing if they could have a child like that? Hmm?
I never would miss my child for anything or any money in the world.
Wouldn't give up your child.
I wouldn't give up my child. But, well, my music not either.
Well, maybe you can eat your cake and have it too, huh? What do you want to sing?
I sing please.
All right, let's have it.
Trivo me in sommerville, a nest of rattens in a hill, a ben wo sparkling snow har fled, so intimately lives the rain, when are mine, my fools like me, but only God can make a
All right, that's Mrs. Mary Miller with a little boy who wants to be an opera singer. Who knows? The telephone's Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago it's Franklin 4900. Now about auditions. Those in New York and vicinity should write, address your letter to Mesa Bowes Amateur Hour, care of National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York City, and state your qualifications. People who have unusual instruments are especially welcome. Tell us about yourself, and if your letter seems promising, we'll invite you to an audition. Please don't telephone for auditions. Write. Now, this is the application of Adele Kaplan. The application states at the age of 13, won 2 medals, graduated from the Julia Richmond High School, has taken nursery and kindergarten training and studied music, right?
Yes, Major.
You won 2 medals at the age of 13. Sunday school medal? What kind of medal?
One was from public school, and the other one was from the Metropolitan League Association.
The what?
Metropolitan League Association.
Metropolitan League Association. Baseball.
No.
Well, you have the looks, whether you have a voice or not, we'll soon find out. What do you want to sing?
I carry you in my pocket.
Well, button up your overcoat, then. Come on.
I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till the sun grows cold. I take a little look each morning, and I take a little look each night, just to see if you're all right. I have such a tender feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I look at you, dear, it's just like a lovely song. So I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till
All right. Well, your audience is behaving beautifully, I'll say that. I can't see a grouchy face in this whole hall. That was Adele Kaplan. Now we have the first telephone bulletin. First one that's come in from the New York area. The Morris sisters, Percy Wood, Gloria Berger, Franklin Jensen, and Clyde Dorr's pupils. And here is the telephone call. The Morris sisters got 1,243 calls. Percy Wood, the yodeler, got 2. He didn't get a very good start. Matter of fact, the war that went against him. Gloria Berger, 344. Next time she'll be a bigger bouquet, and I'll telephone myself. Franklin Jensen from the Virgin Islands got 111, and the little amateur saxophonist, 47. So you see the calls are coming in now. That takes a little time to get them in motion, and we're very grateful. And as I look over at Paul Whiteman, who's worried about his performance tonight, hasn't faced an audience for so long, feels very much good. Now we got who? There he is. One-man band. Al Francis, the one-man band. You know, in starting these amateur hours, I started a vote for one-man band. I'm really proud of it, too, because all the kids are up in the attic digging out old hoop skirts and tin cans and amalgam fillings and pieces of hose and hose pipes and watering cans and making one-man bands out of it. Some are grand and some are terrible, but one thing is certain, they always have a lot of apparatus. This one has a bass drum and cymbals and an old bell trombone. I can't look at him and talk into the microphone at the same time. Paul, you haven't seen one of those for 20 years, I'll bet. Anyway, we'll see what he has to play. All right. Ooh. And I started a vote for one-man band. Hey, he's not only tone deaf, he's stone deaf. What do the ancient order of Hibernians do to me? My wild eyes rose. Help, police! That's Al Francis, the one... Hey, who started that vote for one-man band? I'd like to find out who started...
Major, may I interrupt for just a moment, please?
All right, Jimmy.
I think that everybody in here and everyone on the air should know that the first two calls from New York City, that from Mr. Martin McLean and the one from Miss Rose Wills, both voted for Major Bowes. That's 2 votes for the Major. Puts him in a class with a yodeler, I guess. Incidentally, Major, we have... Pardon?
That makes 3 of us.
That's 3 of us.
All right.
We have several telegrams here that I'd like to read at this time, and I think that it really is due you that they should be read. Here's one from Rosa Poncell. My dear Major, with so many achievements already to your credit, it seemed hardly possible that you could add to your laurels. But now your outstanding success in the radio world makes us say once again, bravo and heartiest congratulations. Stop. May you continue for a long time to watch over the striving amateurs and continue to guide those worthy of it into channels for serious study for a musical career. Signed, Rosa Poncell. And here's one from the governor of the state of New York, dated from Albany, Governor Herbert H. Lehman. It's addressed to Major Edward Bowes, and he says, I am glad to congratulate you on the inauguration of your new radio broadcast and to wish you the success that has characterized all your programs in the past. Signed, Herbert H. Lehman. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I said at the beginning that this is my proudest radio night, and so it is. Now we have who? Al Schuler, ladies' coat, your application says. What do you do with ladies' coats?
Well, I sell them, Major.
Hey, if you had to buy them, it wouldn't be so easy, would it? And you have an ambition to be a radio singer?
Oh, yes, I have, Major.
Have you had any experience in radio singing?
Well, I had a very unusual experience, Major. About a year ago, I answered an advertisement in the paper for some radio talent. But when I did get there, I saw this agent, and he gave me an audition. Well, a few days later, I see the postcard to see him about a sponsor for a program for me. Well, when I did get there, he greeted me at the door, 50 cents, please. Well, I gave him the 50 cents thinking I might have a job.
Didn't think you were worth $1 even, did you?
Well, when I did get in there...
That's interesting. I must interrupt you because recently the fraudulent radio schools have been springing up, and they work a great injustice. Even for small sums, they get youngsters to come there. No doubt that is your experience. But make it a little briefer. What happened? Did you go on and pay him and take lessons?
Well, I did, and many others did also. Well, here was the beginning of the lesson. You know, he made the 30 or 40 of us stand up in back of his, in front of the seat, you know, and he got up in front of us and said, boys and girls, go this way.
You know, I could have him arrested for giving an impersonation of me. Well, go ahead. What is the second lesson, if any?
Well, I'll tell you, Major, he says, no matter where you go, I don't care if it's in a subway, in an elevator, or outside, anywhere you are, don't be ashamed of the folks. Just go,
Well, maybe I shouldn't call that school a fraud. Maybe that's the standard. I'm not so sure. But anyway, I'm glad it came up because perhaps the people listening will beware of these fraudulent schools. They really do a great deal of damage. Now, in the meantime, after all those lessons, what do you want to sing?
Well, Major, I'd like to sing My Mother's Eyes.
Roger Gessel song, huh?
That's right, Major. I think I can sing it just as well as he can.
Well, you won't get as much... Well, the one thing I'll promise you won't get as much money for singing this either. All right, come on, My Mother's Eyes.
On bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right, I found in my mother's eyes. Those baby tales she told that brought all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes. just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul. I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. God's gift sent from above, oh, unreal, unselfish love I found in my mother's eyes.
All right, Al Schuler, who sells ladies' coats and imitates George Gibbet.
All right, Jimmy. Our operators will be on duty for another half hour, so there's still time for you to telephone your vote. Call Murray Hill 8-9933 in New York or Lafayette 7500 in Boston. Elsewhere throughout the United States and Canada, grocers have free ballots for you to use. Or you can vote by letter or postcard sent in care of your own station. Bear in mind the saving you can make by getting Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee in its new, inexpensive dated bag. The coffee is the same superb blend as always, and it reaches you at its best because its freshness is guaranteed by the dating plant. The only difference is the new bag and the lower price it makes possible. We save money by using a bag instead of an expensive can, and we pass the saving on to you. Try this rich, full-flavored coffee. Buy a bag of Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee tomorrow.
And until next Sunday, good evening, friends.
Well, how do you do? How do you do? It's nice to see you all. It's such a lovely day, you shouldn't have come. It's so pretty outside. Oh, get a load of Tony. Are we on television this morning?
Yes, we are, Robert.
Put the camera on, Tony, will you?
Shall I model this little number I'm wearing?
You're getting married, aren't you?
Say, that's a surprise.
Doesn't he look cute? And look at the boys. Everybody, I don't know, since television, these fellas put a clean shirt on every day.